What up, Soda Pop? I don't think I saw the clip of Loco getting a tattoo, but I saw the clip of him dancing today. Should we start off the stream with that? I think we will. But let me get this photo because I'm just preparing my Jake Paul roast. Just getting ready to roast this motherfucker's ass. Yeah, that should be fine right there. Now let me pull up. What up, Turtle? Haven't seen Turtle in the chat in a minute. We got Turtle in the chat. What's poppin', brother? Soda Pop saying, I saw you posted him dancing on your story. I already had his thing liked. LOL. He has crazy aura. I know he does. That's a fact. My man Loco, every video I see of him, I like him more and more. This was Aljo commenting on something. My man Loco. My man fucking Loco. Get ready for the aura. Too much aura for my man Loco. Just straight getting sturdy with it. You feel me, boys? Way too much aura from my man Loco. Look at him go. I would put the music, but I'm just gonna get copyrighted, so no point. But I'll give you guys a few seconds of music. Hold up. Okay, let's check out the tattoo vids. I just know that this man loves the Tijuana strip club. I just know it. Rate the tat, okay. Can't be this one. Why does he put a cover photo over his... Wait, what's going on here? Oh. It's a horse. Damn, homie. Bro, homie was bricked up. Damn, homie in the tidy whities. That's an insane tat. A horseman with a joker on the bottom. Nah, I fuck with it. Let me see it again. So he already had the lower leg tat. Mostly a horseman with a man on a horse. I fuck with it. I'd like to know the meaning. LMAO. I'd like to know the meaning of it, but it looks dope. I fuck with it. I fuck with the horse more than I fuck with the guy. I think the horse is dope. Shout out my man Loco. Okay, so we got a decent stream today. He's fully embracing the cowboy thing. I love it. Straight up. He found his character. He diving into it. More fighters could take notes from Loco Torres. They should take notes. I fuck with Loco. I'm gonna stop looking at it. I feel a bit diddy, but I would have watched the video again. Just because I fuck with Loco. All right, so we got a good stream today. Let me give you guys a bit of a rundown, okay? I was going to make the caption of the video, walking down Jake Paul Glazers and Andrew Tate haters, but I figure that's too much of an inside joke because only the people in the chat really know what I mean when I say walking them down. So I made the caption, debating Jake Paul Glazers and Andrew Tate haters part 3. All right, because part 1 was the night that Jake Paul did that bullshit performance against AJ. Night 2 was last night. All right, and part 3 is right now. So you guys got part 3 of the debate. I wanted to get ahead of it last night, which is why I reacted on Sunday, because I just knew people were going to start fucking dropping their videos come Monday. We got Bisping dropping a video today. We got Ariel reacting to it. And here's the spoiler right now for you guys, okay? I'm going to just propose the question. Ariel Helwani is on the opposite side of me. So everybody who disagrees with me is on Ariel Helwani's side. I mean, shit. You guys know what I'm telling you right now. You really want to be on that side? That idiot side? That mouth breather side? Come on now. Come on now. It's time to come over to the dark side. Come on over. We got open arms tonight. We're welcoming everybody back to the dark side, okay? Okay. So, I actually figure when we're debating, I'll pull up the picture that I want to be like the forefront while we're debating. But let's get the debate started. All right, we're going to look at Ariel Helwani's fucking video first. Actually, you know what? We're not going to listen to the dumbass take first. We're definitely not going to shed light on the dumbass take. What we're going to do is listen to Michael Bisping give his take first. And then we'll move into Ariel Helwani. And then we'll probably pull up Andrew Tate's emergency meeting. Soda Pop says, no UFC is making us crazy. We are debating about Jake Paul and Andrew Tate. Soda Pop, you're low-key right. This is what we have to do. We have to debate this shit because there ain't nothing else to talk about. People are just like milking the Ilia Topuria story. I'm over talking about it.
We just
Soda Pop, I'm giving it a moment of silence right there. Oh, just too good. To be honest with you, I don't know about homie. I don't know if he an industry plant or what. I ain't even gonna name drop him on here. How about that, Soda Pop? He gotta work harder to get a name drop on this platform. But Soda Pop asking, did you see that industry plant or whatever get a Buck video? I did see Buck posted it on his story. I did see that. Now, I don't know if he got that interview or if T-Rex got him that interview, right? But I did see that, Soda Pop. Do you have any thoughts on that? I'm gonna probably plead the fifth, Soda Pop. But let me know what kind of thoughts you got on that right now before we even get started. You know, he does a decent job, but you know, I understand how he got SD, but how did he get Buck? I mean, shit, homie's copying my interviews, is he not? I know he interviews more people than just SD and Buck, but I mean, it feels like homie a fan of mine or something. He'd be getting these interviews after I get them. Soda Pop saying, I think his video ideas are really good, but his knowledge about the sport is bad. Okay, so I don't listen to him at all. I know nothing about him, but I will agree with you that I think his video ideas are pretty good. I will agree with you there. So anyway, you know, he just be talking about bullshit, some funny stuff, and that's fine. You know, that's his niche, I guess. Totally different niche than me, but it's okay. But shout out to Soda Pop. I did notice that, homie. I was laughing on the inside. I'll put it like that. I was laughing on the inside. But hey, I got the official Buck shout out on the story, so we know who Buck be fucking with. You feel me? We know who Buck be fucking with. Okay, so let's get this whole debate starting. True silence. Michael Bisping, old ass falling for AI. Yes, he is true silence. Yes, he was. What up, true silence? Soda Pop saying, if I had connections with fighters like that, I'd have them do games like that and stuff. Yeah, but if you want my take on that, Soda Pop, it's a fine line. It is a good idea, but it's a fine line because I think a lot of fighters would rather talk about themselves than talk about, you know, gossip about other fighters. You feel me? That's what I get the vibe with with Joaquin and other fighters I interview, they don't want to be asked a million questions about other guys. They want to be asked mostly about themselves. But if that's your gimmick, then I think at least they know what they're getting into going over to a guy like that. You feel me? Because those are mostly the videos he does, is talking about like a bunch of random stuff that has nothing to do with their career or fighting, really. I mean, he does touch on it a little bit, but you feel me. So it's a catch-22 with that one. It is a good idea. It is a good idea. But like I say, it's a fine line too. And you know, I'll say I think he does a good job. Shout out to homie. Okay, shout out to homie. He low-key reminds me of myself. I don't want to be too shady. He low-key reminds me of myself, and I think he does a good job. I'll conclude my thoughts on him like that. I think he does a good job. Um, for sure does a good job. Soda Pop saying, I like a lot of MMA guys talk about non-MMA stuff like when you do too. It's very funny. Yeah, I know. Shout out to Soda Pop. Shout out to Soda Pop. All right, let's get this stream going. But non-MMA is good. I'm a big proponent of non-MMA stuff. I just kind of mix it all in together. You know, we keep it MMA related, but we give the people what they want to hear. We be talking about snow bunnies and all kinds of crazy stuff. So that's what we want to hear about. Anyway, let's get into this video of Michael Bisping reacting to Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Okay. Then we're going to move into Ariel Helwani's reaction to the whole thing. We're going to overlook a clip of Nikisa Bedarian, all right, at the post-fight presser. Then we're probably going to watch Andrew Tate's emergency meeting. And at the end of the stream, we are going to tap into Andrew Tate's, or not Andrew Tate, Bryce Mitchell, episode 6 or 7 of Arkansanity. We're going to watch that. And we can also break down the whole Andrei Arlovsky story now that not Chase Demoor, now that whatever his name is, Jack Doherty, issued a statement this morning. So we got quite a stream today to get into. Give me a minute. Just give me 1 minute. But shit, if anybody want to kickstart the debate, just start dropping shit in the chat. And before I'm getting started here, everybody like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Now, if you were in last night's stream, you know I was walking them down. You know I was walking them down in the stream last night. And I'm about to walk more people down today. Whoever wants to be on Ariel Helwani's side, Jake Paul's side, okay, we finna walk you boys down. With more points. With more points. Let me post to my Instagram story real quick, okay? Like I said, if you want to kickstart the debate, all you got to do is drop an opinion in the chat, and we will talk about it. Debating Jake Paul Glazers. And I really can't wait to destroy Ariel right now. I really can't wait to. I want to do it first, but Bisping contextualizes it better. Okay. Okay. I see True Silence saying, no way Arlovsky got an interview out of that. Of course he did. Of course he did. All right. So let's just listen to Michael Bisping. But I'm gonna just start it off like this and drop your opinions in the chat if you got one. But Jake Paul does not deserve respect for how he fought Anthony Joshua. Don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna help you guys make your points either until, you know, the time is right. So if you got an opinion, drop it in the chat. But I'm gonna start it off like this. Jake Paul does not deserve respect for how he fought AJ. Point blank, period. Now let's listen to Michael Bisping. Shout out to AJD asking me about the beef. AJD, it just has to be done again. It has to be done again. It has to be. And before we even get started, because, you know, this guy Guru, he gets a lot of credit, right, for being based, whatever the fuck people got to say about it. I don't even know what based means, but he ain't based, bro. He ain't based. Look at his caption up here right now. Andrew Tate humiliated. Unless he's sticking up for Andrew Tate, he just as bad as the rest of them. Okay? And I'm sorry if you guys are on Andrew Tate's ass about the loss. I'm going to contextualize it and explain it to you guys. Okay? But you shouldn't really be on Andrew Tate's ass about the loss if you're praising Jake Paul. Which Guru did, didn't he? Didn't Guru praise Jake Paul? Guru just scared to go against his own fucking audience, which is fucking spineless. I'm calling it out right now, bro. MMA Guru is too scared to go against the chat, not me. Not me, bro. You guys be calling him based all the time. Everybody be calling MMA Guru based. He ain't based, bro. He too scared to go against the chat. All he does is hype up the chat. Whatever the chat got to say, whatever that narrative is, he pushes it. Homie spineless. Homie spineless. That's all I'm going to say right now. Homie spineless, bro. Homie spineless, man. That shit already pissing me off. But what up, Miata boy? Diddy Booty Castro. My fucking Jesus Christ, homie. And then True Silence saying nah facts. Shout out to True Silence. HT saying, hey Jay, what's poppin' HT? True Silence saying Andrew did better than Jake. Hold up, maybe he didn't. True Silence, he did. You weren't in the stream last night, I don't think, True Silence. So just sit tight and enjoy, homie. You're going to enjoy this. And then you can let me know where you stand, or you can let me know where you stand sooner than that. But we are going to get into the Michael Bisping video now. I just had to get that thing off my chest about Guru, bro. Yes, based, Miata boy. You're looking at him. You're looking at him. You guys, I just want to say it one more time too. Don't go off what everybody says. Form opinions for yourself. Okay, because the narrative with Guru is that he's based. But take a good look at him and form your own opinion. You'll realize that he's not based. He fucking spineless. He fucking spineless, bro. Spineless. And you, like I say before, I'm going to say this one last thing before the Bisping video. Everything I say and do in these streams, okay, is validated by my previous streams. Okay, I don't be switching up my points. I don't be reading the chat to see the gauge of where the audience is at to appease everybody. I tell you guys exactly how I feel, and I stand 10 toes down even when you guys disagree. And I can't say the same thing about AKA Mr. Top MMA streamer, MMA Guru. I can't say the same thing about him. And if he's going to keep acting up that way, it ain't going to be good for him. It ain't going to be good for him. Let's get into it. Oh my God, Miata boy. I didn't show you none of that shit, homie. All right. Real funny though, homie. Real funny. All right, let's get started on Michael Bisping. Like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. We are live every day. but I do have a schedule update at the end of the stream for you guys, okay? Schedule update meaning my live schedule, okay, for the rest of this week. Not the topics we're going to discuss, but my schedule for the rest of this week. Okay, let's continue now.
All right, so as we know, Anthony Joshua knocked out Jake Paul at the weekend. And today we are going to talk about this. Look at that. That is insane. Now, of course, if you scroll down, readers contact AI fake image alert. I'll be honest, I just did another video. I got to
already pause it. First of all, it's AI. Shout out to HD. I noticed that with Guru too. You're correct about Guru. He doesn't go against chat. I've been on his chat. He doesn't really voice his own opinion. Yeah, bro, that shit's fucking spineless. Like, honestly, makes me want to slap the fuck out of him, HT. Makes me want to slap the fuck out of him. He an imposter, bro. He posing like he based. He not based. I'm showing you guys what's based right here. This is the fucking definition. Shout out to HT, though. And shout out Miata Boy. Jacob is based. Straight the fuck up. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, shit, that's what it's about, being based. Homie ain't based. Anyway. I wanted to say, Jake Paul literally low-key got like a mental disorder, bro. I've never seen something like this before in my life. This guy is putting up AI images, asking who he should fight next. He really think he done it. He really think he done it and he made it. And that's why we got to destroy him for the third time. Part 3. Okay, we got to destroy him again. The amount of clout chase on this kid is just absolutely ridiculous. I swear to God, I truly believe Jake Paul got some kind of mental disorder, bro. This is the fight game, and I have never seen anything like this following a loss off a performance like he had. And I'm just saying right now, your guys' intelligence should be insulted if he's getting this shit past you. Not that it's AI, not that. His narratives that like he somehow won coming out of this. Bro, you should feel insulted. Even when he says stuff like, who should I fight next? Canelo? Time to return to cruiserweight. Who should I fight? That should insult you guys. That should insult you guys. Because it insults the fuck out of me.
Another video, and I didn't even see that, right? So it is AI. But the reality is that it still could be real. There's another video out there where Jake Paul's lying in a hospital bed and his face is all swollen. And he's like, I'm okay, guys. Pray for me. Just pray for me.
I thought I would win against Anthony. But here I am with a broken jaw learning.
This is what I'm talking about. I literally think he has a mental disorder. Like, this is some weird, goofy, fucking ass shit, bro. Some goofy ass shit. Just a fucking goofball. I feel sorry for you, homie. I don't even care if you got millions of dollars. I feel sorry for you.
The hard way. I'll heal and I'll be back.
And no doubt that'll be AI as well. So I fell for it, okay? I'm a boomer, whatever you want to call it.
And then so he be posting this AI shit about his face like that, but he posts an x-ray image of a broken jaw with no name on the photo. Right? Anyone who's got an x-ray knows the name comes on that photo. If you really want to get that shadow of a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt proof, you would put your name in that picture you posted. But you guys really think, right? Because Jake Paul can make up an image of his face all busted up even though it's not real. And you guys still want to believe that Jake Paul broke his jaw because he posted a screenshot of an x-ray that doesn't even have his name on it. Now, I'm not saying Jake didn't break his jaw. But Jake Paul, there's no proof that he broke his jaw. There's no concrete proof. No concrete proof. And he's actually making fake videos, making it seem like he really broke his jaw when he didn't.
Me, okay? Listen, right? The man had his jaw broken by Anthony Joshua. He had to have teeth removed. He had surgery, okay? Apparently he's going to have a couple of plates in his face. So forgive me if I fell for the AI image where his face is swollen, okay? But the point that I was going to make on that video that I did make, that I'm now redoing, where I know I've been had by the AI, the point that I'm making still stands. Boxing is not a game. Fighting is not something you pick up and mess around with, right? If you're a fighter, if you're a boxer, if you're a mixed martial artist, right, you have to take this seriously.
I didn't mean to pause it, but since I did, what's poppin' Auto? Thanks for coming in the chat, homie. I'm having a great night. I hope you're having a great night. And I hope everyone's having a great night. Jake looks fucked up. Auto, it was AI, homie, so don't fall for it. It was AI. HT saying, I saw a YouTube video short. Someone says Jake Paul commented he is quitting professional boxing like if he was ever a pro boxer anyway. It's a real comment. Yeah, HT, I haven't seen it, but I have seen people making posts about it. And again, people's intelligence should be insulted. He's playing a game. He's doing this for likes and attention. You feel me, HT? I know the second I say that, you're like, damn, he is, isn't he? Yes, homie. Jake Paul is not retiring. But see how you're kind of being like, as if he was ever a pro boxer anyway. That stuff's besides the point. He not retiring. You feel me? He just not retiring. He's only saying that so people can post about him and keep this bullshit ass story going. It's annoying as fuck, bro. It's so disingenuous. And you guys know, I hate disingenuous shit. I hate it. It doesn't belong, bro. That's why I say numbers fucking lie, because Jake doing this stuff, getting a lot of likes off of it, but I'm telling you, he's speed running his downfall. Because I know a lot of the real people, they ain't fucking with it, just like me. And shout out Miata Boy saying, this is what happens when there's no UFC. We talk about Jake for 3 days. Yes. Yes, it is what happens, unfortunately. Okay? But I got some good stuff for you guys later. Anyway, we're going to get through this video with minimal pauses, but no promises.
And you have to respect the game. That's why when he fought Anthony Joshua, I scoffed at it. I talked a little bit of shit because of the lunacy. And I said, someone's going to end up dead. Someone can die. 10 to 13 boxers die per year. It is not a game. Now, of course, the man wants to make money and he wants to box people and he wants to entertain his fans and thrill audiences. And that's great. And God bless him. Fair play to him. The man is very, very successful. I've never talked shit about that. I've only talked about a 58-year-old Mike Tyson or fighting retired, semi-retired UFC legends and then talking about them, right? All I've ever said is box someone your own age and size. And then this thing with Anthony Joshua, I was like, this is crazy. Now let's talk about the actual fight for a second. It happened in the 6th round, and it happened in a 22-foot ring. A typical ring is 20 foot. This one was 22 foot because he wanted a bigger room to operate, a bigger space, a bigger ring, somewhere to run away and be on his bike and stay away from Anthony Joshua.
Okay, so let's actually break this down, because people are saying, we've been in the stream, right? So we were seeing in the stream recently that yes, or okay, let me put it like this. Jake Paul fought in a 22-foot ring, right? Michael Bisping saying the standard is a 20-foot ring. Now Jake Paul was also putting out this narrative that it could go up to 24 feet, right? So he picked the middle ground. I think that might be a cope. So let's find out for real. I don't know. But let's see. What size? Got to go to Google. Okay. What size ring did AJ and Dubois fight in? Very simple question. A 22-foot ring. Okay, so it's fine, I guess, that Jake Paul fought in a 22-foot ring. Okay? I didn't know. Oh, but it does say right here. So read this. Size 22 feet by 22 feet. Standard versus AJ/Dubois. Standard rings are often 20 by 20 feet. So this was slightly bigger than usual for a pro bout. Make of that what you will. Okay? The standard rings are 20 by 20. So Bisping is right. Even if Dubois and AJ fought in a 22-foot ring, it seems like somebody negotiated for that. The standard, without negotiation, is a 20-foot ring. Does that make sense to you guys? Standard, without negotiation, 20-foot ring. Somebody has to negotiate for a 22-foot ring. Okay, I just want to put that out there now for you guys.
No, I don't blame the guy. I'd have done the same thing, right? Because Anthony Joshua is gigantic and has the kind of power that could potentially do that to you, right? Maybe it's real, maybe it's AI, right? Either way, his face is going to be swollen today. That's a fact, right? The bigger ring gives you more space. Jake Paul did about 5 miles of road work, shot about 25 double leg takedowns because he didn't want to stand there and go toe to toe with him like Francis Ngannou did because he knows what would have happened, okay? And ultimately, it ended up happening anyway in the 6th round. And yeah, okay, he's going to have the street cred of standing there and say, I went 6 rounds with Joshua. He didn't go.
And what's the difference between how Francis Ngannou fought AJ and how Jake Paul fought AJ? Ngannou fought AJ like he believed he could win. And Jake Paul never did, not for 1 second of that fight. Jake Paul's whole goal was to land a couple big overhand rights and basically go out on a shield like that. The second he took a big shot. And also troll around and shoot double leg fucking takedowns and goofy ass shit. But people, you know, they do troll Francis Ngannou for that loss. I think Francis deserves more respect than Jake Paul does. Even if he got knocked out quicker. Okay? Even if he got knocked out quicker. Because it's more than just how many rounds did the guy go. What are we, idiots, bro? Are we fucking idiots? We don't have the ability to think, so we're just going to chalk it up to how many rounds somebody went? Fuck no. Fuck no. We got 2 fucking eyes, boys. We got 2 eyes. That means we don't got to listen to everything people fucking say. We could look and make judges for our own fucking self. Our own judgments.
6 rounds with Anthony Joshua. He ran around, he avoided the fight, and then ultimately got clipped, okay? They made $92 million each. Fair play. That is insane money, okay?
It's not fair play. It's not fair play. Jake Paul doesn't deserve to make that kind of money. That's the stance I'm on now. It's not fair play, bro. Jake doesn't deserve to make that kind of money, bro. But nobody wants to understand the point where it's like, bro, Jake Paul was forced to fight AJ because Jake Paul wanted to break a record and get one of the highest pay-per-view gates of all time, so to speak. I know it's on Netflix, but you get what I'm saying. He wanted to get one of the highest paydays of all time to flex that he broke records in boxing. He right behind Mayweather Pacquiao. Well, in order to do that, that's why he was going for Gervonta first. Because he needs one of the biggest draws in the sport so that he could get this payday. That's the only thing he was looking for. When Gervonta didn't work out because of the DV allegations, he went to AJ. He got forced into this spot because of the money. But nobody thinks that deeply, and it's just fucking shocking to me. But it's okay, because I'm here for you guys. I am here for you. And so it's not fair play. It's not fair play. It's a call to fucking robbery, and not the good kind of robbery. This ain't no put the ski mask on, we going in the cage, we robbing the bank. That's not what this is. That's what Floyd Mayweather did. He put the ski mask on. He robbed the motherfucking bank when he fought Conor. Okay? This is not the same thing. This is a legit fucking robbery. Jake Paul owes Netflix money back. Okay?
And before you will start, there's no jealousy here, right? You can't be jealous of other men, but we're allowed as fighters to critique things like this, what we see, right? I've been in there, I've knocked people out, I've been knocked out, I commentate fights. This is my life. This is what I talk about. Now, on this post here, let's just have a look at this real quick. Whoever this person was is laughing, I think, and they're probably laughing because it's a fake post, it's AI. But the first person that responds is Andrew Tate. Okay, 39 years old. Clearly, he got hoodwinked by the AI as well. Now, he says, why are you laughing at a man braver than you?
No, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to shed light on it.
And that is a great point. Okay, and the reason that Andrew Tate said that is because he also fought on Saturday night. He stepped in the ring at Misfits in Dubai, went up against Chase Demoor. And I got to say...
No, I am going to acknowledge it. It's not bravery, it's stupidity. There's a difference. It's not bravery, it's stupidity. Jake Paul stepping in the ring to fight AJ is exactly that tweet he reposted. It's as simple as this, bro. Would you take $92 million to get knocked out by AJ? Everybody in the world would say yes to that. Jake Paul's not brave because he took $92 million to fight AJ. Anybody in the world would say yes to that. That does not equal bravery. That equals stupidity, bro. There's a complete difference. Bravery is beyond money. Bravery means you said, fuck it all. I'm a warrior. I'm a dog. Put that x-ray on me. You're going to see a dog in my motherfucking chest. Okay? Not Jake Paul. So he not brave. I'm not going to give him that fucking credit. He not brave. I would have stepped in the ring too to fight AJ for 92 fucking million. Are we crazy? Okay? Are we crazy? I'm going to say it one more time too, so it's really solidified in people's minds. Jake Paul did the equivalent of, would you take 92 million to get knocked out by AJ? And he basically said, yes, I would. That ain't brave, bro. What up to AD? What up to True Silence? Oh, no, we already said what up to True Silence. What up to John Dong? What up to AD? Okay. What up, Juan Wick? What up to everybody? Okay.
He didn't look very good, right? But he did have the balls to step in there, right? And I do respect that. And he put a tweet out afterwards. I think it was a tweet. You know, most men worth 700 million that are 39 years old aren't doing what I did. They're out there with whores or whatever. And you know what? He's got a point. He doesn't need to do this, but he felt the need to step back in there. He wanted to thrill a competition. He was a Thai boxer. He was an ISKA world champion. And he wanted to get back in there and see if he still got it. Well, the answer is he doesn't, right? He didn't look very good. Chase Demoor didn't look very good either. The pair of them looked kind of amateurish. And Andrew Tate got tired very, very quickly.
So let's get to this point too, right? Because everybody wants to say this is the worst fight we ever seen, so we're not going to respect him. Not that easy, boys. You're not going to get this shit past me. Okay, you're not getting this shit past me. You're not getting this bitter ass hater shit past me, because people want to call me, right? It was in my comments. People want to call me a D1 hater. Okay, people want to call me a motherfucking D1 hater, and that's fine. Shit, at least they put me as D1. Okay, because I ain't no D3 hater. Shit, if anything, I'm D1. Okay, but people want to chalk it up to I'm a hater. No, everybody who's fucking hating on Andrew Tate and the fight with Chase Demoor, you guys are actual haters. I just see things the correct way. And yes, call me a narcissist. But at the end of the day, there's two camps. There's my camp and there's Ariel Helwani's camp. Which side do you want to claim to be on? Because Ariel Helwani disagrees emphatically with everything I got to say. And we're going to pull it all up. But I'm just saying, whose camp you want to be on? Okay, but let's get to this real quick, because Bisping says it was a shit fight, which it was. But everybody's saying because it's a shit fight, these guys don't deserve respect. I'm sorry. But when there's a fucking high school fight after school, right? They go behind the school, they duke it out. Little street fight between two dudes who never fought before. But guess what? No matter how sloppy it is, if they fight their heart out, if they show something you didn't know about them, their toughness, right? What happens? They get respect. It's not about how fucking pretty the fight was. It's about how much mettle and how much heart you showed. That's what it's about. So two dudes on the street could fight. It's going to look worse than this one, probably just as bad, and they get respect. Because it's not about how ugly the fight is. It's about who put their heart on the line. And Jake Paul, that's my biggest complaint with him. He didn't put his heart on the line. He stepped in that ring, never had any intentions of ever winning. If somebody enters a street fight, okay, and they enter that street fight and they never have intentions of winning, do they get respect? No, they fucking don't. And then what do they say? Oh, but how many people from school came to watch? No, shut the fuck up. That ain't how you chalk things up, because that's what people are saying about Jake Paul. But how many people came to watch him? It doesn't matter, bro. It's even worse. How many people came to watch him and he stepped in that ring and never tried to win one time? Let's continue.
But he did have the balls to step in there, so fair play to him for that. And Jake Paul did have the balls to step in there as well, so fair play to him also. But this next one, by the way, before I get to this, got to give a special mention to Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson was in Dubai as well, and he looked phenomenal. Tony Ferguson has turned back the clock. That one is a real fighter. Didn't get the finish, but dominated the fight from start to finish against his opponent. Almost got a finish right at the end of the fight, but he looked really good. He wobbled him, he hurt him. The boxing was crispy. There was nice footwork. There was a good jab on display. Couldn't be happier for Tony Ferguson. Well done to him. Hard-fought victory. Made some money. Good for him. Right. Not good for this next guy. Listen to this. This is Jake Paul's manager, Nikisa, talking about why Jake lost the fight.
I think a great.
Now, before we even get into it, before we even get into it, I know I'm probably going to insult somebody in the chat right now, and I'm sorry. We got Kevin from Chicago saying something that I'm not even sure I understand. But Kevin from Chicago saying, you contradicted yourself when you brought up stupidity earlier. If Jake fought, how you would have liked that would have been true stupidity and possibly been left with a brain bleed. Kevin from Chicago, I do get what you're saying, and it's just absolutely astonishing that you even defend Jake that way. Okay? Because what you're insinuating is Jake wasn't on the level of AJ, okay, and that Jake's not a real boxer, right? But does Jake want you to think that? Going into this fight, Kevin, does Jake want you to think that? That he's not on the level of AJ, that he's not a legit boxer, that he can't be a future champion in the sport? Does Jake Paul want you to think that going into the fight? No, that's not what he wants you to think. Because the expectation he put out there that he set is that he's a future champion in the sport. He can beat guys like Terrence Crawford, fucking Canelo, Alex Pereira, okay? That he's confident enough to beat a guy like AJ. But then you move the goalposts and you say, well, when they stepped in the ring, it would have been stupid for him to even try against AJ. So why did they even fight, homie? Why the fuck did they even fight? Of course he wasn't being brave. He was being fucking stupid. Yes, 100,000%, Kevin. Don't get me started right now. You are 100,000% wrong, homie. You're 100,000% wrong. I just had to walk you down real quick. Drop the donuts in the chat. The glazed donuts, drop them in the chat. Drop the motherfucking walking emoji in the chat because I'm walking these boys down again. Part 3. Part fucking 3. Keep it coming, Kevin. You know I love you, Kevin, and I love everybody in the chat, but I'm going to go after all of your asses right now who's on Jake Paul's side because there's only one right side on this. There's only one right side. And Kevin from Chicago coming with a new perspective, just getting walked down instantly. Walked down fucking instantly. How I fucking walk homie down, right? And the second I read the chat, I don't even have time to think about this shit. But I read that chat, boom, you're walked down. Boom, walked down. You feel me? It's insane. It takes me 0.1 seconds to think of a fucking rebuttal for you guys. Now, I wanted to say something because I paused this video. Nikisa Bedarian is going to be on the same tip as Kevin from Chicago right now, okay? Dwindling the expectation of Jake. And I got to say this. I'm going to insult some people in the chat right now. I'm sorry if you got a beard. I'm sorry if you got a receding hairline, okay? But I'm a jokester, okay? And with every joke, there's a little bit of truth, right? So here's the fucking joke with the truth. Never trust a man who wears a hat or rocks a beard. Never trust a man who rocks a hat or wears a beard. Why? Well, shit, they rocking the hat to fucking hide the receding hairline. And they rocking the beard to hide the fact that they don't got no jaw. They a catfish. Okay, you can't trust them. They catfishing off the bat. Off the back. Shout out to 4 Extra. Okay, homie got a beard on. And I'm not saying this a blanket statement, but yes, it's going to make my point right here. Homie got a beard on. He catfishing off the bat. Shave that shit off. I bet you he don't got no jawline. I bet you got some chubby cheeks. How about Hamzat? Everybody's seen the Hamzat Chimaev shaved fucking face memes, haven't you? How does Hamzat look? That boy's a catfish. That boy is a fucking catfish. Okay, we seen Aljo with no beard. We seen Connor with no beard. Okay, the gig is up. Never trust a man with a hat or a mustache. And I'm joking. Okay, but there's a little bit of truth in every joke. Okay? A little bit of truth in every joke. Shout out to everybody in here who got a receding hairline or a beard. I got love for you, okay? But we are fucking saying what we saying right now. Now let's listen to Nikisa. Fucking spin of the century right here.
Game plan and preparation.
Why Jake lost the fight?
I think a great game plan and preparation, unbelievable heart. And the reality is...
Hold on, first off, it wasn't unbelievable heart. He was dancing around, and there's no shame in that. Because we have weight classes for a reason. But it wasn't unbelievable hard, right? It was a good show. It was a great show.
Jake lost because of the size difference, not because of the skill difference.
Oh my gosh, bro. Are you kidding me? And this proves my point. You can't trust Homie. You cannot trust Homie. At least he's not wearing a hat right now because he definitely got the hairline fucked up. And, no, you know, it's all love, guys. Just let me fucking joke around. You're going to get on a comedian when he performing a comedy set, so don't get on me. This ain't no hate to you, okay? But I am hating on fucking Nikisa right now. Yeah. Saying that Jake lost because of the size, not skill. This is ridiculous, but this proves my point. Nikisa over here spinning like Jake Paul is on the same skill level of AJ. Okay, so why is Kevin from Chicago saying it would have been stupid for Jake Paul to actually try? Kevin, you are operating off a lower expectation than what Jake and his management have for himself. You're setting the bar lower than Jake even sets it for himself, homie. Because here his manager is saying right now, it wasn't a size issue, or it wasn't a skill issue, it was a size issue. Now we already know we can't trust homie, but still yet, he fucking lying. And Kevin from Chicago, no, I can't draw or grow a fucking beard. Okay, so if that's your guys' expose on me, then let it be your expose on me. I admit, cannot grow a beard. Shit, if I didn't shave for 2 weeks, there would be nothing there. It'd be less than fucking Bisping, okay? So shit, you guys can roast me all you want too. It's all good.
AJ was hanging on that neck, pushing him down. And when you have someone that heavy constantly doing...
No, he wasn't. Jake Paul was shooting in on takedowns constantly. Constantly. Jake Paul was the one clinching up, not AJ. What the fuck are we doing? Dog-faced liar. Dog-faced liar. Drop the dog emojis in the chat for this dog-face ass fucking liar. This dog-faced fucking gremlin. Straight looks like a gremlin. Look at Bisping. Still my king. Much love to you, Kevin. You know I love you guys. All right, let's continue this motherfucker right now.
That it does suck the energy out of you.
So Jake Paul lost because of the skill difference, not the size difference. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, insult this guy. I'm not, but the size difference. So Jake Paul lost because of the skill difference, not the size difference. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, insult this guy. I'm not. But I'm as a fighter, as a former fighter, as someone that's very experienced in the world of mixed martial arts and combat sports in general, right? This is a crazy shout. He lost because he was smaller. He lost because of the size difference. He also lost because he had no business being in there with him. Anthony Joshua is by far a better boxer. Of course he is. You know this. Watch it. Every one of you watching this knows that. I know that. The whole world knows that. And of course, this guy's his manager, so he's got to spin it. But there is a reason why we have managers. We have managers to protect us from ourselves. To say, hold on a minute, that's crazy. Don't box Anthony Joshua. You might leave in a coffin. But this guy now afterwards is defending it still and saying he lost because he got tired. He did get tired. And there was a lot of clinching.
Hold on. We got to fucking pause it for a second. In other words, this dog-face ass gremlin who you can't trust, Nikisa Bedarian, basically let Jake go in there, nearly get killed. We all fucking know it. He would let Jake go in there, nearly get killed, risk his fucking life. Apparently, he got a fucking double broken jaw. I'm going to use that to make my point, especially because Jake could be lying about all this shit. So yeah, all your lies, Jake, I'm going to use to make my point too, because fuck you, okay? But Nikisa Bedarian was willing to let Jake Paul go in there and get potentially killed. People died this year. People died this year in that motherfucking ring. Okay, Nikisa Bedarian, his job is to protect Jake from himself, like Bisping said. No, because Nikisa Bedarian wants that fucking bread. He let Jake go in there and almost get killed, bro. Almost get fucking killed, and he should have been. Not fucking flatline, but he should have got his ass knocked out even worse. Even worse. And I don't fucking mince my words. I mean that shit. That ain't no hyperbole. Jake should have been knocked out worse. Okay, but Nikisa let him do that. Now what's Nikisa doing? Counting his fucking dollars. Did Nikisa step in that fucking ring? No. Did Nikisa look out for Jake? No. Did Nikisa make that money? Yes. Does Nikisa have a beard with no jawline? Yes. He a fucking catfish, bro. He ain't who he acts like he is because he acts like he fucking cares about Jake, right? No, he cares about making $1 off Jake. Jake should fire this fucking scoundrel. Dana White was right about Nikisa Bedarian. He a fucking scoundrel, and this proves it. Bisping saying it without even saying it. He not getting on Nikisa's ass like that, but I will. Nikisa let Jake risk his fucking life to pad his own pockets. And no, I'm not talking about pad Jake's pockets. I'm talking about Nikisa's pockets.
But the clinching was from Jake Paul, from him shooting, from him actually getting double underhooks, from him doing anything he could when Anthony Joshua moved forward to stop the punches being thrown. When you're clinching, you can't throw punches. And the referee should have got in there a lot quicker as well. But for this guy to be blaming it on the size only and not the skill is insane. And whilst Jake Paul goes off to hospital and has to have surgery, and yeah, those AI images are probably bullshit and all the rest of it, right? He's sitting there counting his money. Listen, Jake Paul's made loads of money. He's had lots of big lucrative fights, and he probably will continue to have more. And I wish him the best of luck. I really do. Just box someone your own size, not a 35er, not a super heavyweight, not a two-time world champion, okay, or a gold medalist at the Olympics. Fight a cruiserweight and fight someone up and coming. Simple as that, right? And then everyone will give him a ton of respect.
This is all the stuff I've been saying for weeks. All the stuff I've been saying for weeks. And Bisping also said something a few seconds ago that also made... Oh, the referee. How Bisping says the referee should have stepped in sooner and put a stop to all Jake's fucking clinching in that fight. Yeah, he should have been. And guess who said that during the fight? During my fucking... commentary, me, okay? And I know people want to disrespect Phil Rowe and say, because I showed a clip of Phil Rowe yesterday who had the same take as me. But shit, you all know, nobody can disagree with the GOAT, Michael Bisping. Okay, this Michael Bisping right here. Now, yes, he does have beta male takes sometimes, but shit, it's Michael Bisping, okay? You got to respect the man's fucking takes with this Jake Paul fight right now. He got no dog in the race. And that's why I don't really want to listen to fucking Kamaru Usman. Because some people are afraid to talk negatively. Okay? They just want to be positive. They don't want to put that shit out there. That shit low-key annoying as fuck, bro. When there's some bullshit going on, you call that shit out. Point blank, period. But yes, there are lots of fighters who aren't talking trash on Jake because they're trying to preserve their relationships. AKA Tim Welsh. Who's Sean O'Malley sponsored by? Jake Paul, right? And his fucking deodorant company? Yes, he did. Or yes, he is. So what? Tim Welsh gonna maintain that relationship, right? He's not gonna go too in on Jake Paul because his fighter's sponsored by him. Okay? And Miata Boy, no, I didn't get to watch that video. I was meaning to watch it today. It crossed my mind, Miata Boy, but I had to get shit going so I could hop on stream early today. I got on here at 6 o'clock today. But Miata Boy, I'm gonna watch that shit for sure. I mean, if you can send me the link or something on TikTok or whatever, I'm gonna watch it because I don't know the name of the documentary, but I'm gonna look it up on my own time. All right, let's continue. Sorry for the side note. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Keep on fucking dropping your opinions.
And just going back to the fight in Dubai for a second, Amir Khan was there. And Amir Khan, as we know, I think he got the silver medal at the Olympics representing Great Britain. Here is what he had to say.
I know the fight's still going on. Andrew Tate and Chase Demoor, but you're walking out, man. What's going on?
This is some pile of shit. I'm telling you, I've seen guys that give it the big ones. I mean, no disrespect. Look, bro, I don't know if it's the dancing partner, but I am horribly like, you know what I mean? It's just... Bro, like, there's no punches are being thrown. It's just hugging and... I mean, look, I'm a fighter, so I should never talk bad about other fighters, but Fahad, let me ask you, what do you think of this? Is this a fight?
So that's the interesting part there from Amir Khan. He said, I'm a fighter, so I shouldn't talk bad about other fighters. But he's got to call it as he sees it as well. It was kind of a load of shit. It wasn't good. It wasn't skillful. And that's kind of the same thing why I say the stuff about Jake Paul. It's not like I've got some big personal vendetta. I said in one of the videos last week, he's a bit of a tit, okay? And that kind of sums it up perfectly. I don't lose any sleep over this guy. He doesn't lose sleep over me. Probably thinks, why does this dickhead keep attacking me? It's only because of the nonsensical, the farcical fights that he continues to put on. And he's a big star. There's big news, there's big traffic, and then gets good views, right? But hearing Amir Khan sitting there talking about how he should have on other fighters, but he couldn't help himself because it was a bit of a show. I echo those same sentiments. Now, Darren Till, Darren Till was there, and Darren Till said he had to walk out.
I consider myself one of the best striking martial artists on the world.
This is like weird because Bisping included this as like a part of Darren Till's reaction to the Jake Paul fight. No, this is Darren Till's reaction to the Andrew Tate fight. But so it's kind of this little segment that he's doing right here. It doesn't make any sense. And let me read out 2 chats real quick. America First saying MMA Zone gave you a shout and dropped the link. Shout out to America First. Thank you for letting me know that. Yes, people are clipping up the Joaquin Buckley interview, and I'm loving it. I always love it when they do that. Okay, it makes me happy on the inside, America First. And thanks for sharing that with the chat right now. Shout out to MMA Zone, okay, for doing that for us. That shows we did a good job in that interview. Kevin from Chicago telling me he's fully bricked up at this juncture. Shit, I understand, Kevin. I completely understand, homie. My man, Kevin. Miata Boy. Bisping 99.99% of the time has bad takes along with DC, Cruz, Joe Rogan, and a few others. Honestly, Miata Boy, you know I'll admit when I'm wrong. You know I'll admit when I'm wrong. And shit, you right. You right. Bisping does always have bad takes. But this one, it's of my opinion that he's on the money. So make of that what you will. I agree with you guys. Bisping, 99.99% of the time, he does have bad takes. Okay, so allow me to take that one back. But at this juncture, shout out to Kevin from Chicago, I think Bisping's perspective on this Jake Paul fight is on the money. Of course I do, because it agrees with me. Make of that what you will. And then Miata Boy saying he's going back. I'm not even going to plug wherever he's going. But shout out to Miata Boy. I'll see you in a bit. And yes, everybody like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed.
A pair of
shout out to HT
like that call me out, and I'm sat ringside. I have to leave because it disrespects everything I believe in, everything I've
shout out to drunk ass Darren.
What am I watching? I'm actually unlearning as I'm watching.
Now remember, there was a bit of a situation where Darren Till might actually fight Andrew Tate or Chase Demoor or some of the other people because he does box on Misfits. Keep both of those guys, Andrew Tate and Chase Demoor, even though he's not a heavyweight, keep them away from Darren Till. Darren Till left. He gave his thoughts on the fight. Looked like he'd had a few beers to me.
Are you intoxicated?
But hey, God bless him. He's on a boys' night out in Dubai with the lads. Have a few beers, enjoy yourself. Darren Till would have smoked the absolute pair of them. It's simple as that. He would have knocked them out cold, flatlined, simple as that. There it is. There's my thoughts. I mean, I know I was had off by the AI image. I was, okay? It was AI, but it could be real. It could have been real because he did step in there with Anthony Joshua. And that is the type of that can go wrong. Anyway, what do you think about everything what I just said? In the comment section, please subscribe, ring the bell if you want to, all that good stuff. I appreciate all the support on the channel. 725,000.
Okay, so there you... Miata Boy telling me to pull up Lucas Tracy. Motherfucking Miata Boy. It's quarter zip season, boys. Get your quarter zips. Get your quarter zips in. The women love them. Okay? Free game. Go get your quarter zips, boys. The women love them. They're in season right now. Okay? Shit, up your game, up your professionalism a little bit. Go get yourself a quarter zip, boys. I'm just trolling. My mom bought me this shit. Shout out my mom. Miata Boy, I'll pull up Lucas Tracy in a minute, but we finna stay on topic right now, okay? But yes, we are in shambles. I'll be the first to admit it. We are in shambles, okay? With no MMA, we are in shambles. Or no UFC in particular. Okay, now let's get into... there's so many things, man. There's so many things. Now Nikisa saying some bullshit, which I don't even care about. But Nikisa, I'll read the quote just because it's at the top of my timeline. I'm kind of glad Jake didn't win. And I know that may sound harsh, but imagine if Jake Paul beat Anthony Joshua. What would be the motivation to continue to get better? Jake always says the best lessons or the best wins are from your losses. And I believe that happened with Tommy Fury. And I 100% believe that happened here. This dude is just like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, I wouldn't trust this guy with anything, bro. I wouldn't leave. I don't got no kids, but I wouldn't leave my kids with this guy. I wouldn't leave my kids with this guy. Dude's a scoundrel. And you know, if you a good judge of character, you know that this dude's a scoundrel. Even with what he's saying here, these words, this mashup of words that he just put together to cope with the Jake Paul loss. No, homie. It doesn't matter what you think, Nikisa, because you let Jake go in there against AJ and get fucking potentially killed. Why? To pad your fucking pockets. Why do I say that? Because it was your job in the first place to not let Jake Paul step in there. Your job in the first place. But this is all your guys' fault because you wanted to get the second highest grossing event in boxing history right behind Mayweather and Pacquiao. Never forget it. They had that money locked in with the Tank fight. They thought they had something. Oh, we're going to do this Tank fight. We're going to fucking highway robbery. It's going to be a decent matchup because Tank's smaller than me. As soon as they pulled out of that Tank fight, okay, who were they reaching out to? Terrence Crawford and shit like that. And Ngannou. They didn't want AJ, but they knew AJ was going to have to be one of the options because there's only so many boxers who could fucking take that fight to get him the payday he was already secured on Netflix. The Netflix slot was already locked in when he pulled out of the fucking Tank fight. Yes, Jake pulled out of the Tank fight. Tank didn't pull out of that fight. If you know, you know. I'm not going to waste my breath. You guys are all supposed to be hardcores, right? You should know. Go to my bookmarks. Let's start with this one. Oh, no, not this one. This one. Let's read dumbass fucking Ariel's opinion here. The outrage after Jake x AJ seems to come from two groups, people with unrealistic expectations and virtue signalers. Do you want to know the groups of people who I think are defending Jake and AJ? I think it's people who are directly involved in the production, aka Ariel. I think it's fighters who are too scared to go against other fighters and are using this fraternity mindset. Okay? And I think it's a lot of uneducated fans who rely on X to form opinions for them. And they don't got two legs to stand on. Okay? That's who I think is defending Jake. Since Ariel wants to make all these fucking opinions right here. And let's break it down. People with unrealistic expectations. Again, for the millionth time, guys, it's not an unrealistic expectation to have believed that Jake Paul could have stepped in there against AJ and actually competed to try to win. That's not an unrealistic expectation. It's crazy how much the goalpost is being moved. That is the expectation Jake Paul set. That is the expectation Jake Paul set. Jake Paul, for the millionth time, I'm going to keep saying it, for the millionth time, Jake Paul made people think that he was on the level of a Terrence Crawford, a Canelo, an Alex Pereira, an AJ. Okay, he makes people think he could become a world champion in boxing. Okay, where is the unrealistic expectation? This is the expectation he's been setting. It's not an unrealistic expectation. In fact, Ariel, what the truth really is here, Ariel, is you never believed in Jake, and you just admitted it subconsciously. You never believed in Jake, even though Jake has basically begged and pleaded with everyone in the community, believe in me. I'm who I say I am. I'm who I say I am. Believe in me. I could beat Canelo. I could beat Crawford. Because what happens in those fights? What happens in those fights? It's still going to be unrealistic expectations to think he could beat them. That's what he's claiming to be. How are you going to get the fight and you're not it's going to be a foregone conclusion that you're going to lose? Of course you're going to get the fight because people think you're going to win it. Because you think you could be competitive. So this is bullshit. Unrealistic expectations. Ariel, you admit that you never believed in Jake. And honestly, Jake should be more on my side. At least I believed in his ass. Not that he could have beat AJ, but that he had a chance to. Because that's what he was putting out there. And I hopped on the fucking train to go along with what he's saying because he would fucking scream it and yell it to anyone that would listen. And now the second he loses to AJ, oh, those expectations are unrealistic. Bullshit, bro. Then Ariel, you're just admitting right now to selling wolf tickets all week, bro. Why didn't you say this shit? Why did you say, Jake Paul got no chance of beating AJ? Jake Paul got no chance of beating AJ. Someone find me that clip. of Ariel scoffing at this matchup and saying Jake Paul got no chance at beating AJ. He didn't. He didn't. And the only reason why Ariel Helwani is defending this is because he was a part of the production, number one. And number two, he wants to save his relationship with Jake. Sucking up to a grown-ass fucking 45-year-old man, however fucking old he is, sucking up to a 28, 29-year-old. Grown-ass man sucking up to a 28, 29-year-old. Grown-ass fucking man sucking up to a 28, 29-year-old for interviews. Grown-ass fucking man right here. What's a virtue signaler? Let's find out what a virtue signaler is. A pejorative neologism for the expression of a moral viewpoint with the intent of communicating good character, frequently used to suggest that the person is more concerned with appearing virtuous than with actually supporting the cause or belief in question. So basically, the same shit he's saying about people being virtue signalers with Jake Paul is what Ariel did with Andrew Tate. That's what Ariel did with Andrew Tate, because he hated on Andrew Tate, even though the Andrew Tate fight and the Jake Paul fight is the same type of fucking narrative. Okay? Two guys claiming to be something they're not. Okay? But Ariel's on Andrew Tate's ass for that, right? He not on Jake Paul's ass for that, right? Because why? Because Ariel has the intent of communicating good character. He wants to be on the right side of the Andrew Tate beef, right? He wants to be the one who's morally correct with the whole Andrew Tate thing, because a lot of people hate on him. And it's actually harder to be on my side defending Andrew Tate. Ariel's the fucking virtue signaler. It's crazy that he's calling people virtue signalers when he's virtue signaling. It's harder to be on the side I am right now. Again, no, it's actually easy for me, but the correct side is being against Jake Paul. And the correct side is being respectful towards Tate. I'll keep explaining it, but shit. We're going to listen to Ariel right now, this 4-minute fucking rant. But before we do, if you knew what you were getting into, it was an entertaining fight. There's really not much to be upset about. Boxing is on Netflix. Fighters are getting massive opportunities, and there were big moments. It was a spectacle, simple as that. This is just a fucking D3 cope. This ain't even a D1 cope. This is a D3 cope. At least people call me a D1 hater. Okay? This dude not even good at coping. D3 fucking cope. Let's listen to this dumbass, bro. Shout out to HT saying, chat, that don't understand or agree with Jacob's take so far can analyze post/pre MMA commentary and fights as deep as Jacob can. Facts. Go look at all the pre-commentary and the post-commentary and see how much I'm switching up my stance. See how much I'm virtue signaling. This dude virtue signaling. He glazed the fuck out of the Jake Paul fight. And now he's over here calling it a spectacle. He glazed the fuck out of it. This dude, rewind the fucking tape. This dude's the only person who fake right now. On screen, this dude, Ariel Helwani, the only one that's fucking fake. Okay? I dare you guys to go back and find the footage of me being fake about my words. This dude is. Shouldn't even comment on this shit. God, I'm so pissed off.
First things first, I do believe that the way in which you feel about
First things first, I do believe. Oh my God, dude, we got a rat on the screen. Little fucking mouse boy.
this fight on the Monday after depends on how you felt about it going in. And what I mean by that is, if you were expecting Ali Frazier.
No, it doesn't matter how I felt about it going in. It matters the standard that Jake set, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. It doesn't matter what I thought. It's the standard that Jake Paul set. It's the fact that Jake Paul got the second highest payday in boxing history behind Mayweather Pacquiao, and he didn't fucking fight to win. That's what it's all about, bro. You don't get that kind of money just for nothing. And yeah, you better be on your hands and knees fucking crawling to pick up your mouthpiece, just like Mike Tyson. If you're gonna get all the way up there just to get your ass beat, you better really get your ass beat.
if you were expecting Gotti Ward, if you were expecting Canelo Crawford, if you were expecting the best of the best, perhaps because you don't know much about boxing, or perhaps because you fell for whatever promotional tactics or anything like that, if you were expecting high-level boxing, a firefight akin to some of the great fights over the past couple decades.
This dude is actually doing a good job of trying to get people, okay? Man, he's doing a good job, and I'm just going to call it all out. Let's rewind it.
Emotional tactics or anything like that. Much about boxing.
If you don't know much about boxing, right? If you don't know much about boxing, it doesn't matter what I know about boxing. It's not about me. Stop putting it on me, homie. It's about Jake Paul. It's about the fact that Jake Paul got this opportunity against AJ with all this money, a headliner on Netflix, and he didn't deserve it. If you get an opportunity like that, if you get propped up in the ring like that, you better be able to fucking hang. Is that so hard to understand? Is that so hard to understand? If you get propped up in the ring, you better be able to hang. Point blank, period. It's not about what I thought. Jake Paul got himself into that position. He talked himself into that position, and he couldn't hang. That's what the problem is. And not only could he not hang, he didn't even have the warrior spirit to go along with it. So that's one thing. Ariel saying, if you don't really know boxing, it has nothing to do with you or me or any of the fans. It has to do with Jake.
Or perhaps because you fell for whatever promotional tactics or anything like that.
No, we didn't fall for any promotional tactic. Jake Paul set a standard for himself that he's been begging people to believe in for years. Okay? You got to fucking eventually co-sign him to some degree. All right? He gets this AJ fight, and he gets fucking the second highest payday in history, bro. This is all it's about right now. He gets the second highest payday in history. And he fights like that. It's not about the promotional tactic. It's about what he fucking did in there.
If you were expecting high-level boxing, a firefight akin to some of the great fights over the past couple decades.
And again, one fucking second. Again, another one trying to sneak it by. This guy really stayed up all night. This guy stayed up all night. That's fine, Miata boy. That's fine. We're going to get through it. We're going to get through it. This guy must have stayed up all night trying to make his points. Okay, talking about, what did he say just now? Something along the lines of, if you were expecting an elite high-level fight, right? That's not what I was expecting. That's not what I was expecting. Like I already said, Andrew Tate's fight was super trash, okay? Super trash. And did I say I respect him? Yes, I did. Why? Because he showed his warrior spirit, even if it was a trash-ass fight. It has nothing to do with a world-class fight. So this guy's moved the goalposts 3 times now. 3 times now. And keep in mind, he's the one who worked for this fight. He's the one who worked for it. If he really didn't believe in it, if he really thought it was all bullshit, why would he even want to involve himself in it?
Darren, stuff like that, Hagler Hearns. If you were expecting that, you were obviously disappointed. Because
No, I was expecting Jake to fight his heart out. I was expecting Jake to not shoot 20 takedowns. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting Jake, if he got hurt, to show his warrior spirit. That's what I was expecting, you fucking idiot.
was no way that this fight was going to live up to that. There was no way. Just given who was fighting, given the fact that Jake has, going into the fight, 13.
It didn't have to live up to anything but the standard Jake Paul set for himself. It didn't have to live up to anything but the standard Jake Paul set for himself, homie.
13 fights on his resume, and Anthony is who he is. There was a massive discrepancy in terms of skill, size, height, weight, reach, resume, years in the game, everything. Everything was in Anthony's favor. So if you were expecting that kind of fight, you were obviously disappointed. The other group of people who are disappointed, so there's 2 groups. There's fans who maybe were, convinced that this was going to be something else. And then there's media who, for whatever reason, every time Jake Paul fights, feel like they have to virtue signal either to other promoters or to a community and fan base and say this was a sham, this was fixed, this was a black eye, this was the demise, this was the death, this was this, that, and the other. That's what they.
And before this fight, was I saying all that stuff? No, I actually was excited for the fight. Before this fight, I was actually excited for it. I wasn't trashing the fight. I wasn't saying shit about it. I was excited for it. I was like, damn, Jake Paul might beat AJ. This is going to be crazy. Okay? Jake Paul, although he a dead man walking, he could do it because of the stage AJ's at in his career. So no, just for the record about this whole virtue signaling thing, I'm not one of these people who was going to hate on the Jake Paul fight regardless. That ain't me. That ain't me.
They have to do. And then there's another group of people who knew exactly what it was from the get-go, who knew that, you know, Jake Paul is still a novice boxer, who knew that he was biting off more than he could chew, who knew that, hey, he wasn't forced to fight Anthony Joshua. There was no matchmaker who said, hey, you must fight this guy next or else. No, they knew that he picked Anthony Joshua for whatever reason. Obviously, he can't fight Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. on Netflix. Netflix isn't going to be interested in that.
He's fucking leaving out the truth about the part where Jake Paul was already guaranteed the second highest payday in boxing history. Yes, you have to fucking provide some type of elite level competition. It couldn't be Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But Ariel not going to mention this shit, bro. That's why you guys can't trust a guy like this. He's literally trying to make a point to you guys while leaving out the most glaring details. There's an exact reason why AJ had to fight Jake, Ariel, and you know that exact reason why, but you're not going to say it. Let's see you start stuttering or some shit like that because you're really doing mental gymnastics to make your point.
Only a certain caliber of fighter that they're going to be interested in. So a Ryan Garcia and Anthony Joshua, Terrence Crawford versus Jake, a Tank Davis would make sense. So he only has, you know, a certain amount of fighters that he could choose from. The pool isn't as deep as if he was fighting on DAZN. So you knew once he picked Joshua that, okay, the deck was stacked against him. The odds should have been greater. We said this all week long. We said this all throughout the buildup. It should have been, you know, negative 20,000 in favor of Joshua to be the favorite. And it was going to take, you know, a real crazy circumstance for Jake to pull off the victory. If you are one of those people who knew exactly what you were getting, I would actually imagine that you walked away from that fight on Friday thinking to yourself, you know what? I actually think that delivered. I was actually okay with that. And I will say, and yes, I was working the broadcast, and yes, I was working for Netflix, and yes, you may say I'm flying a little bit too close to the sun, and that's totally okay. I walked away from that thinking, I thought that that was entertaining. I thought that Jake actually earned people's respect. And again, I don't really know what people are saying online, but he hung in there for 6 rounds when most people said he's not going to make it past the first round or 30 seconds or 1 minute, 2 minutes. He went 6. Were there moments where it looked like he was hanging on for dear life? Absolutely. Were there moments where it was like, yeah, you shouldn't be trying to take the guy down or you shouldn't be hanging on as much as you were hanging on? Absolutely. Were there moments where he actually cracked him with a couple of shots? Yes, as well. In the end, he lasted 6 rounds with a former 2-time heavyweight unified champion, with an Olympic gold medalist, with someone who may not be in his prime, but is not so far out of his prime to where it's like one of those fights where it's, you know, Jake versus Mike Tyson from last year. And so as I'm watching it, I'm sitting there ringside, and I actually watched it yesterday on Netflix, and I'm thinking to myself, it's actually 2 different fights. When you're sitting there ringside, and I know I'm blessed to be sitting there that close, I was captivated the entire time because I thought at any moment, AJ, who is built like a Greek god, as he said, could take his head off. Some of those right hooks, some of those left hooks, some of those uppercuts, some of those jabs looked like they were that close to making him fly, make Jake Paul fly into the 5th row. And so the whole time, you're just sitting there waiting for it to happen.
What a fucking idiot. This guy's just bad for the sport. Just bad for the sport, man. Just bad for the sport.
So far out of his prime, champion with an Olympic gold medalist. Were there moments where he actually cracked him with a couple of shots? Yes, as well. In the end, he lasted 6 rounds with a former 2-time heavyweight unified champion with an Olympic gold medalist, with someone who may not be in his prime, but is not so far out of his prime.
The bottom line is you don't put together a fight that no one has a chance in winning. You just simply don't put it together. And you definitely don't fucking give him the second highest payday in boxing history for it either. You just don't do that. Point blank, period. You can make all the excuses you want, make all the reasons you want. Point blank, period. I'm done wasting my breath on fucking dumbass Ariel. Let's hear this one because I feel some type of way about this one, right? Ariel saying, is it fair to say that after all the debates we've had about this topic over the years, the greatest fraud check of all time happened Saturday when Andrew Tate lost to Chase Demoor? Nah, bro, the greatest fraud check happened fucking on Saturday or on Friday when Jake Paul never tried to beat AJ once. Do you guys see how Ariel is actually virtue signaling here? Because clearly Ariel's okay with a guy advertising himself to be something he's not and completely undelivering in the ring, right? We just got done listening to Ariel say that. He's completely fine with Jake Paul fake advertising himself to be somebody he's not because he knew it was going to be a spectacle because he's smarter than that, right? We had this conversation last night. Well, then if Ariel was smart enough to know that Jake Paul didn't stand a chance against AJ, Ariel should have been smart enough to know that Andrew Tate, right, coming off of 5 years out of the ring, 39 years old, may not have performed, right? He may have had some ring rust. Okay, it may have been an ugly performance. Ariel should have known that shit too, but he didn't. He giving Andrew all the credit basically that I'm giving Jake Paul. Here's the difference though. Jake Paul been training his ass off. He been active. Okay, Jake Paul deserved to have more of the credit and to be called a fraud check than Andrew Tate. The Andrew Tate fight, everybody knew what they were getting into with that one. Nobody knew what they were getting into with Jake Paul and AJ. You did, but you didn't. Because why? Jake Paul's been training. He got all the fucking recovery, training, money can buy. He been active. Andrew Tate, not been active. He's also 39 years old. How old's Jake Paul? 28, 29.
You guys describe Andrew Tate's performance. And is it fair to say, guys, legitimately, is it fair to say that of all the discussions we've had over this topic over the course of the year and throughout our lives as combat sports, whatever you want to call us, pundits, journalists, whatever the hell it is you want to call us, is it fair to say that the greatest fraud...
I want to finish my point real quick before he gets into the greatest fraud check of all time. So why is Ariel a virtue signaler? With all that being said, right, why is Ariel a virtue signaler? If he's going ahead and getting on Andrew Tate for how he lost to Chase Demoor, calling it a fraud check, false advertisement, right? But he doesn't have the balls to say fraud check and false advertisement to Jake Paul. So why is Ariel virtue signaling? Well, because we all know that Andrew Tate got that whole toxic masculinity thing going on, right? We all know that, right? And for some reason, it rubs beta males the wrong way. I'm sorry if you're getting a shot right there. But for some reason, it rubs beta males the wrong way. Okay, so what's Ariel trying to do? He's virtue signaling to be on the correct side here and to be against Andrew Tate. He virtue signaling. But like I already told you guys, he's completely okay with people false advertising who they really are. He's completely okay with it because he just co-signed Jake for it. The only reason why he's on Andrew Tate's ass right now is because of Andrew Tate's masculinity shit and Ariel just as bad as fucking MMA guru type shit. He going with the narratives. He not really saying what he feels, right? He going with the narratives. So that's why Ariel's virtue signaling. It's just so funny to me. Calling people virtue signalers who are backing up Jake Paul, but here he is virtue signaling, hating on Andrew Tate. Here's the difference too for people who weren't in the stream last night. Andrew Tate fought Chase Demoor believing he could win. He did lose, but he fought Chase Demoor believing he could win. He never gave up. Jake Paul never fought to win for 1 second in that Anthony Joshua fight, and he gave up.
Check of all time happened on Saturday when Andrew Tate lost to Chase Demoor.
It's an interesting philosophical question, because if you wrap in the persona part of it, then yes, like that's pretty.
This
damning.
might be the quintessential fraud check, because his whole thing is
world champion.
yes,
500.
alpha male, the man, commenting on other fighters, and the best part is the cope. And look, man, whole thing is
world champion.
yes,
500.
alpha male.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Trust me, it rubs a lot of beta males the wrong way, the way Andrew Tate does his thing. Look at Ariel. First thing, you're bringing up alpha male. Yeah, alpha male. And when he went in that ring, he didn't give up on himself. He looked like a shit fighter, but he acted like an alpha male. He stood on business. He stood toe-to-toe with fucking Chase Demoor. He gassed after the second round, and he never quit. But what would Ariel know about being an alpha male? What the fuck would this fucking scoundrel-ass fucking mouth breather know about being an alpha male? He knows nothing about being an alpha male. Nothing about it. 99% of people who he walks by would fucking take that ass. I'm going to say that again. 99% of people Ariel walks by on the street on a daily basis are taking that ass. Okay? My man goes into the grocery store. Everybody in the grocery store beating his ass. My man goes to the gym. Everybody in the gym beating his ass. My man goes to work. Everybody at work beating his ass. These two dudes beating his ass. But what the fuck you know about being an alpha male? Nothing.
The man, commenting on other fighters, and the best part is the cope. And look, I have respect for every.
How many fighters has Jake Paul commented on? How many fighters has Jake Paul commented on? How many times has Jake Paul said that he's the man? He's the man. He's the man. I could beat AJ. Give me Alex Pereira. Give me Canelo. Give me Crawford. Give me Usyk. Ariel, you're just making yourself look so terrible.
One who steps through the ropes. I don't care if it's misfits, amateur, pro, you're a veteran, you're a rookie. But him trying to break it down like what he did against Chase and what Jake did against Anthony are two of the same things is hilarious to me. Like to describe Chase in the same breath, with all due respect, as Anthony freaking Joshua. Like you went in there against Chase Demoor, Misfits champion. Jake went in there against Anthony Joshua. These two things are not like each other. Completely not like each other.
Yeah, they're completely different. And yet here you are comparing the two. It's about your fighter's spirit, period. Point blank, period. It's not about, like I told you guys, two kids in high school fighting after school. They both suck at fighting, but they both fight their heart out. They both deserve respect. Point blank, period. And what did Andrew Tate do? What did Chase Demoor do? They look like two fucking high schoolers fighting after school who never fought a day in their life, but they fought their heart out. They never gave up, and that deserves respect. That's all this is about. Okay? It doesn't matter that Jake Paul stepped in there against a guy way tougher than him, because that's what Jake stepped into. So if you're going to step into it, if you're going to get all that money, then you better fight your heart out. You better fight to win. You better at least show your fucking mettle, your warrior spirit. But what the fuck does Ariel know about any of this? Ariel is like the worst person to ever be a journalist in MMA. I swear to God. This has been such a downfall in MMA, having this guy as the biggest voice for like MMA media. It's such a downfall. This fucking beta male, this weasel, this fucking pussy. Unbelievable. And then he has an audience that actually listens to him, but I think it's a minuscule audience. It's probably all bots anyway. There's no way people actually listen to him. Anyone in the chat listen to Ariel? Just trying to get a fucking room temperature here. Anyone in the chat listen to Ariel?
It was, he should have never taken this fight. If there was any sort of like each other, completely not like each other, it was, he should have never taken this fight. If there was any sort of doubt about him winning, he should have never taken this fight.
Well, Jake Paul should have never taken the fight either. Jake Paul should have never taken the fight, homie, but you don't say that, do you? Because there was no chance of Jake Paul winning, right? You just said if there's any chance of him losing to Chase Demoor, he should have never taken that fight. Well, how about if there's any chance of Jake Paul losing to AJ, or if Jake Paul had any chance to beat AJ, he shouldn't have taken the fight. Not if Jake Paul had any chance to beat AJ, but being the fact that Jake Paul has zero chance of beating AJ, he shouldn't have taken the fight either. he should not have taken the fight either.
And now he's going online and he's doing the babyface thing of like, you have to live. And I'd rather try and fail. No, that's not who you are. Your persona has nothing to do with failure. Your persona is about winning. Your persona is about achieving wealth and success. Your persona is not about trying and, hey, if you don't succeed, you gave it the old college try. That is.
Nah. Again, look at him trying to spin it. I don't know why the shit that Andrew Tate says pisses off so many fucking people. But it's like, Andrew Tate I don't think he's ever necessarily sold the idea. It's not like I listen to him religiously, but I don't think Andrew Tate sells the idea that if you try and don't succeed, you're a fucking failure in life. I mean, that's the worst advice I could ever hear. Nah, you should try. And yeah, you might fail, but at least you tried. And that's exactly what Andrew Tate's been saying after the fight. Yeah, I failed, but at least I tried. And Ariel's trying to make this out to be some negative thing. Everybody in the chat right now, you might fail at what you try at, but you should still try it. Because what's Ariel really saying here? What am I really saying here? You shouldn't be afraid of failure. Okay, that's my piece of advice for you guys. You shouldn't be afraid of failure. Failure should not be the reason why, fear of failure should not be the reason why that you get prevented from doing something. Okay? But keep listening, not that I think any of you guys do, but keep listening to this fucking idiot right here. Okay? Talking about, oh, he shouldn't have even tried if he was gonna fail. What the fuck? No, you should still try. You should still try. You shouldn't let fear of failure stop you from trying something. But look at him trying to make his points, man. Look at him trying to make his points. And listen, if I had bullshit ass points like Ariel has, you boys would have been dropped it in the chat. You would have been dropped it in the chat. If I had any of these bad points Ariel has, it would have been so easy.
Is the antithesis of everything that you have spewed over the past 5 or so years. So miss me with the like, I'm proud of myself for trying. And I went in there against the champion who's really good. No, you didn't. You went in there and you looked awful and you failed.
He looked awful and he failed. That's true. But did he fucking give up? No. Did Jake Paul give up? Yeah. And does everything you said about Andrew Tate apply to Jake Paul? Yeah. But do you co-sign Jake Paul? Yeah. It's crazy, bro. What's the difference between these two? What's the difference between Jake Paul and Andrew Tate? Oh, Andrew Tate's toxic masculinity. What is Ariel's biggest argument as to why he's hating on Andrew Tate right now? Because of his toxic masculinity. You guys literally can't make this shit up. You literally can't make this shit up. Look at this beta male. Getting his ass took twice on Sunday. Twice on Sunday and every other day of the week, this guy getting his ass fucking took. Look at him. That's the face he makes. This is the face he makes when he's getting his ass took. Yeah, this is the face he makes when he's getting his ass fucking took. Jacob has the peanut butter on standby, just waiting for Ariel to come across his path. Miata boy, I got something better. I got something better. Okay? I'm carroting his ass. I'm carroting Ariel's ass. Okay? Ariel getting the carrot from me. He getting the peanut butter just to get it lubed up. Then in goes the carrot. Okay, then in goes the carrot. Some straight LA County jail shit right there. Some straight LA County jail shit. All right? He getting peanut buttered and then he getting fucking carroted. That's a damn fact right there. And I think a lot of you guys do agree with me because I'm not seeing that many disagreements in the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat right now enjoying this. We're almost done with it. We are almost done with it. We're actually not. We're going to watch Andrew Tate's emergency meeting as well. Because although I'm not on Andrew Tate, or although I'm on Andrew Tate's side, you know, I'm gonna be joking about his fucking emergency meeting because he got some dumbass fucking takes in there. Starting with the fact that God made him lose and he potentially got one more minute with his brother. I mean, if you guys know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If not, I'll show you guys the clip in a minute. But how good was that joke about don't trust a guy with a hat or a beard? I mean, shit, boys. Come on now. Where do you get this kind of comedy / entertainment anywhere else? Not even the guru, the fake funny guy. Guru like a fake funny guy. You feel me? Guru a fake funny guy. Miata boy. I think people are enjoying it, Miata boy. I think they are. You know, I do want to appease you. But at the same time, I think people might be enjoying this right now. So we're going to go on it a little bit longer. But, you know, the Bryce Mitchell podcast reaction that I'm going to do, that shit was low-key funny as hell. So we actually got some funny stuff to react to. Just bear with me, okay? Unless you want the stream to be open. Because if we move on from this topic, Miata boy, then the stream's probably going to be over in like 30 minutes. And I don't think you necessarily want that. So we're going to keep on this fucking topic for a bit longer. Not much longer. Okay, my crash out's basically done with. Now we're on to some jokes and some comedy fucking skits. Okay? If I got any.
Jake Paul reportedly made $92 million. This isn't brave. You know what I would do for $92 fucking million?
For the record, I haven't watched this at all. Have not watched this at all. And look at him saying the same shit as me. And I even remember, shout out to Flores if Flores is in the chat, but you guys who were in the stream last night know that people were saying, oh, I'm showing videos based off confirmation bias. I'm only showing you guys videos where people agree with me, right? That's not true last night. Last night, the videos I showed you guys, I had never watched before either, and I kept telling you that before I even played the video. They just so happened to agree with me. They just so happened to agree with me. And actually, before I played the Brendan Schaub clip last night, a different one, I was telling you guys, let's go hear what Brendan Schaub had to say. I'm pretty sure he was praising Jake. So I thought that I was showing you guys a clip that disagreed with me. It just turned out that he wasn't praising Jake. He was saying the same shit as me. So I'm not using confirmation bias either. Whoever wants to drop that in the chat again, like shit. Just rewatch the stream last night, okay? Just rewatch the stream last night. Miata Boy saying, Bryce shouted me out in his pod. Why was he saying that you really liked his the Bryceonomics, Miata Boy? I was listening to Bryce's podcast. He's like, shout out to everybody who enjoyed Bryceonomics. But let me know how he shouted you out. Louis saying, Ariel better have his former IDF security team ready. He better, bro. That industry plant. Like, come on. That's the guy with those fucking shit-ass takes who just got the golden ticket in MMA. No way, bro. That's the problem. Look what happens when a guy gets things that easily like Ariel. Okay? Look what happens when everything's just propped in your lap to be the star of MMA media. You get dumbass takes like Ariel. You guys don't even know. I'm sure a lot of you guys know, but there's a huge difference in how hard I got to work and bringing good ass points that will actually get attention, right? It's way harder for me than it is for Ariel. Okay, if I gave a take like Ariel's, nobody's going to click on that. The 4-minute clip and the 2-minute clip we just watched of Ariel, if I were to give those mid-ass takes, just completely agreeing with the masses, okay, nobody's going to fucking watch that. Nobody's going to like it. I promise you guys. Because it ain't original. You're fucking repeating the narrative that everyone else is saying. Okay? I'm the one dropping original narratives out here. Okay, why? Because I got to. I don't got the fucking Mossad, okay, backing me up. Putting me on.
Broken jaw, sign me the fuck. Dude, slam my dick into the door of that Hummer right now for $92 million. That hurts way worse than breaking your jaw. What? 92?
So I would jump. So I don't want to hear any more credit for Jake getting 92 million because we all would take 92 million to get fucking way worse than what AJ did to Jake Paul. We would all take 92 million to take a worser ass beating. Okay, a worser ass beating. So I don't want to hear anything about the 92 million anymore.
I would jump into the Nile River filled with fucking crocodilas for $92 million. 92 million.
Not
do you
yet,
know what
Scott.
type of shit
Scott?
people will do for $1 million? $92 million? Y'all want to tell me that's brave? You know what the fuck people do for way less money?
Show up to a fucking 9 to 5 every day that they fucking hate. That's what they do for way less money. Shit. Do whatever you want to me for fucking 92 million except fucking stick it in the butt. You feel me?
What? What? Brave? It's not brave. Brave would be jumping into the ring and actually engaging like Francis did. That's fucking brave.
Mic drop. Mic drop. Mic drop.
Because now you're playing the game. I'm not hating on Jake Paul. He's beat the system. The boxing community, y'all want to hate on him, you should be thanking him. He's made boxing relevant more so than anybody in the last 5 to 6 years.
Who cares? Who cares? No, he didn't. Nobody asked Jake to do this. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked Jake. Nobody needed Jake to save boxing. Shut the fuck up with that shit. Save it. Save it. As you guys can tell, I don't give a fuck if I had agreed with him a second ago. The second you start saying some out-of-pocket ass shit, start glazing up Jake Paul, I'm gonna get on that fucking bumper. Shut the fuck up, Brendan. We didn't need, nobody asked Jake to save boxing. We don't need this shit. It doesn't matter. This point's irrelevant too. This is like the $92 million point. How the fuck are you gonna say don't bring up the $92 million because it's stupidity, not bravery, and then you're gonna move into the exact type of parallel point being like, oh, but Jake Paul made boxing more relevant than the rest of the boxers. Oh my God, bro. These guys get so fucking in their feelings the second they feel like they're hating. Who gives a fuck? Just say it. I'm hating. I'm a D1 hater. I'm a hating ass bitch. And what?
And that's your fault. That's your fault.
There's no fault to other boxers right now. This has nothing to do with other boxers. This has to do with Jake, bro. You so dumb. And I'm gonna chill out now, but shit. Yeah, I really had to crash out there for a second.
The boxing people, the promoters, the shit show that you guys have, you don't have 5 fucking stars.
Now he just ruining it all. You don't have 5 fucking stars. David Benavidez, Ryan Garcia, Terrence Crawford, Canelo, Usyk, AJ, Tank. I just named you fucking 8. You know, Tiafimo, Devin Haney. The fuck are you on, dude? The fuck is this dude on? Beterbiev, Bivol. The fuck is this guy on right now? Honestly.
You know what would happen if Jake Paul trained MMA for 4 years or 5 years and jumped in there with a Hamzat or Tom Aspinall? There's no way to fake it. There's no running. You can't run. You can't run. He wouldn't have a career. It wouldn't get out of the first round. It'd be impossible for him to survive. You can do it in boxing. You can do it in boxing.
What up, Scott? No, we didn't talk about Andrei Arlovsky, but we will. We will. Shab is the worst. I mean, that was just pitiful to listen to. No, but that's what these guys do. They say something and then they start immediately glazing because they feel bad. They're scared. That's why, guys, like, honestly, everybody who's listening, you guys should all know, like, man, it's so hard to find someone that's going to keep it a buck. Miata Boy says, I didn't know any of the guys you just mentioned besides for Ryan, and the only reason I know him is when he was doped out on Insta. All right, Miata Boy. I mean, shit, if that's the truth for you, then that's the truth for you. But best believe, you know what I'm saying? These guys that I named are bigger stars than UFC fighters. Just because you follow the UFC, you feel me? I get it. But when it comes to the masses, more people know the guys that I named than know Merab Dvalishvili, Miata Boy. And that's just a fact. People also pay to see those guys more than they pay to see Merab Dvalishvili. So, it's all good though. I know that Miata Boy diehard MMA.
Jake Paul reportedly made
Okay, now Andrew Tate does have a full-on video we could watch. But there are 4 major clips here. What's up, brother? What up, Tom D? I'm gonna leave it up to the chat right now. Does chat just want me to speed through the Andrew Tate emergency meeting? It's only about 30 minutes. We could watch the whole thing, or we could just watch the 4 clips. Each clip is like 2 minutes long. So we could watch like 8 minutes of Andrew Tate emergency meeting reaction to the Demoor loss, or we can watch the whole thing in its entirety. I'm going to do a poll. Okay? Watch full Tate reaction vid or clips. Okay? The majority will get what they want. I'll read a few chats in the meantime. But it does appear we've talked it to death, because last night people were really going at it in the comments. We were debating heavy, but everyone's over it now, which I do understand. But again, we losing our minds. It's Christmas week, boys, okay? We about to move into tier lists soon enough. We're going to be moving into tier lists in the next couple days here. So make sure to tap into those streams. We got some good tier lists. But yeah, you know, we crashing out right now. We turning lemons into lemonade. What up, Space Kid? Saying shout out to Space Kid. Jacob about to take Ariel's ass, confirmed. I'm finna get off all up in that ass, Miata boy. You already know. Tate should have smoked cigars between rounds. Shout out to Louis. We will talk about Arlovsky, Scott Snyder. We'll talk about that whole thing right now as well. As soon as we wrap up this topic, we'll do Arlovsky, then we'll do Bryce Mitchell, Arc Insanity episode that he just dropped today. Miata Boy says, can we just let boxing die? He's right. I feel you, Miata Boy. Okay, so it's like a 50-50 right now on the votes. Just keep voting it up. Okay, Miata Boy did request that we go look at Lucas Tracy's YouTube channel. Overrated or underrated? Animal expert ranks dangerous animals. In this video, animal expert Lucas ranks whether or not the world's most famous dangerous animals are overrated or underrated. Polar bears, grizzly bears, tigers, lions, crocodiles, bullet ants. Shit, my biggest debate about this is who wins, a bear or a gorilla? A bear or a gorilla, or a bear or a lion? That's my biggest matchup right there, a bear or a lion. Owen says, why are you debating Andrew Tate haters? Shit, we haven't even really debated the Andrew Tate haters. It was mostly Ariel Helwani. Tate is a UAE sellout. Owen, the only thing I'm defending Tate about is that he deserves respect for not quitting in there, for stepping up and fighting Chase Demoor. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I'm defending Tate about. I don't care about all his other takes. They don't belong in the conversation. But I think that's what's clouding it up. You know, that's what's clouding it up, is everybody is very quick to bring up all Tate's things that have happened outside of fighting. And really, I'm just talking about his performance. And I think he performed better than Jake Paul. And at first hearing of that, you're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But all it comes down to, it doesn't come down to your skill level for me. It comes down to how hard did you fight? How much heart did you show? And Jake Paul didn't show any heart. Andrew Tate showed some heart, even though he gassed and lost. Owen says, okay, that's fair then. Yeah, shout out to Owen. Oh, and I also saw you commented on my Buckley interview saying, damn, I didn't know you got this kind of motion. Shit, I got motion, homie. I got motion. Shout out to Owen for the comment. A bear kills a gorilla, says Louis. Damn, Louis, at first thought, I feel like a gorilla beats a bear, but that's just my first thought. A bear got those fucking, like, knives for claws. A bear versus a lion could be a tougher fight. Okay, looks like the poll's been completed. 57% have settled on clips. So let's show the clips then. Let's show the clips and then we'll move on. Okay? First clip. Andrew Tate says he's still the top G. I'm not top G because I've never lost. I'm top G because I've been hit so many fucking times and I get back up. Because I just lost a fight and I'll fight again today. Because I'm not afraid. Because I'll keep fucking trying. Okay? So shout out to Andrew Tate. He's still the top G in his book. And like I said, that's what life is about. Not about winning and losing. It's about effort. It's about effort. It's about never giving up. It's about never quitting on yourself. It's about trying. None of that stuff Jake Paul did on Friday night against AJ. So let's listen to Andrew Tate explaining why he's still the top G.
Talk about what makes me top G and what makes me a champion. Is it because I've never lost ever? Is that why I'm top G? Because I've never lost anything ever? Guys, they...
According to Ariel, yeah.
Fucking raided my house and threw me in a dungeon for something I didn't do. I lost my fucking dad. I've been to hell and back 1,000,000 times. I have struggles none of you know about. Am I top G because I never lose? What kind of man would I be if I never lost? Imagine my life went perfectly all the time.
You'd be like Ariel. You'd be like Ariel. The industry plant fucking propped up Ariel. Never worked hard for anything in his life. Most of it was fucking given to him. And look what he is. Look how he acts.
Imagine I didn't need to go to the gym and I had muscles and I never lost a fight and I had money from the sky and any girl I wanted and I just went through life and got everything I wanted. I wouldn't even be a good person. I wouldn't be human. I wouldn't know anything about how the world functions. I couldn't teach you anything. I'm not top G because I've never lost. I'm top G because I've been hit so many fucking times and I get back up. I'm top G because I just lost a fight and I'll fight again today. I'm top G because I'm not afraid. I'm top G because I'll keep fucking trying. Do you understand? It's not about never losing. It's about the fact that I will get up and try. It's about the fact that I'm not afraid to lose. And I'm not afraid to be ridiculed. And I'm not afraid to be mocked. That's how I built the life I built. That's how I got yachts and private jets and hundreds of millions of dollars. Because I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. And I'm not afraid to get fucking hurt. That's why. I put it on the line. I get in the arena. Everyone with an opinion is on the sidelines. Imagine living a life where you're so afraid of loss that you never get to win. You sit in the corner as a coward, writing Twitter comments at people who take risks you will not take. As an insignificant unknown, a nobody. And you're so afraid of someone saying something bad about you that you're going to sit there and not take the risk. What kind of fucking man does that make you? It makes you the kind of man who is forgotten to history. Napoleon is in the history books. He lost battles. Muhammad Ali lost. Tyson lost. Champions sometimes lose. Sometimes the stars just don't align and you just lose. And you have to know that and you accept that when you agree to take the risk in the first place. And that is the barrier that prevents most people from getting anywhere. The what if I lose? What if you lose? I just lost in front of the world. Got paid 20 fucking million fucking dollars. I'm fine. And let's talk about what.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys expect me to say to that. And I'm not calling Andrew the top G by saying this, but I agree with the sentiment of what Andrew's saying. You know, it's not about winning and losing. Even champions lose because everyone's saying, I thought you're a 4-time champion kickboxer. Okay, that doesn't mean he's never going to lose. You feel me? Like, yeah, he lost, bro. It don't matter. What matters is the effort you put forth. Okay? That's what matters. Am I on Jake Paul because he lost? No, I'm on Jake Paul because the effort he put forth. Shout out to Tyler Betts. You got a giggle out of me for sure, homie. You said you're top G because you call yourself that. And you're not wrong, Tyler. He's the self-proclaimed top G. You feel me? He's definitely top G because he calls himself that. Owen saying a gorilla kills a bear. Okay, so Owen's on my side with a gorilla killing a bear. Like I said, though, a gorilla got knives, or a bear got knives for nails. So I don't know. It's a tough fight. At least with a bear and a lion, they both got knives for nails. You feel me? Gorillas don't got those like really sharp nails. And then Owen responding saying, yeah, I saw Buckley on there. I'm like, is this the same guy who live streams? I didn't know you were balling like that. Shit, Owen, I'm balling like that, homie. We ballin', Owen. We ballin'. Fuck it, we ball. And then Louis saying, only maybe if it's a black bear, they are smaller, and if the fight goes bad, the black bear most likely could escape before being beat to death. Plus, it's not 100 wins for gorilla. What did Louis say? Oh, Louis said bear kills gorilla. Oh, and then Louis saying only maybe a black bear loses to a gorilla because they're smaller. I got you, Louis. It's a good discussion to have. I definitely piqued your guys' interest with that. Shout out to Blom. He not having the Andrew Tate stuff right now, but it's okay. We're going to be making fun of Andrew Tate in a second. All right? And all good fun. It ain't no true hate. It's just some good fun, okay? Tom D saying, most people don't even try and walk around in life bitterly, thinking about what could have been. I respect anyone who gets in the ring. Okay, shout out to Tom D. Shout out to Tom D. There's a caveat for me, though, Tom D. And it's like this. I respect anyone who gets in the ring, but you got to fight. You got to fight. You feel me? It's not good enough for me just for you to step in the ring. Because I equate Jake Paul's performance to being like, would you take $92 million to get knocked out by AJ? That ain't the same as stepping in the ring and trying your best. You feel me? All I care about is trying your best. It's all I care about. Kevin from Chicago. Key difference, Jake fought Joshua and not the bum Chase. I know, Kevin, but he still didn't try to win. And Jake would have got more respect from me fighting a lesser skilled person than Joshua. If that's not getting through to you guys yet, I would respect Jake more if he fought a lesser skilled person than Joshua. If it meant he fought his heart out and tried his best. That's the biggest thing. You don't try your best, bro, then fuck you. Fuck you. If you don't try your best, then fuck you. Honestly. Especially when you get propped up on Netflix main event, $92 million, because you guys don't know that this is all Jake Paul's PR shit. He said, if you guys don't realize this when I'm saying it, Jake Paul behind the scenes was like, I want to keep fucking up boxing. I want to keep fucking up the narrative. Okay? I want to get the second highest purse. How do we do that? And they said, well, you got to fight a Gervonta. You feel me? It got to be on Netflix. He said, okay, let me do it. Gervonta gets caught for beating a woman. Now they got to find a new opponent because Jake Paul doesn't want to apparently let Tank make that same type of money, right? Because it was a lot of fucking money. So now Jake got to find a new opponent with the caveat that this $187 million payday is already locked in on Netflix. Okay? That's why he had to go up and fight AJ. It was to make that $187 million. It's not because of all these other things, like he's tough, like he wanted the challenge, like he believed in himself. Okay, that's why all that happened. And that's why I'm so pissed off about it. That's why I'm so pissed off about it, bro. Because everybody got, okay? And it doesn't mean you had to believe it. The fact that it took place point blank period is getting got. The fact that it took place point blank period means we all got. The least Jake could have done is fought his heart out. He could have got a little bit of brain damage. That's the least he could have done. And I'm not kidding when I say that for the millionth time. I'm not kidding at all during this rant. So anything crazy I say, shit, I mean it. Okay, here's another one. Andrew Tate can't believe he lost to Chase Demoor. I put in the caption, Andrew Tate is having a hard time comprehending why he lost to Chase Demoor at Misfits Mania and claims he's the better fighter and would have won if he didn't gas out after the second round. Well, you did gas, buddy. You did gas. So it is what it is, Tate. Chase Demoor was the better man. I know you're going to correct yourself and say that, but you feel me? Here's Andrew Tate in disbelief still that he lost to Chase Demoor. He in disbelief, okay? This was kind of funny.
I don't even know. I've not yet had time to process why he beat me. I got tired after the second round, and I don't know why. The first and second round, he couldn't touch me. If I didn't get tired, I would have won. I'm a better boxer, but I did get tired. Maybe
Well, then you're not the better boxer, homie. You're not the better boxer.
it's ring rust. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe he's too heavy and he kept leaning on me. I don't know why, but he beat me. And let me make something else very clear to you. I have complete respect for Chase Demoor. Complete respect for him.
This is that same thing Brendan Schaub just did, where he like says his point and then he realizes how it comes off, and he does like this correction at the end.
I know the pressure he must have been under to take this fight. It was an opportunity for him, yes. And it was a risk for me. But we had pressure on different sides. Both sides of the coin, we had pressure in different directions. It would have been very difficult for him mentally, just like it was very difficult for me mentally. And for him to turn up on the day and get it done, complete respect to him.
Kevin from Chicago saying Tate is a nerd. I do get slight nerd vibes, because Tate always controls his environment, and here he comes off as like a cooler guy, right? But when Tate was at the post-fight presser, Kevin, it was giving slight nerd vibes. The jury's still out if he's really a nerd, for me at least. But like, I was questioning. I'm like, is he a nerd? Is he actually cool? Like, which one is it with Tate? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. But he definitely was given slight nerd vibes. One of the times I felt like he was coming off as a nerd is when he was handing off the cigar to his homie, and the lighter, I don't know, just gave slight nerd vibes. But he checked back in real quick. It's a lot of body language reading, so I'm not going to elaborate on all that. But if you noticed that, I noticed it too. If not, don't even worry about it. Okay, second to last clip. We're going to pull up the Rumble and hear what Andrew Tate said at the end of his emergency meeting. But oh, and then Kevin saying process. I know, homie. Process is right. Not process. Kevin, process. Shout out to Andrew Tate. True silence. Probably all them cigars, bud. Probably true silence. Honestly, I mean, shit. I just be smoking weed. Tom D says, nerd vibes, that's interesting. Could be. Yeah, it's not for sure, Tom D, but I just felt a little bit of nerd vibes. But like I said, he checked back in real quick. Like, he almost let his nerd show, and then he fucking, like, he checked back in. He's like, nah. I got to go back to the persona. So I don't know. But it was interesting to see Tate at that post-fight press conference in, like, a uncontrolled setting where he doesn't have all the control. It was interesting. I liked it. Do you think Tate shines his head wax on or wax on, wax off style? Maybe just one way. Is it wax on or wax off? Probably wax on. I imagine Tate does it to the right. Tate shines his head to the right. That's what I would predict. Shout out Miata boy. Fighting Demoor is like fighting a giant squid. Kinda, Louis, because Chase Demoor throws 2 punches at the same time. Tom saying, yeah, that's true, man. Like, he can turn it on and off. Kinda. You think he's going to run it again, says James. Honestly, I don't know, bro, because he's been saying he's not ready for KSI and he's not ready for Jake Paul. Andrew Tate. So I don't know. But run it again as far as like another fight, maybe. Because he's saying I need to win like 2 to 3 more fights before I talk about fighting a guy like Jake. So maybe. Probably not Chase Demoor again because of all the shit he's getting. But maybe Tate will run another fight. You know, in the emergency meeting, he's like, my ring rust is over with now. You know, I can get back in there, so to speak. So kind of. You know, that's why we should have watched the whole thing, James, because he talks about more than what I clipped off. But I'm going to show you this last clip, then I'm going to show you one last clip on the Rumble stream. But that's my best answer for you, James. I think he probably will. Or let me put it like this, James. He's talking like he will. James, Tate is talking like he's going to run it again. Against who, I have no clue, but definitely not KSI and Jake. Top G vibes / nerd vibes. All at the same time, Tom D. All at the same time. Who wins, Bo Nickel or 2022 middleweight Pereira? Shit, John Dong. You already know the answer. 2022 middleweight Pereira, homie.
Why did I get tired?
Okay, so Andrew Tate says God made him lose to Chase Demoor. And here's the quote. Here's the excerpt. It's actually too good. This excerpt is insane. Okay? I'm already laughing. But Andrew Tate says this. Maybe Tristan would have smoked a bunch of cigars and died 1 minute earlier if I had won. Maybe I get 1 extra minute with my brother because I lost. And he says that was God's plan, to give him 1 extra minute with his brother. And obviously he's not being 1,000,000% literal, but shit, it came out of his mouth. So we're going to make fun of him for it. And then I put in the caption, Andrew Tate is going to great lengths to justify his loss to Chase Demoor at Misfits Mania and is suggesting God made him lose to save his brother Tristan Tate. It's actually comical. Okay, we're going to listen to it right now. Look at the meme to the lady. Let's listen to it. Also, you don't see this comment, but somebody says, that's the worst cope we've seen in a while. And it is. It's one of the worst copes I've ever heard. Let's listen, though.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that I was not supposed to win. Why was I not supposed to win? Is the world a better place now that I've lost? Maybe the win means more to Chase than it would have meant to me. Maybe Chase couldn't handle the loss. Maybe God decided, you know what, Chase has been through enough with mocking and things on the internet. Chase doesn't need the loss right now. Andrew can handle the loss better. Maybe God decided. Maybe if I won, we would have went out and celebrated that night, and Tristan would have smoked a bunch of cigars, and maybe he would have died 1 minute earlier. And maybe I get an extra minute with my brother because I lost. And if that's the case, then I'm glad I lost. You have to have faith in a higher power.
I do have faith in a higher power, but that was an insane cope, homie. I would have just kept that shit to myself. I got faith in the higher power. Shout out to God and Jesus. But shit, some things you keep to yourself, Tate, and that was definitely one of them. God made you lose to give you 1 extra minute with your brother Tristan. Okay. All right. All right, Andrew. All right, homie. Delusional mindset fire. Miata Boy saying, I'm embarrassed that Lerone Murphy was in Tate's fight camp. It's like secondhand embarrassment. Shout out to Miata Boy. Highest level of cope I've heard in a while. Eric, it's an insane cope. It's absolutely insane. Some things you keep to yourself. You feel me? Shit, boys. If I ever had a thought like that, you boys wouldn't know it. I would know better than to share that shit with you boys. Unless I wanted to get roasted. You feel me? Tom saying, LOL, that cigar quote has me dying. Shout out to Tom D. It's insane. It's insane. If my brother would have smoked cigars celebrating my victory, he would have died 1 minute earlier. It's insane. That would be a nerd vibe with the extra cigar line. Shout out to Tom D. Tate is a Muslim, of course. Yes, Miata Boy, he is a Muslim. He did convert. But, Miata Boy, if you didn't know, his brother, they were both raised Christians. Tate converted. Tristan Tate, still a Christian, for the record. Keep that in, Tate, LOL. No, it was good that he kept it in. We wouldn't be... Oh, keep it in. Yeah, keep it in, but I'm glad he let it out because we laughing about it right now. Oh, so AD Kid got a good question for me. Let's finish this clip and then I'll read the questions, boys.
The lesson in all of this, and I don't need to know exactly what it is. If God decides that for some reason he's going to instantly gas me when I was in perfect physical condition so that I lose, then I have to accept God's decision. And I'll take the punches in the face like a man. And I'm not going to bitch. I'm not going to complain. And I'm not going to cry. I'm going to take it. God decided on that day that that's what has to happen to me. So I did it. Why did I get tired?
Okay, and this is a great opportunity for me to let the boys know, all the God believers in the chat, okay? This is a great moment to let you boys know, I pray every day, and I thank God for my blessings and the bad things that happen in my life, okay? Because, like he said, even the bad things happen to you for a reason. It's a part of God's greater plan. If you believe in God, this is who I'm talking to right now, okay? That is why you must thank God for the good and the bad that happens in your life, because even the bad has a plan, okay? So I just wanted to take a moment to say that, because we're making fun of him because he's saying wild shit. But the truth is, shit, I prayed multiple times today saying thank you for the good and the bad in my life. Both, okay? So a little free game for the boys out there. He's right with the sentiment. You know, bad things happen in your life. It's a part of God's plan. That's what I believe. If you don't believe that, that's fine too. No doubt about that. Shout out to True Silence. And then me Boy saying that's why he lost. Shout out to Jesus. Jesus and God made him lose. That's for damn sure. Now, was it to give him an extra minute with Tristan? Shit, I don't know about that. But yeah. HT Tate sure knows how to spin shit by using the Lord. Shout out to HT. Okay, AD, I told you I'd get to your question. So AD saying, Jacob, you think having so many streamers, podcasters, online celebrity boxers like Tate devalue boxing? Seems like all the IRL streaming or online realities have broken pro sport boundaries. I mean, shit, I mean, kinda. Although, AD kid, I'll say this. Let me say this one, right? We might be disagreeing slightly, but it's not that big of a deal. Andrew Tate was actually a fighter, right? He was actually a fighter. He crossed over to boxing. Yes, he made a name for himself online, but in Andrew Tate's case, he's originally a fighter. Then he made a name for himself online, right? Then he went back to fighting. So I would like to use examples like Chase Demoor, who's a former football player, turned reality TV star, turned boxer. I'd like to use the example of Jake Paul, right? Former YouTuber, turned boxer. There's a few more of them out there. I'm sure you guys know. But yes, people come from TV shows. Tommy Fury, one of them. Now the question is, do I think it is devaluing boxing? A little bit, AD. A little bit, because of how many people are defending Jake. That's what I would say. A little bit, because of how many people are defending Jake, you know? The fan base is usually smarter than that. You feel me? But it's been watered down. It's been watered down to where people are accepting stuff like this. And that's why I'm so upset, I think. So I don't know about, I guess devaluing and watering down boxing is basically the same thing. But that's why I'm so upset about this stuff. Because when I was growing up watching combat sports, none of this was in it. You feel me? Or it was very minuscule. Very few and far between. Like, you know, CM Punk coming into the UFC for a little bit. But even when like Brock Lesnar came to the UFC, he became a champ and shit like that, right? He went through the ringer. But nowadays, I do think it's watering down boxing. I do think it's watering down boxing, and that's why I get so upset with this stuff, because this isn't what I fell in love with. You feel me? I fell in love with like the previous generation of combat sports. Now we find ourselves in this new generation of combat sports with new fans, and it's mishmashed, right? We got people like me, but then we got the new fans who are like okay with these spectacles because it's normal to them. And so we have these two camps in the same umbrella, right? Celebrating the sport now, if that makes sense to you. So I think it is watering it down because the fans and the expectation of a real fighter isn't there anymore, AD kid. If I can give you the most genuine answer, right? I think the respect for a real fighter isn't there like it used to be. People aren't even necessarily concerned about a real fighter because they're like, shit, Jake made 92 million. He stepped in there with AJ. It's like, damn, bro. Like, he ain't a real fighter, and that's the bottom line. That's just the bottom line. Okay, we're pretty much done here. But let's read a few more chats here. Tom D, true. I always pray for the good and bad. The bad are just lessons learned. Very true, Tom D. Very, very, very true. Very true. Miata Boy saying, Tate prays to a failed prophet. Hopefully Jesus Christ will show him the way back to the light. Shout out to Miata Boy and shout out to Jesus Christ. James Steele, only way to make influencer boxing entertaining is to use MMA gloves. Shit, just bring him to the UFC, James. Bring him to the UFC, although they're just going to get taken down and smothered. AD saying, yeah, Tate was a legit fighter. Yes. Miata Boy saying he was a fighter. Leave the legit out of there. And then AD saying, yes, it does water down pro fighters. It does water down the pro fighters. It does. Good answer, Jacob. Thank you, AD. Good question, homie. Tom D saying, AD kid has a point. Combat sports used to be the most badass of the badasses. Influencer boxing as kids like the Island Boys in the rings. Yep. Yeah. And that's why you got these different types of fans who are speaking about the same type of sport. But, you know, me and the rest of the people who view the sport like me, we're kind of stuck in like the early 2000s up until like 2014, 15, 16 type shit, even 17. Shit, basically all the way up until 2020. You feel me? Until Jake Paul and his brother entered boxing, that's when it was all over with. And that was like 2019. You know, Logan and KSI and all that shit. Okay, let me pull up the Rumble stream because we got the last clip to react to for Andrew Tate on his emergency meeting. But Rumble be having these ads and shit like that, and I don't want to fucking be promoting some bullshit ass ad because I think YouTube got some policies about that. So 1 second. I'm pretty sure that's the excuse that YouTube used to ban Steve Will Do It. Is there was a certain ad showing on his screen, and I guess it goes against, like, you know, the copyright laws or something like that. Not the copyright laws, but just like the laws in general for YouTube. I'm actually just gonna put this up here real quick so you guys don't see, and I gotta crop it out. So let's crop out the bottom here. Let's just bring it up there. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, that should be fine. We don't gotta worry about no weird shit now. Free Steve, I guess he is free now, True Silence. Steve is back on YouTube. Shout out to Steve Will Do It. Shout out to everybody watching, by the way. If we could get some likes up on the stream, you know that shit fucking tickles my pickle. But shit, now you boys not gonna like it because I said that, aren't you? That would make me happy. Okay, like the stream to make me happy, boys. And subscribe as well. Subscribe as well. We live every night. We providing entertainment for the holidays, okay? But shit, we've been live for like, I don't know, a long time now. Over 60 days. Over 60 days. But I'm gonna say something real quick. The streak, I think, might be ending. I mean, I don't want it to end, but I'm gonna be busy in the coming days, so I gotta let you guys know my schedule. I'm gonna talk about it at the end of the stream. But the streak might be ending unless I do some vertical lives while I'm gone. But it won't be for long. It's only gonna be 2 days. Okay, let's continue. Or let's watch the last clip of the Andrew Tate cope.
And you're not going to break my heart, and you're not going to make me afraid.
I got it here somewhere. Miata Boy saying Steve was running ads for illegal gambling sites. Interesting. Yeah, that's why I saw there was a gambling ad on Tate's video, and I'm just like, no, I'm cropping that out. Let me find the screenshot. Should be on like the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, the second he gets free, he goes to fight some heavyweight. What's this guy doing?
This will basically be Andrew Tate revealing that his brother told him that he's tired of him looking at the silver linings and things, and that he should have won the fight against Chase Demoor. So we're just gonna watch this last like 6 minutes. I don't know when it starts, but it's gonna start in like the next couple minutes.
The harder you hit me, every single time I get back up, something in my soul goes, you're annoying them, Andrew. And that gives me all I need to carry on. I don't lose hope for the future. And I'm not scared of all the bad things that are coming my way, because I know there's going to be a whole bunch of good things too. And perhaps my job here as a man is to be a vessel from which others get to experience things and learn things and improve their lives. I get to teach you all lessons. I get to teach my children lessons. I sat with my son. He said, "What happened to your face, Dad?" I said, "I lost a fight." He goes, "Why did you lose?" I said, "I don't know. I can't explain it. I'm a better fighter. I don't know."
God wanted to save your Uncle Tristan. God wanted to give me 1 more minute with your Uncle Tristan. That's why I lost the fight, son. Imagine if he said that shit. That would be insane.
But even if I knew I was going to lose, I'd still fight. And boy, you're going to have to fight. And you're going to fight whether you win or lose. And he said, "Yes, sir." Maybe that's why God wanted me to lose for that conversation. Maybe he wanted me to lose for this emergency meeting. Maybe I'm about to save someone's life. Maybe my job on this planet is to just to take a fucking beating over and over again and just pay for everyone else and give everybody else what they want, to make sure the mothers of my kids have a fantastic life, and to make sure that my kids have a fantastic life, and to teach you all things. And maybe I'm just here to fucking suffer and get my ass kicked, and I'm going to do it all so I can give everyone else a fantastic life and give everyone else mindset advice. Nobody gives me mindset advice. Nobody helps me. Nobody helps me with my mindset and saves me when I'm depressed. No, maybe I'm just here to take a fucking beating like a piñata and give candy to everybody else. Maybe that's what God's plan was for me. But I ain't gonna fucking cry about it. If that's what God wants me to do, then that's what I'm gonna fucking do. Tristan said to me, "What happened?" I said, "I got tired. I don't know why." He said, "You deserve that win. You've been through so much. You deserve that win." I said, "I know." He goes, "You trained so hard. You're in fantastic shape." I said, "I know. I just got tired. If I didn't get tired, I would have beat him. He couldn't hit me in the first round. Couldn't touch me." And he said to me, "I'm tired, Andrew, of watching you find the silver linings in all of the clouds. You deserve to have a sunny day. You're so good at finding a silver lining on a cloud. Every time something bad happens, you find a way to learn something or make it good. But I'm tired of you having to suffer all the time and look for the silver linings. Why can't you just ever have a nice day? Why can't you ever have a sunny day?"
His brother Loki told him, "Stop fucking spinning shit. You fucking lost. Quit fucking losing in the first place." That's what he meant when he said, "I'm tired of you always finding the silver linings." Little bro saying, "Quit fucking losing, big bro. I'm done with you losing. Point blank, period. No more silver linings because you need to start winning." But shit, let's continue. I mean, that's how I would have took it. Inside, if somebody told me that, I'd be like, damn, I'd be losing too much. Then I'd be making it a positive. Damn, you right. You right. I got to quit losing. But that's not what he said.
I said, "Well, we've had so many fucking clouds that we've got a lot of fucking silver."
Instantly finds another silver lining, and the silver lining itself is crazy.
So I guess that's what it is. I'm so good at finding the silver lining. When you throw me a cloud, I'll find the silver. Now I've got a big pile of it. Hundreds of millions of dollars of it.
People say he's emotional right here, like he's crying on the inside or something. What do you guys think? I don't personally think he was crying or anything. I think he just took a break here. But a lot of people are captioning this post. They're clipping off this video right here and being like, Andrew Tate gets emotional, speaking about how his brother says no more silver linings and shit. Let me know. And then he like walks off. So let me know. I don't think he got emotional, but you guys drop it in the chat. Help me out. What do you guys think?
Anyone who thinks less of me for doing something I didn't have to do, for money I didn't need, for taking a risk with my life, has a character defect and a morality defect. And they're not the kind of people I want to like me. So that's fine. Anyone I've inspired has made it all worth it. And if I could go back in time, knowing the result, knowing I would lose in front of the world, I'd do it again.
That was the emergency meeting, okay? It was about 30 minutes or so. If you guys are interested in watching the whole thing, it's on Rumble. And it starts at about the 2 hour and 9 minute mark. So it's about like a 40-minute emergency meeting. Knowing I could kick this guy's ass and take his Bugattis is funny as fuck. Shout out to me, Boy. That's the narrative going out of this. We could all kick Andrew Tate's ass. That is the narrative. And, you know, he had it coming. He had it coming. That's fine. That's fine. James Steele says, you know, he had this all wrote out before the fight just in case. I think he was reading off his laptop, James. I think he had these bullet points put down on his laptop that he wanted to hit on. You know, yeah, the cope low-key is insane for Andrew, but that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. He had a couple good moments in that, but a lot of coping for sure. Just not wanting to accept the loss to Chase Demoor. It was like, damn, bro. Damn. Just accept it. He better than you. Just accept it. But before he says he better than me, he got to give out a few excuses first. Do you feel me? Eric saying, I thought Muslims believe that Christmas trees are pagan symbolism. Eric, you might be right, homie. I don't know much about that shit, but you might be right. Ruby Z, Tate Cope session is A1. It low-key is, Ruby Z. That's why I felt like I had to show you guys. There were some good clips. I was waiting to show you boys. Shout out to Tate for smoking all the cigars and saving his brother. Shout out to Miata Boy. Too good. Louis saying he can't beat Demoor, bad matchup. Yeah, I mean, shit. He could try again, but I think Chase is only going to get better. While Andrew's only going to get worse, kind of, right? Okay. Now that that's over with, well, I think we're going to be kind of sitting tight and watching Bryce Mitchell. So before we do that, let's just kind of break down the whole Andrei Arlovsky thing, right? So I'll just kind of take it from the beginning for those who don't fully know. Let me get some bookmarks down real quick. Look at this kid. You guys can see my screen. Okay, let's just take it from the beginning. 1 second, though. Let me see if I have this thing bookmarked or not. Oh my gosh. You guys remember this guy? We're not even going to watch this. We're actually going to watch like 10 seconds. This guy's like trying to be like Andrew Tate. But if anyone remembers Luke Barnett, bro, we got to watch the Lucas video. Miata Boy, I don't know about the Lucas video. I mean, we can maybe watch a couple minutes of it, but I don't know if I want to sit through the Lucas video if I'm keeping it a buck, homie. If I'm keeping it a buck. If anything, we'll save that for the very end, Miata Boy. I know you want to see it, but maybe we'll watch a few minutes, okay? But real quick, here's Lucas Tracy. Not Lucas Tracy. Gosh damn you, Miata Boy. Here is Luke Barnett. Close enough. A Andrew Tate disciple speaking on his loss real quick. I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way because this dude's like a hot shot now, but he was no hot shot when he fought in the UFC. Look at him with the slick back hair and all that.
Well, pretty strange morning, to be honest. Hardly slept last night, as you can imagine. Chase Demoor versus Andrew did not go. I mean, I'm shook. I am shocked. Having been there pretty much every single day for this fight camp and training camp and been a main sparring partner and worked with Andrew, he was in phenomenal shape. Not just phenomenal shape, but his timing was good. He was lighting me up when we were sparring. There's plenty of footage of it online as well. It just shows time away from the ring and age are such major factors in this game. And I've been around the fight game 20 years, and I've seen so many fights. I sit cage side at Octagon every month, twice a month, and watch 20 fights live. Age is a real thing. And if you watch that fight back there, it was sloppy. There was lots of sloppy work in the later round.
I'll save you guys the trouble. But I am looking for something real quick. No, I guess that's the one. Okay. So Andrei Arlovski, after the Jake Paul fight, here is backstage. After the Jake Paul fight, here he is backstage beefing with fucking Jack Doherty, I guess. So just check out this altercation, and then we'll look at some of the statements issued after.
You look like a fucking giant from the movie 300. What are you doing? Chill, chill. Dave, help him, Dave. Go, get the fuck out. Get out. Go, Julie, let's go. Dude, why that guy trying to kick me for no reason? I don't know. Just keep going. Yo, how are you 260 and we still eat your hits? You're a little big. Yeah, that was big. Holy shit, cuz.
Now, the only thing I can really say about that is the beginning where they walk past each other.
That dude looked like a fucking giant from...
So, you know, looks like they were walking past each other, and this dude shoulder bumped Arlovski a little bit. Or like Arlovski had to get out of the way, you feel me? So that's what I'll say is, like, a lot of times, you know, sometimes kids, they you know, these streamer kids, they got egos. They'll be walking through these arenas, not moving for anybody, thinking they the shit, right? With their little posse. And Arlovski wasn't having it. It was some passive aggressive shit, you feel me? Of course, a kid who can't really do shit gonna be doing stuff like that to Arlovski. And then what happens? Demoor's homie throws the first punch, right? So here's this. Boom. Throws a punch on him, right? Then the bodyguard throws a punch on him. Then Arlovski comes back at the bodyguard. Boom, boom. And this dude's still trying to get punches in on Arlovski. Crazy. I would kill this kid in 5 seconds. Kill him. Literally catch a body. I'd catch a body in 5 seconds. Look, why don't you come in and help your boy? Your boy on the floor. Look at you backing up. Running away. I thought you're about it. So that's what I got to say about the altercation. Then Arlovski afterwards, he's on his story. People asking about fighting the bodyguard. There were more questions he responded to. But this is the main one, I guess.
Would love to, especially after those cheap shots on the back of my head. Absolutely.
He would love to fight the bodyguard, and I would love to see him fight the bodyguard. Fuck that bodyguard. And then, what's his name? That's an unedited little story somebody posted. And here's this kid. I don't know. Let's hear what this kid got to say. Oh, it's a screenshot of his face. Okay, let's find the video then. What's his name again? Jack.
Everyone's talking about that Andre, whatever, UFC fight that we had at the Jake Paul fight. I did not start that, and I don't know why everyone's putting the blame on me, like, oh, you're hiding behind your security guard. Well, duh. This man walks by me, bumps into my cameraman, and throws a kick at us for no reason, and then my friend stepped in, and yeah, then everything else happened. But, like, bro, I'm not trying to fight this guy. Like, I'm not trying to instigate a fight. I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I'm on bond right now. You think we're trying to start fights? Like, hell nah. Like, that guy started the whole thing. You can see it. It's all on video, so I don't know why everyone's trying to blame it on me. I was literally just walking by, and this guy goes boom, and then little karate kick, but it lagged when he did that. But yeah, you can see I did nothing to start the fight. So if you think I started it, I would love to know in the comments down below how you think I started it, because I did nothing. All I try to do is de-escalate the fight and get everyone to stop freaking fighting, because I'm like, yo, we can't be fighting. I got to stay out of trouble. All right, so everyone's talking about that Andre, whatever, UFC fight that we had at the Jake.
I mean, it's mostly this kid's friends and bodyguard, if I'm keeping it a buck, bro. Like, yeah, I guess something between him and Andre sparked it all off, but his friends and bodyguard were the ones who really did something. If his friends and bodyguard didn't do anything, Jack would have probably walked away, right? So. Otto saying, straight line out of his teeth. He must be grinding them so much trying to be a thief. Shout out to Otto. Shout out to Otto. Miata Boy saying, I would say watch that video. I recommend you to watch it. I know you would get a lot of content out of it. Okay, Miata Boy. We're going to check it out. We're going to check it out. No promises on the entire thing, but we'll take a look, Miata Boy. We will definitely take a look at Tracy after Bryce Mitchell. So that's this whole thing with Arlovsky, and we don't even need to hear what Arlovsky said on Ariel's platform. It don't matter. It don't matter. Otto saying, yeah, right, you don't gotta lie, Craig. Shout out to Otto. I feel like Otto's rapping over here. Is Otto reciting rap lyrics? If he is, shout out to Otto. I love a good bar, you feel me? Shit, I got a good bar from Kodak Black. It don't apply right now, but how does it go? Every time I like a bitch, I find out she a gnat. Somebody call the vet. My dog turned out to be a rat. Okay? That's a Kodak Black line that I like. 6th Sense. Type in 6th Sense by Kodak Black. Shit, that song a banger. That song a banger. Oh, Miata Boy saying I'm talking about the Warlord guy video. I got you, Miata Boy. Okay. Let's first do the Bryce Mitchell one, because I think we're gonna get some content out of this one. I don't know. We might not. But I'll take a look at the Warlord video too. I just realized it's a bit better though when I pull up these videos and I've watched them before, and we don't gotta watch through a lot of the boring stuff. That's why, you know, maybe it would be best if I watched the Warlord video on my own, put together some notes, you feel me? And then we just go boom, 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 like we did with the Andrew Tate video. But this one with Bryce Mitchell, I've watched most of it, so I know the first 16 minutes are a waste of time. You feel me? Until he starts talking about Christmas. Jacob only likes rap songs that involve animals.
You know, spend that extra
I just like that fucking gangster rap shit.
$1. And guess what? Jesus wanted to go into the battle that he was going into smelling fresh, and he did. Thanks to one kind woman. Speaking of, this actually leads us into our topic today. We're talking about how Christmas has been gayed out, and it's not about Christ. The real meaning of Christmas is the birth of Jesus Christ. That's what Christmas is all about. That's what it's always been about. And for whatever reason, it's been hijacked. By
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I watched this, not all of it. I watched about 10 minutes of it and then I hopped on stream. But you know, I never considered these things about Christmas from Bryce Mitchell. But when he says it, I'm like, damn, bro, you might have a point, homie. You might have a fucking point. Bryce was cooking with the Santa thing. Yeah, Miata boy, I agree. I agree, bro. I was like, damn, Bryce, you got a fucking point, homie. I never even considered this shit. All right, let's watch it.
evil stuff. So
And I think when he says "gayed out," he just it's like his phrase for being like they ruined it. They ruined it. Because I don't think there's much gay stuff going on with Christmas, based off what Bryce Mitchell said in the minutes that I listened to. When he says "gayed out," he means like they ruined it. But let's listen. Maybe I'm wrong. Same with Easter, says Tyler Betts. Damn, bro. They be doing these holidays dirty. Making it satanic and shit. That's a real thing in the world. There's people who make a lot of satanic shit out there. Even like, I don't know if you guys have ever looked into it, but type in like Justin Bieber's satanic music video. You'd be shocked. Like these weird companies, they be just like putting all kind of satanic shit and stuff that influences kids. Santa, Satan. Listen to Bryce Mitchell. Let's get into this. I'll try not to interrupt too much.
I'm going to break it down into 5 categories here to kind of tell you what I don't like about modern Christmas. The first category, when was Jesus actually born? Well, let me tell you something. He was not born in the winter. Okay? December is the season of death. Jesus was most likely born in the spring. That's when lamb are born. If y'all don't understand that, Jesus Christ is the lamb. He was sacrificed for our sins, okay? And lamb are not born in the winter. It's impossible. I'm just telling you, most likely the actual date of Christmas has been changed to a season where everything is dead. Remember, Jesus was born in the spring. If you had a birthday in January, would you want to celebrate it in October and everybody say, oh, we're celebrating the day you're born? No, you would say, hey, I was born in October, not January. Common sense, okay? And the same thing applies with Jesus. He was not born in December. Remember that. He was born in spring. It's just a perversion of Christmas any way they can. They started with the actual date being wrong. Dummies, it's a birthday. It needs to be about when he was born.
I mean, everything Bryce said making perfect sense to me. Making perfect sense to me. Tyler saying BS though. Shit, if Jesus was the lamb and lambs are born in the spring, his birthday around that time or what? Because Christmas is the birthday of Jesus. Now, I haven't looked too deeply into this stuff, so I just got to mostly take Bryce's word for it. But if Bryce is capping, then let me know. But I mean, everything he said makes sense. Jesus was the sacrificial lamb, no? And lambs are, let's look it up. When are lambs born? See how bad it is when you don't search things on Google? Late winter and early spring, February to April in the Northern Hemisphere. So February, March, April. So, I mean, he not wrong. When did Mary give birth to Jesus? Let's go. What month was Jesus born? While December 25th is celebrated as Christmas, biblical clues and historical analysis suggest Jesus was likely born in September or October. Interesting. So we celebrate on December, but that ain't Jesus' actual birthday. September, October, or April. Or February to April. September, October, or February to April. All right, I figured we'd do some context there. Louis said, yes, Bryce, people went over this already. Shout out to Louis. I never heard of this. This is new to me, but I'm sure people have been over it. They put it on the same day as popular pagan Christian, pre-Christian holiday. Bryce is right, says Eli. Tyler Bet says lambs can be born in winter. Okay, it's a discussion. I don't know any of these things for a fact. I'm just listening. But drop your opinions in the chat. I'll read them out. Our calendar is all wrong, 3 months behind. Okay, Eli. Jesus was born in spring. All right, shout out to you guys. This is a good topic right here. Let's continue. Oh, Eli saying October should be the 8th month, hence octo. I guess because octopus, right? Something like that. I'm assuming octopus has got eight legs. That's where they get the name octopus. Makes sense, Eli. I mean, shit, you making sense to me, homie. Louis says they wanted it to be popular and catch on, so they merged it with an existing holiday, which is the pagan pre-Christian holiday. Okay, Louis. All right. Some of this stuff making sense to me. Some of this stuff I'm just like taking the word for it. So, but I appreciate you guys dropping some context. Some additional context.
2. Instead of worshiping Jesus Christ, everybody now wants to worship consumerism. And let me tell you, there's nothing as an economics major that makes me more pissed off as to seeing Christians worship consumerism. Oh my gosh. It's disgusting. Gluttony is an excess of something. Okay. So you need to be exercising and dieting on Christmas. Oh, you don't want to hear that. Well, you need to. Okay. That's just the truth. I don't just get fat for Christmas. I work out and I train and I eat a lot too, but I also train more to burn the calories off. Use some common sense. Don't glorify being fat and stupid and lazy. I don't care what time of year it is, okay? You should have a good diet and exercise. Train hard, you know what I mean? Another thing I don't like about Christmas and the consumerism.
Real quick, what up, Saxby? Good to see you in the chat, homie. New Bryce video. This is a banger without knowing what he will say. What up, boys? What up, Saxby? Welcome to back to the chat, homeboy. Eli saying November equals 9th, December equals 10th month. Deca means 10. Eli, you know, you're speaking my language, Eli. I can understand shit like that when you break it down the way you're doing it. So, shit. I couldn't disagree with you, Eli. I couldn't disagree with you. I don't know why we moved our months back in a weird way like that because, I mean, shit, it seems like that was all by design, but like it seems like they designed December to be the 10th month. I don't know who fucking wanted to change it, but shit. Maybe you got an explanation, maybe you don't. Eric says, I'd have to kick Bryce out of my Christmas party. Honestly, I got a friend like Bryce, and like, I don't kick it with him anymore. That should say a lot. It's like they're fun to listen to, but honestly, this stuff never turns off. Like, if you got a friend like Bryce and you know what I'm talking about, they never turn off. For however long you're kicking it with them, it's all this stuff. All this stuff. And you might want to hear one of his conspiracy theories, but they don't stop. You feel me? So it's like, God, you got to listen to like 20 other conspiracy theories you don't want to listen about. But, you know, eventually they hit on a couple. Saxby says, Bryce says shit we know, but it sounds like wisdom we never heard. LOL. That is true, Saxby. And then Miata Boy saying, we would fold you like a lawn chair. Bryce is an American icon. Shit, Bryce is an American icon. But I will say, after a couple hours with Bryce, I think everybody's energy, battery, or whatever you want to call it, would be fucking exhausted. He doesn't mean he's a bad guy. It just means he doesn't shut up about his ideas. Plus, Bryce needs that extra training because he went to 135 to fight smaller fighters. I think Louis talking about Bryce being skinny during Christmas. AJD saying, y'all don't know shit. Shout out to AJD. Okay, let's continue.
It's training kids to lie, be jealous, demand more, and be selfish. Ooh, yeah, don't put your kid on the wrong path because early in life, you as an adult worship consumerism and just get giddy over a stocking filled with socks and chocolate bars. Woo! Socks and chocolate. Woo! Yeah, you sound like an idiot, dude. You should get that excited over Jesus Christ dying on the cross and coming back alive for your sins.
I mean, he's right. He's right. Fuck all that consumerism. Fuck all your stocking stuffers. Shit, boys. This is a friendly reminder. If you haven't in the past, no worries. But this is a friendly reminder. Make sure to get excited for Jesus' birthday, okay? Even if you got to fake it a little bit in your own head, you feel me? Hype it up a little bit for Jesus' birthday, okay? Fuck the gifts. Fuck the consumerism. It ain't no holiday without celebrating Jesus' birthday first, okay? Shout out to Bryce Mitchell. My man fucking hits. And like Saxby said, this is shit we know, but when Bryce says it, it just hit a little bit different. Uno saying Jesus didn't die for our sins. Well, shit, Uno, that's not what I believe, but shit, you're allowed, you know, I ain't over here trying to get people to become a Christian or anything like that, so you can think whatever the hell you want to think. We are Bryce Mitchell, FN. Me all the way saying, FN, what did you say? Yeah, Uno, you might get some fucking disagreements in the chat with that, dropping that in there. But, Miata Boy also saying Bryce was a 135 originally. Okay, I got you.
These little petty.
I didn't know that, Miata Boy. I kind of forgot about that. So shout out to you. Not even forgot. I just didn't really know that.
Gifts, they don't mean as much as what you're glorifying them to be. I'm just telling you, okay? Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And also, too, if you don't think that kids really end up worshiping the consumerism and Santa and all of this, let me tell you what happened to me when I was a kid. Is I tried to catch Santa, and that's when I found out he wasn't real, sadly. I got my fishing net and a roll of duct tape, and I stayed up all night. I was waiting because I was going to catch Santa. I was going to get that fishing net on him, drag him to the ground, and duct tape him up. And then guess what? At like 3 a.m, I caught my mom putting all the gifts under the tree. So don't lie to your kids. Just tell them, hey, I got you these gifts because I love you. You know, that's what I'm going to do with my son. I'm not telling him about all this Santa crap. That brings me into point number 3.
I won't be doing that either. I ain't going to tell my kid about Santa and all that shit. To be honest with you guys, I never fully believed in Santa in the first place. I always thought that was very far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're raised up in this reality, and then your parents drop, like, Santa on you. It's like, please, bro. And the Easter Bunny's real, too? Like, please, bro. Why don't I ever fucking hear about anything else related to, like, these mythical creatures? I don't know about you guys, but I never believed in Santa. Like and subscribe, everybody. Yes, that's a friendly reminder. Everybody watching the stream, like the video, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Okay? We've been putting together some good streams during this break. So back to the video. Shout out to HT. So Uno says Jesus didn't die for our sins. Miata Boy responds, if Uno was on fire, I wouldn't piss the fire out. Shit. That shit made me spit on the fucking mic filter. Shout out Miata Boy for that one. Saxby saying, 24th of December is not Jesus' birthday. It's the Sunday. Saxby, we went over that in the beginning of this video. That was like the first thing Bryce said. And then Saxby also said, I love Bryce. One thing is for sure, he hates only on evil people. He does not hate on a person that doesn't deserve it. Yeah, shout out to Bryce. Otto, I heard that Santa was actually a demon's name, that they changed the image of two to a jolly man that was based on somebody that was supposed to be alive at one point. But they also based on a demon. Damn, Otto. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I want to hear more about this whole Santa and Satan thing. Let's hear what else Bryce got to say about it. But Otto saying, okay, let me break down what Otto said actually real quick. Santa was a demon's name. Okay. So not even that they mixed around the word Satan to be Santa, kind of like what I think Bryce is going to say. But Otto saying Santa was an actual demon's name. That was the name of a demon. That went right over my head, Otto. I'm not even going to lie to you. Then they changed the image of him to a jolly man. So they made him from a demon to a jolly man. That was based on somebody that was supposed to be alive at one point. But they also based on a demon. So even the jolly man is a demon, you're saying, Otto? Damn. Very interesting. I got an open mind, so I'm taking it all in. Very interesting.
Is replaced crap. That brings me into point number 3. Jesus is replaced by Santa. There's nothing that makes me more mad about Christmas than Santa. He is satanic, okay? If you don't understand what I'm saying, Santa is literally a play on words by pagans and people who hate Jesus to make you worship somebody who doesn't exist, okay? There's a reason that Santa and Satan are just a couple letters swapped from the same word. They are literally trying to put Satan in your face and replace anything that resembles Jesus Christ with any lie that they can. So Santa's fat and gay and he's satanic. And you're not.
What the hell? Where did you get that he's gay from? He definitely fat, but the whole gay thing is out of left field for me. Unless he's going to explain it.
Not getting no milk and cookies if you come into my house, buddy. You're getting some buckshot and I'm kicking your jolly fat ass. Get the hell out of my house. Okay? Let me actually tell you about the real St. Nicholas, okay? Because they're going to tell you, oh, St. Nicholas, you mean Santa? No.
Okay, so before we get into it, let's read a couple more chats. First of all, HT coming against the narrative. It's okay. It's okay. I ain't finna shame. You know, everybody got different opinions. Imagine if I had to get on everybody's ass who don't believe in Jesus. Shit, I'd have no time. Anyway, HT saying, I'm atheist. Jesus is fictional. God is fictional too. All man-made stories. HT, all I can say is you are entitled to your opinions, homie. That's all I can really say there. I ain't even finna argue. Not that I think you're looking for an argument. Saxby says, wow, now I love Bryce. Most Christians never look into that. Jesus is not ever born on Christmas, and that is a pagan holiday from the Vikings. Yeah, Saxby. I guess later on, rewind it at the beginning of this video, we looked up some of the research on it. You know, like sacrificial lamb and things like that. That's apparently supposed to be Jesus, right? A metaphor for Jesus is the sacrificial lamb because Jesus was sacrificed on the cross, right? Bryce Mitchell saying, when are lambs born? Apparently lambs are born in like February to April, which is spring. So Bryce is saying Jesus' birthday is around there. We were also talking about how the calendar is all fucked up and it's like 3 months behind or some shit like that, or 3 months ahead. So it's a topic we were definitely discussing about 10 minutes ago, Saxby. And then Eric saying, this is a topic we're about to get into, but Eric saying Santa Claus is based off the Greek Christian bishop, St. Nicholas. Okay? So we're about to get into that one right now, Eric. And then Saxby saying, respect Bryce for willing to tell his audience. We love Bryce. We are Bryce Mitchell. You should watch Christmas, an original pagan holiday video. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it, Saxby, now that you guys keep bringing it up. You know, there's so much stuff that you guys tell me to research. Like, I would love to research it, but I just like, man, if I researched everything you guys tell me after stream, well, first off, I'd be super educated. But second off, I wouldn't be doing shit else. But I'll do my best to watch the pagan holiday. We got a couple videos on the back burner that I've already been saying I need to watch. And then Miata Boy saying, HT, you better just hit the road. FN, shout out to fucking Miata Boy. And I almost said it. Miata Boy, I almost said that shit, homie. Otto said, never heard about the gay thing. Crying, laughing. I know, me neither, but shit, maybe he gonna get into it. And then Miata Boy saying he tells about Saint Nick, he's a G. Yeah, let's hear about this whole Saint Nick thing. Let's take it back like 10 seconds.
Okay. Let me actually tell you about the real St. Nicholas, okay? Because they're going to tell you, oh, St. Nicholas, you mean Santa? No, nobody ever called St. Nicholas Santa. He went by his name, St. Nicholas, you fools. Santa is a play on words to make you think of Satan when you think of Christmas, okay? The real St. Nicholas served as Bishop of Myra, which is in Turkey. He endured imprisonment and torture during the Dialectinic persecution, which is in the early 300s. I did pronounce that word wrong. I'm just going to inform you, okay? That's what a professional would do.
Shout out to Bryce and his professionalism. My man couldn't be more professional. The epitome of professionalism is this man right here, Bryce Mitchell. Thank you for admitting that, Bryce. What would we do if you didn't admit that? Your professionalism would have been shot, homie.
At the first council of Nicaea in 325 AD, a guy named Arius blasphemed Jesus. St. Nicholas got so mad, he got up and put hands on Arius. He literally slapped him across the face. So the real St. Nicholas will put hands on you. The real St. Nicholas would put hands on Santa. That's how serious these early church bishops were. If you so much as disrespected Jesus in front of them and blasphemed Jesus, they will get up and put hands on you, dude. And St. Nicholas ain't joking. He ain't playing. And he's for real about the gift of salvation. And so am I. This magical fat flying man and his reindeer, I have no respect for him. And you know what? If Santa came to America today, he'd be deported by ICE. That's the sad state of this American country, is that we have no tolerance for foreigners or anybody with, you know, different colored skin than us. It's pathetic how we treat foreigners. So if Santa was real, he wouldn't even come to this country. He doesn't have his paperwork. Okay. Another thing that has been changed about Christmas is category 4, which is music. This is huge. What's going on with the music on Christmas? Okay.
I told, not that because this is Christmas music, I guess, but I told you guys about Justin Bieber and shit. They use music as a way to like show satanic symbolism. If you know, you know. I'm saying, type in Justin Bieber satanic music video on YouTube. You'll find some shit where they like pause these videos on these like flashes. They're these like, what do you call it? They'll do a freeze frame on like, you know, it only flashes on the screen for like 0.1 second, but it's like this visualization that it's doing to you without you even knowing it. Crazy. Justin Bieber videos have it.
So 100 years ago, I'm going to list to you the top 4 Christmas songs. Only 100 years ago. It was Silent Night, We Three Kings, Oh Holy Night, and Away in a Manger. You know what all 4 of them songs got in common? They all glorify Jesus Christ. Now, listen.
Wait. Okay, so I got to read some chats real quick because I got a good one that Saxby just put in. I'm gonna get to that one, but let's read a little bit. Saxby saying, I live in Sweden. They taught us the whole Christmas thing as a kid in history school. They said this is all Viking culture. Okay, Saxby, I got you. Don't know how it's Viking culture, but I'll take your word for it. I just taking it all in right now. Miata Boy saying, we are Bryce Mitchell. We live like Saint Nick. Shout out to Miata Boy. He definitely living like Saint Nick. Shit, don't be saying anything bad about Jesus around Miata Boy. Louis saying, they merged Saint Nick with a spirit being from Northern European culture. It was a supernatural being, but not a personification of Satan. Okay, so they merged Saint Nick with a spirit from the Northern European culture. It was a supernatural being, but not a personification of Satan. But then that adds to what Otto was saying earlier, where Otto was saying Santa was a demon's name. So it's all very interesting. It was originally Saint Nick, but then they named Saint Nick Santa, essentially. And where did they get the name Santa? From, I guess, either a demon's name or Louis saying Northern European culture. He was a supernatural being. Okay, very interesting. Saxby saying this. Now, I've been laughed at in the past for this, Saxby, But they said, wait till they found out Jesus was not white and Mary was covered with a hijab. Now, I don't know about Mary being covered with a hijab. Like, I just don't know. But I know that I'm pretty sure Jesus was black. Jesus was black. And I don't have all the exact shit. Miata Boy gonna have a field day on this one. I'm just waiting for Miata Boy to say, shout out my black dad. Anyway. I believe, based off what I've heard, I don't have all of the evidence to back it up right now, but I'm gonna just say it like this. I've heard Jesus was black based off the fact of where he was born, right? And how do I justify that? Because the place, or let's put it like this first. The closer you are born to the equator, the darker your skin color will be, okay? People who are born close to the equator are black, right? Now, apparently where Jesus was born was close to the equator, which means he should be black. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to be like, what the fuck, Castro? But that's just what I've heard. Does anyone want to contextualize it for me? If not, we can look it up. But that's what I've heard. If anyone wants to drop like facts in the chat or something like that. Am I right or am I wrong? This is a discussion, so I'm not even like going to be like, oh, I'm right about this 100,000%. But that's what I've heard. And I kind of believe it. Saxby also saying music is brainwashing, low frequency sound. Shout out to Saxby. Louis saying Bryce just likes to spin everything back to his Satan narrative. Okay, Louis, okay. Miata Boy saying we all remember the Lil Nas X music video and the blood shoes he sold. Exactly, homie. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they do that. Saxby saying Christmas tree, mistletoe, it's all from Northern European culture, Scandinavia, pagan Viking. I got you, Saxby. Yeah, keep adding context. I'm reading all of it. Every picture of Mary is wearing hijab scarf. You know, I think the pictures I've seen of Mary, she is wearing a scarf, isn't she? Tyler Betts, Jews aren't black though. Fair enough, Tyler Betts. And then Miata Boy saying, I don't think Jesus was fully black, but he was definitely not white. He was more like tan. Okay, we get into the bottom of this. Hopefully someone else contextualizes it. Saxby saying they made Jesus white and changes the laws to texture Europeans. Otto saying, I do know he was dark skinned, but I don't know about black yet. I haven't heard about that part yet. Okay, got you. Tyler Betts saying some people claiming Cleopatra was black too, shaking my head. Otto saying, yes, she is. I don't know anything about Cleopatra. So I'm going to just plead the fifth on that one. And then Saxby saying, you're right, brother. Jesus looks like the black people or the brown as Arab. Okay. There we go. So Jesus ain't white. Bottom fucking line, he may not be black, but he definitely 100,000% ain't white. Okay, Jesus kind of like me. We don't know what he is. He definitely not white though. You feel me? But yeah, I brought that up at a family party and I was getting laughed at. Like people were thinking I was like stupid and shit. I'm like, shit, you making yourself look stupid right now, homie, by disagreeing with me. Like you definitely making yourself look stupid. Because they didn't agree with me. They thought I was crazy when I said that if you're born near the equator, you're going to be black. It's true. Eric, some people even claim that the original samurais were black. They trying to blackwash history. Isn't that crazy, bro? Why they make everybody white? Why they make everybody white, bro? Maybe it's just a European thing. I don't know. Miata Boy saying he probably looked like a Jew or looked like people in Dubai people. I got you. Louis, that's not true always. You're going by recent racial migrations. They had whites in the Middle East and North Africa. Shit, I don't even know, Louis, but I'm going to take your word. Saxby, bro, the European Jews have 99% European blood. They are not Semitic or Arabs. It's illegal to do DNA tests in Israel. Shit. Shout out. We getting deep now. We keep dropping Natan Levy's part of the country. That's okay. Because Europeans used to colonize the world. I mean that is true, right? History ain't my strong suit, boys. So shit, I'm defaulting to you boys. All right? History ain't my strong suit. MMA, shit, that stuff my strong suit. You feel me? Cleopatra was Northern Greek. She would be considered white. Okay. All right. Continuing with Bryce Mitchell. Keep dropping the context in the chat, though. I'm appreciating it.
Today as this in a manger. You know what all 4 of them songs got in common? They all glorify Jesus Christ. Now, listen today as this wicked woman describes what's happened to our music, and listen to how proud she is of it too.
If it wasn't for us Jews, there wouldn't be Christmas the way you know it. Look at that. Look at that. Because, you know, Irving Berlin wrote White Christmas and redefined Christmas music. Until then, it was all like Jesus music. And all the iconic Christmas songs were all written by Jews.
So I don't have to say anything. She said everything I was thinking. She basically ratted herself out. Okay, we've holed up another rat. So let's smoke them out. I'm going to list to you now 5 Christmas songs, okay? And I'm going to tell you why they're all evil. Here they go. All I Want for Christmas Is You. That's about sex. The Last Christmas. Sex. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Magic and evil. Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. Idolatry. That's right. You're worshiping a tree. I worship God. Okay? And, of course, White Christmas. Oh, what's wrong with White Christmas? Well, it's deliberately put on the radios to piss black people off. How stupid do you got to be? Okay? And in fact, let me make a point real quick. Did you know that white and black actually don't exist? Yeah, my skin's not actually white. This paper right here, that's white. My skin is not white, okay?
Okay. I'm not going to give you any commentary. I'm going to just go grab something real quick outside. I'll come back in like 2 minutes, but I'll leave the video playing. I might miss a few things, so definitely be dropping chats. If anything Bryce says that's crazy, drop a chat because I'm going to miss it if so. But at least if you guys drop a chat on it, I can know what I missed. So I'm going to keep the video playing. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I'm kind of like light brown. In the summer, I kind of get a little bit more darker brown, okay? And guess what? All the people that call themselves black, their skin is brown. Our skin colors are actually more similar than what our English vocabulary describes it as. We put ourselves in the box of white or black. And you think of White Christmas as, oh, white America. It's so much better than some black Christmas. Nope. That's all ignorant, okay? And anything that separates us based on skin color or would make one skin color mad at the other, any of that separation is a tactic from Satan. And I'm just telling you, White Christmas is not a Christian song. It's a song meant to sow division and piss black people off. It's so obvious. I don't even know why I have to explain it to you idiots, but I do, okay? Stop listening to these stupid Christmas songs and start listening to Silent Night. You know what I mean? Seriously, these songs suck. Silent night, holy night. They've obviously intentionally removed Jesus from Christmas. And category number 5, historical Christmas. What Christmas used to be in this country, because we do have a frame of reference, okay? Here's a picture that I love. This was taken in New York City. This was actually on Good Friday, not Christmas, but it just shows you that 50 years ago, 70 years ago rather, you know, crosses on buildings like skyscrapers was very common, okay? Nowadays, can you imagine crosses going up on the skyscrapers in New York City? They've made a laughingstock out of Jesus Christ and his sacrifice. Whereas...
Okay, did I miss anything? It was 2 minutes since I was gone. Drop it in the chat if I missed anything. I don't see anything crazy, though. But I'm going to read some chats. I'll read from the bottom first. Gravy Show dropping in. What up, Gravy Show? Make sure you like the stream, homie. Shit, just help me out and like the stream. I'm glad you're in here. But Gravy's saying, haha, I'm so glad you're covering the new Bryce cast. I haven't been in chat since Jake Paul got his grill busted. That fight was so ass. For $90 million, I'd break my jaw every month for a year. Yeah, shout out Gravy. Everything you just said, Gravy, I've been saying too, homie. Shout out to Gravy. Welcome back to the chat. Tyler Betts saying Carol of the Bells is a Christian Christmas song. Oh, Noel. And then Tyler Betts saying there was a lot I missed in the 2 minutes. Damn. It's okay. Miata Boy saying, I'm going to chill because I'm about to get based. It's a good thing to be based, homie. We want to be based. Shane Rodriguez. What up, Shane Rodriguez? Popping in the chat saying, fuck Jake Paul. He ruined boxing. He never wanted to be greater. He wasted everybody's time. Thank you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys dropping in the chat right now, fucking backing up my points without even knowing what I said. But I know you boys love that thumbnail. He doesn't deserve respect. Fuck no, he doesn't. And Miata Boy saying, I had a black guy who wouldn't cut my hair one time because I was white. Damn, Miata Boy. I was thinking about that, and like, honestly, I could understand if a white guy doesn't want to cut a black guy's hair out of fear of ruining it. You feel me? Because their hair is a bit different. But I mean, a black guy cutting a white guy's hair, I feel like maybe he could do it. I don't know. Unless he's just used to cutting black hair. There's a difference between the hairs. That's all I'm trying to say. I guess that's why he didn't cut your hair, Miata. He's not used to cutting white guys' hair. Shout out to that barber, though. Saxby saying, the thing I respect about Europeans, when they took over America, Austria, New Zealand, they didn't pretend to be from there. They just took it, right? And then he's saying, well, Natan Levy's part of the country pretended to be Jewish with 99% European blood. Interesting. Oh, I see what you're saying, Saxby. It went over my head, but I'm sure everybody else got it at first. I was like, what the hell are you saying? But now I get it. Basically saying that the people who took over Natan Levy's part of the country aren't really Jewish. Well, according to the Bible, that's what the synagogue of Satan is, people impersonating as Jewish. I'm just telling you guys what the Bible says. The certain chosen people are not the real chosen people. That's what the Bible says. Tyler Betts, they do try to blackwash history, even claiming Native Americans are black. Interesting. They're more brown, right? Native Americans are brown or what? Eric saying Miata Boy should have sued the barber for discrimination. Gravy, 100% facts. Homie, shout out fucking Gravy Show, my man. Tyler Betts saying a lot of Christian Christmas songs. Oh, I got you. Saxby, don't read stuff that gets you in trouble. Okay, Saxby. Was just giving context. Shout out to Saxby. I got you, homie. Gravy with the crying laughing. Tyler Betts red. Oh, okay. I got you. No, that makes sense to me, Tyler Betts. That's what happened with the Redskins, right? That's why we changed the name. Because Redskins was like kind of racial. That's like calling Asians yellow skins type thing. So not that I'm talking about the football team. You feel me? I don't got much to say about it, but I understand what you're saying where you say Native Americans are red, not black. That makes sense to me. Miata Boy saying, I'm about to get based. I will chill. All right, Miata Boy. But shit, you can come over to the based side anytime. Otto saying they look brown, but if you look towards the end of their skin line, it's red. My grandma was half native, but she was from Mexico, not Department of Mexico, the borderline of Mexico. Okay. All right, Otto. Good context from all you boys. Let's continue. We got about 5 minutes left in this one. Hating on someone because of race is stupid, and pretending everyone is from your tribe is stupid. Shout out Saxby.
70 years ago, everybody knew Jesus Christ died for this nation, and everybody was bound by the love of Jesus Christ in this nation. Okay? And that's diminishing. I'm just telling you, the Christmas season is no longer what it used to be. Okay? Now you have to say Happy Holidays instead of saying Merry Christmas, because the word Christ is in Christmas. So they don't want you to say Merry Christmas. They want you to say Happy Holidays. Well, kiss my happy ass. I'm going to say Merry Christmas. Okay. And that's what it is. If y'all don't understand.
I will say this real quick. How is it that in a Christian nation, we get shamed in saying Merry Christmas? We're a Christian nation, right? Just like other nations belong to other religions, and you operate that's the religion of the nation. Now, of course, you're going to have different religions within that nation potentially, right? Like I'm sure there's some Christians that exist in Russia, but the majority are probably Muslim, right? But that doesn't mean that the Muslims go ahead and start shying away from their traditions to appease the few Christians that are in that nation. So, I mean, I never really thought about it like this because it's always just like taught as something normal. But it's like, yeah, we're a Christian nation and we get shamed out of saying Merry Christmas. Like I was talking to this lady on the phone the other day, like a business call type of thing. And so she doesn't know much about me. So she's like, Happy Holidays. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like you too. But you can tell she's trying to be politically correct. Shit, we live in a Christian nation. If you say Merry Christmas and I'm not Christian, I shouldn't take that offensively. I should be like, oh, I'm in a Christian nation. Of course everybody's celebrating Christmas. I'll just say thank you. You feel me? But I don't know. America's so soft and I was almost going to say Bryce Mitchell's reference, but I'm not gonna. And then Tyler Betzing, I think a lot of Russia is Christian Catholic. A lot of Russia is Christian. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't know history too well, boys, but I'm sure you get my point. I'm sure you get my point, right? Like, for example, in Israel. Shit, I shouldn't really be saying that, but I'm sure most of them celebrate Hanukkah. So relate it to that. Miata Boy saying you should have hung up on that bitch. Shit, the conversation was over with, so there was no time to hang up. Saxby saying, I'm sure the Asians don't own the media. I don't think so.
How important Christ was. The year is 2025. We started the calendar system based off when he was born. Yeah, let that sink in. Christ was born 2025 years ago. If you don't think it affects you, well, check the date on the calendar. Ever wondered why there's 7 days? Understand how, okay? And that's what it is. If y'all don't understand how important Christ was, the year is 2025. We started the calendar system based off when he was born. Yeah, let that sink in. Christ was born 2025 years ago. If you don't think it affects you, well, check the date on the calendar. Ever wondered why there's 7 days in a week? Because of 7 days of creation. Okay? If you want to deny the importance of biblical facts and biblical knowledge in our society, you are a fool. Our literal calendar system is based off of biblical concepts. You have no idea how brainwashed you are. Keep watching Arkansanity because I'm going to share that love of God with you, and I'm going to show you it's not as bad as what they tell you in the public schools, okay? In fact, it's way better than what they're teaching out there. So in conclusion, the real promise of Christmas is the promise that no matter what's happening in your life, no matter what's happening in the world, no matter how dark things may seem, the sun will rise because the sun has risen. Jesus Christ is the true light of the world. Let me get into some scripture here to bless y'all up. This is some really powerful stuff here, okay? Isaiah 8:19. When someone tells you to consult mediums and spiritists, should not a people inquire of their God? Yeah, he's talking about Santa. Don't inquire about Santa, inquire about God. Isaiah 9:1. Nevertheless, there will be no more gloom for those who were in distress. In the past, he humbled the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, but in the future, he will honor Galilee of the nations by way of the sea beyond Jordan. Oh, you wonder who he was talking about? Well, this is Isaiah 9:6, okay, a little bit later. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Who is called the Prince of Peace? Dude, he's talking about Jesus in Isaiah 9:6. Matthew 4:16. Whoo, this one give me chills. This one wake me up, okay? Let me tell you. The people living in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of the shadow of death, a light has dawned. John 8:12. When Jesus spoke again to the people, he said, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. I can't read that without getting chills in my body. It wakes me up because
Wait, let me re-listen to this one. That one went right over my head, but I want to get the chills in my body too, like Bryce. No Diddy.
Shadow. The people, whoo, this one give me chills. This one wake me up, okay? Let me tell you. The people living in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of the shadow of death, a light has dawned. John 8:12. When Jesus spoke again to the people, he said, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. I can't read that.
That's a good quote right there. That's a good quote. I like it. I like it. That's a good quote. That almost gave me chills. That almost gave me chills. I felt it coming up a little bit.
Without getting chills in my body. It wakes me up because that's what Christmas is. It's that Holy Spirit entering your body, the light entering your body, the darkness leaving your thoughts and your mind and fleeing from you. That's the gift I want everybody to have for Christmas. I want y'all to have the confidence that Jesus Christ lives in your heart and you cannot be harmed by your enemies. You cannot be harmed by darkness. It will flee from you because the light of Jesus Christ is in your heart. If you don't have that, you don't know what Christmas is about.
Shit, I got the light of Jesus Christ in my heart. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. I never told you boys this, but I always say in my head, I mean, I've told a few people close to me, but
you just don't get it.
Shit, I got Jesus in my heart for sure. I always tell people I'm blessed by God. I'm blessed by God. Shit. So Jesus definitely in my heart. I'm blessed by God. You feel me? I walk around the world blessed. God blesses me. And anyone else who believes in him.
And I'm trying to tell you, okay? Christmas is not about pretending darkness does not exist. It's about knowing the darkness does not win. The light has already come. The light has already won. The darkness flees from the light. You'll never see the light flee from the darkness. Share this episode before Christmas. Watch it with your family and enjoy the next episode. Thank you so much, y'all. And remember, Christ is the light of the world.
Saxby saying it almost gave me a chill was hilarious. I think it went over most of our heads. Hard English. I'll sum it up to you, Saxby, how I kind of interpreted it or how I understood it. He basically saying like, people walk in darkness, so to speak, in the real world, you know, whatever it might be, depression, sadness, whatever you want to label the darkness as, loneliness, right? And then the scripture was saying, if you believe in Jesus, if you follow him, you will never be in darkness. You will always be in the light that he provides. So shout out to Jesus on that. That gave me chills because I think anybody been through some dark times with or without Jesus. And I mean, I wasn't going to say this, but now that I'm explaining it, shit, I always feel better after I say a prayer. You feel me? Anytime I'm feeling anxious and shit like that, I'll say a prayer. And generally speaking, I usually feel a lot better. I usually feel like a lot of that shit's off my chest. And the stuff I was tripping about, it kind of goes by the wayside. So, you know, believe in God, follow his word, so to speak, and you're going to be happier. You're not going to be in darkness, right? You're going to reap the rewards of the light that is in Jesus's shadow, so to speak. I'm coming up with my own scripture now, but you guys should get what I'm saying. Miata Boy saying, we are Bryce Mitchell. We won't forget. My chats won't be ignored. I'm speaking facts. Miata Boy, they're not even going through, homie. Your chats aren't even going through, or else I would have read them. But all you guys correcting me about that whole Russian thing, yes, I understand. I was definitely wrong about that. I mean, shit, I don't know. Clearly, I don't know if I was saying the wrong shit, but I'm going to take your guys' word for it. I told you guys, I don't know shit about history. Miata Saxby says, imagine going to Bryce Mitchell's school. If any one of the kids is gay, he knows he needs to keep that shit quiet. Shout out to Saxby. Shout out to Saxby. And fucking, I'm gonna shout out 2 people in the chat who I saw in the chat earlier, who I don't see in the chat right now. Not fully sure if they're watching. I didn't read out their chats, so I normally do. But shout out to Dylan, my boy Dylan. Shout out to America First. Okay? I feel bad because America First been quiet in the chat the last 2 days, and I did see him in here, but I didn't read out his chats because I was ranting, and America First comes in, usually dropping some random facts, which I always appreciate. But when I was locked in on the fucking rants, I didn't want to get distracted. But America First, I've been seeing you in the chat, homie. Don't be quiet just because I didn't read it out. I think you said something about the Call of Duty guy dying in a car crash. Rest in peace to him. Okay, rest in peace to him. What up to America First? What up to Dylan? Saxby says, we understood the Russian point. Who cares if 90% is Christian? Okay, as long as you guys understood the point, that's the main thing. That is the main thing. Okay. The moment Miata boy has been waiting for. Shit, the moment Miata boy's been waiting for. You want to drop your video suggestion in the chat, Miata boy, or what? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm looking at my notes I wrote down, and one of the notes I wrote down for my talking points, I put Ariel is a fucking clown. You guys are on this idiot's side. Unfucking real. That's truly how I feel, though. I can't believe some of you guys are on Ariel's side of things. Unfucking real. Miata Boy says he got too based. We probably won't watch this whole thing, Miata Boy. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't want to exceed your expectations, you feel me? But I don't want to set the expectation too high. We could watch a little bit, but chances are we're not gonna watch the whole thing. Ronin MMA video about the Warlord guy. Oh, Ronin. Should I fuck with Ronin? But we're not gonna watch the whole thing.
So
34 minutes. I think it would be better if I watch it on my own time and come back tomorrow with the timestamps of the parts that I'm like passionate about, and then I can also explain it. So I almost would rather do a full video tomorrow, but let's watch some of it.
All right, guys, welcome back to.
And real quick, like shout out to Ronin MMA. Like straight the fuck up. I fuck with this dude. I co-signed him a long time ago for you guys, telling you like go watch this guy's channel. He comes out with good content. He does. I really do fuck with Ronin MMA. So shout out Miata Boy for recommending this Ronin MMA video. He always starts out with, all right, guys. And then he got that legendary background music. I fuck with Ronin. I do fuck with Ronin.
The channel now. The sport of mixed martial arts is connected to many.
I got you, Miata Boy. You know, the thing is I just feel bad because these are these guys. This is what I'm saying without saying it. These are these guys' full videos. You feel me? And I'm kind of just coming in here watching the whole thing in my entirety on my live stream, and I just don't know how they all feel about that. So if you guys want the extra context, like I don't know if Ronin would appreciate me doing this, because it's almost the equivalent of somebody watching my whole Buckley interview on their live stream and then like clipping it off as their work. That's why I don't mind watching like the fighters content, because they're not doing it for a career. It's more of like, you know, they don't care as much. So we can watch the Tom Aspinall videos. We can watch the Bryce Mitchell videos, the Andrew Tate videos. But I do feel bad a little bit like watching these whole videos in their entirety. So that's what I'm saying when I say I'd rather like provide a little bit of context myself versus just watching the whole thing. Although, you know, I will be pausing and reacting a lot, so it's not like you're going to enjoy the full video without interruptions on my channel. I'm definitely going to be interrupting it, but still yet. But shout out to me, Autoboy. I appreciate the suggestions, homie, for sure. And we're going to watch a little bit of it right now. Louis saying, so what does Ronan say about the guy? I don't fuck with the Puya lookalike TBH. Nothing against him, though. Puya lookalike? Who the Puya lookalike, Tyler Betts? Who the fuck's Puya? We are Bryce Mitchell. Shout out to Bryce Mitchell. He always lets me watch his videos. I never got to worry about watching a full Bryce Mitchell video. Who's Puya? Tyler Betts, fucking tell me who Puya is, because I want to know. The hell's going on here, Tyler Betts? This is Puya. Some white guy. Is this who Ronan MMA is? I don't even know who Puya lookalike is. Tyler Betts, who's the Puya lookalike? You got my interest piqued.
Many different kinds of shady, shadowy, and shrouded individuals, ranging all the way from
from Suicide Boys. Shout out to Suicide Boys. Shout out Suicide Boys. Looks like, oh, he looks like Ronan. LOL. Okay, so Tyler doesn't really fuck with Ronan that much. Oh, because Ronan does live streams from time to time. Long-haired Puya, though. Yeah, I noticed Ronan also does like fight companions and stuff. So he does show his face, but he doesn't show his face in these videos. Okay, I'm gonna stop honey dicking this now. Louis asking, so what does Ronan say about the guy? We're gonna find out. How the Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov became the warlord of MMA. There's a lot to this, I'm sure.
Street criminals to
No. Shout out to SD, my man SD. I hope SD's doing well.
Financial scammers, from terrorists turned informants to monarchs. Now, quite possibly chief among them, though, one who has some questionable ties to many fighters that are loved by large swaths of the fan base. A modern-day warlord known for political killings, private armies, and even purges on certain groups of people, as well as potentially the assassination of his own father to acquire the power that he holds today. Though to a younger demographic,
I don't know anything about him, but this dude's giving like brat vibes, you know, like spoiled rich brat vibes. I don't know why, but this dude's giving it.
He's probably more known for private zoos, private jets, massive car collections, or just mass amounts of wealth more generally, which is to a large extent the whole idea behind being so friendly and cordial with multiple extremely popular UFC fighters, or even just combat sports athletes more broadly. Ramzan Kadyrov, the head of the Chechen Republic, a semi-autonomous republic of Russia, and a leader who is allowed to rule with, essentially, complete and total impunity in exchange for complete and total loyalty to the leader of a country that once subjugated his people to generations of deprivation and destitution. Loyalty that is bought with billions of dollars in subsidies each year to be spent however he wants, and the ability to do whatever he wants without consequence. Now, as I mentioned, Ramzan Kadyrov is connected to many fighters that we are all familiar with, fighters that are either wittingly or unwittingly being used to sanitize his image to large groups of their fan bases. And in this video, I want to do a deep dive into some of those connections and relationships so that we can examine the validity of them. Many fighters are given a pass by parts of the fan base that are aware of these relationships, as well as being aware of the things that Ramzan Kadyrov has done, always with the excuse of, well, what do you want them to do? Say no and risk their lives or the lives of their families, which could to some extent be a fair question for some of them, others not so much. By the end of this video, hopefully an answer to that question will reveal itself, or an answer to whether or not it is actually a fair question to ask, let alone use as an excuse. We will cover everything in this video, from briefly before Ramzan Kadyrov's father Ahmed took power, to modern day and how Ramzan is using the sport of mixed martial arts for his own political image, and of course, the relationships he has with these fighters. So without further ado, let's get into it.
We should have just started right here, 3 minutes in, motherfucker. We should have just started 3 minutes in.
1994, Russia had launched a full-scale invasion into Chechnya, an attempt to curb post-Soviet era Chechen independence. The invasion lasted nearly 2 years, which was a lot longer than originally anticipated. By the time Russia had pulled out of Chechnya in August of 1996, one Akhmad Kadyrov, the father of Ramzan Kadyrov, had become the Grand Mufti, a religious leader of Chechnya, and had amassed one of the largest militias within the country, making him one of the most powerful and influential warlords within Chechnya. However, after the Russians had left, Chechnya was essentially a failed state due to the carnage and havoc that had been inflicted on them by the Russian invasion. Multiple different factions had arisen, and there was constant fighting among warlords, as well as the rise of radical Islamist groups beginning to spread, making Chechnya a hub for many jihadists all throughout the region. Akhmad Kadyrov allegedly did not like the direction his country was taking in its newfound quasi-independence, ironically enough, after being the one to declare a holy war on Russia.
Захватим, удастся Хабаровск захватим, Москву захватим, мы будем воевать до конца. И никто нас, кроме Аллаха, не остановит на этом пути.
During the rule of another Chechen warlord. In 1999, Vladimir Putin would take power in Russia and would launch another invasion into Chechnya after a few potential false flag bombings said to be carried out by Chechen terrorists.
Взрыв в Москве. Количество погибших в результате взрыва дома на Каширском шоссе сегодня достигло 121 человека.
Это звери, то бешеные. И поэтому ответ должен быть соответствующий. Он должен быть сверхжестким.
This time, however, Putin, being fully aware of the factions and the infighting happening within Chechnya, began reaching out to the leaders to give them an opportunity to undermine the radical Islamist sects of the independent movement, as well as become the new ruling class within Chechnya. Putin would communicate with these leaders using gangsters and criminals such as the Lasagna Gang, a criminal group that played an important role for the post-Soviet Russian statehood, and one that had very close ties to Russian security services. Akhmad Kadyrov was chief among these Chechens, which would help Russia take full control of Chechnya, and as a reward was appointed by Putin to be the new leader of Chechnya in June of the year 2000. With Akhmad Kadyrov now in power, he would appoint his youngest son, Ramzan Kadyrov, to be the head of security and in charge of building up their very own private army known as the Kadyrovsky. Now, just 4 years later, in May of 2004, Akhmad Kadyrov would be assassinated at a Victory Day celebration via bombing. All right, now there are many strange facts about this assassination on Akhmad Kadyrov that leads many to believe, including myself, that it is very likely his own son, Ramzan Kadyrov, played a pretty significant role in the whole event taking place. A former acquaintance of the Kadyrov family claims that in the spring of 2004, shortly before the assassination, Akhmad had returned from a visit to Moscow. He was extremely agitated and claimed he would never return to the Kremlin again. The relationship between the new Chechen leader and Moscow was a difficult one, to say the least. Akhmad Kadyrov would frequently demand revenue from the sales of their local oil, which Moscow would just as frequently deny. And on May 9th, 2004, Dynamo Stadium in Grozny, Chechnya, a celebration was being held for what is known in Russia as Victory Day, a day to commemorate victory over the Germans in World War II. Akhmad Kadyrov was assassinated via a bomb that had been placed directly under his very seat at this celebration, a crime that conveniently did not undergo much investigation and was basically immediately chalked up to separatist militants that still existed within Chechnya, despite how many strange coincidences took place that day in order for the assassination to happen in the exact way that it did. Now, Earlier, we spoke about Ramzan Kadyrov and how he was appointed as the head of his father's security service. Conveniently for him, Ramzan was not only not present at the parade that day, but was not even present in Chechnya at the moment that his father was killed. An anonymous acquaintance of the Kadyrovs, as well as a former high-ranking Kremlin official, has claimed that on May 9th, 2004, Ramzan was in Moscow for the entire day. No one knows, however, why he was not at his father's side that day, again as the head of his security service. Now, later that day, Ramzan would be brought to the Kremlin almost immediately to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and it would be this meeting that in effect marked the beginning of Ramzan Kadyrov's reign over Chechnya. The fact alone that conveniently Ramzan Kadyrov was not at his post as the head of security, but rather in Moscow, making him quickly available for a meeting with Putin is enough to raise some eyebrows, but it is certainly not the only fact or question that arises from that day. Rather than Ramzan being with his father, a subordinate of Ramzan's, who they called Mamak, full name Magomed Israpilov, was left in charge of his father's security at the Victory Day parade. Magomed has been described as being large as a bear and known by many as Ramzan's right-hand man. A few years later, in 2009, Ramzan Kadyrov would have his so-called right-hand man killed by letting loose a literal lion to feast on a figurative bear. There are a few different accounts on why it is that Ramzan would have Magomed killed. One version is because the Israelipovs had been recruited by militants that were still fighting for Chechnya's independence. Another version of events says that Magomed was much too ambitious, politically speaking, and had dreamed of one day replacing the very man that he was at the time serving. Magomed's brother would also be murdered shortly after as well. Both of these men were witness to the so-called terrorist attack that had killed Ramzan's father in May of 2004. And again, had killed Ramzan's father, and men were witness to the so-called terrorist attack that had killed Ramzan's father in May of 2004. And again, very conveniently for Ramzan Kadyrov, are now both gone. Another strangity regarding this assassination was the precision of which the bomb was placed. Typically speaking, at the time in Chechnya, and in large part still to this day, when militants would carry out an attack of this nature, they would do so with the objective as taking as many lives as possible, and would set up the explosion in a way that would make that possible, especially.
Okay. All right. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Sorry, Miata boy. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to watch this on my own time. And I think that, you know, we can go over like the specific stuff, you know, later on. I mean, I'm sure it's at the end of this video. Yeah, here we really want to know about him and all the fighters and stuff, but I mean, we could talk about this a little bit. So what happened? Like, Kadyrov basically killed his dad so he could overthrow his so he could get it, or what? So he could get the rest of the army? He's cooking. I mean, he's definitely laying it all out there. Why was Kadyrov in Russia with Putin the same day his dad died? I didn't understand the significance in that. But anyway, he hurt a lot of people. No, I know he did. I know he did.
Allahu Akbar.
Okay, let's watch the last 10 minutes. How about that? Last 10 minutes. Kadyrov and UFC fighters.
Since the explosion in the number of fighters stemming from the Caucasus region, Ramzan Kadyrov has been much more intertwined in the world of mixed martial arts.
I mean, it seems like it, Miata boy. Kadyrov smoked his own father. He smoked the bear, and he smoked someone else too. 3 people close to him.
And has been seen and photographed spending time with a large number of fighters from that region, including Khamzat Chimaev, Khabib Nurmagomedov, Magomed Ankalaev, and many others. Recently, he was visited by John Jones as well on Thanksgiving, no less. Okay, now I would almost look worse upon an American or Western fighter going out of their way to go visit Ramzan Kadyrov, considering there is no real risk of harm or backlash from just saying no. So it is simply for the money. But considering it's John Jones, I'm not entirely surprised. But over the last decade or so, it seems like Kadyrov has become more and more prevalent in the world of mixed martial arts, using these fighters not only to help sanitize his image to the large fan base that some of them have, ones that span all over the world, but also to use mixed martial arts fighters to strengthen his own personal army, which makes this entire operation a little unique from typical sports washing. Abu Zayed Vismuravov, a top commander of Kadyrov's personal army, as well as the head of Kadyrov's MMA gym, Club Ahmed, most likely.
To be honest, I didn't know that Khabib and Islam were had relationships with this Kadyrov guy. I honestly had no clue that Khabib and Islam had relationships with him. That's kind of crazy.
Using the gym to sift or filter between fighters who have the potential to become a Khamzat Chimaev or a fighter that they will just funnel into their army. And then we have Beslan Ushakov, an MMA fighter who Kadyrov is seen promoting quite frequently, also a member of his special forces. And then we
also, Dana White has no clue how much he's being targeted by these countries. The UFC is one of the only American companies, right, where these guys can enter in. That's why they put so much behind fighters, because of the American spotlight they can get. And you know, it opens it up to shady ass shit like this. There's pros and cons to how Dana White runs the UFC, letting everyone from all over these nations come in. I mean, this is one of the downfalls of it. You got guys like Kadyrov taking a special interest in MMA because they realize the media, right, that covers MMA, they can get shown in a bigger spotlight and they can push their agenda, their narratives. So Dana White definitely getting exploited. Definitely getting exploited. Russia definitely wants to get a bunch of their fighters into the UFC, or Chechnya, whatever you want to say. But why do they want to get their fighters into the UFC? I think there's a quiet part there that people aren't speaking on. And I think it's to, you know, in a roundabout way, to draw influence. To draw out influence. You feel me? Mike Co saying wild. I agree. Shout out to Mike Co. What's poppin', homie?
We have Abdul Karim Idolov, a former UFC fighter who was then made into Deputy Prime Minister of Sport and Youth Culture by Ramzan Kadyrov, who was eventually found murdered some years later. These are just a few of the more unknown mixed martial arts fighters with whom Kadyrov is associated to, that he uses for his military. But there are also a few very known fighters, like I mentioned earlier, that he is connected to, that we can dive a little bit deeper into. One story in particular which shows the more ruthless and intimidating side of Ramzan Kadyrov would be the feud between him and Fedor Emelianenko. Now, while Ramzan has seemingly a good relationship with Fedor's brother, Alexander Emelianenko, a convicted rapist, by the way, okay, so it checks out. But the relationship that he had with Fedor was much more tenuous. In 2016, Ramzan Kadyrov would host a mixed martial arts tournament featuring
convicted rapist is crazy. And saying it so it checks out is even crazier. But I feel what he's saying.
featuring children as young as 8 years old, none of which wore any protective gear at all. There was even a knockout that took place on that night in one of the kids' fights. Despite mixed martial arts competition being illegal for any child under the age of 12, not only to compete but also to attend an event. Among the competitors were 3 of Ramzan's own sons, and all the children tasked with competing against his sons looked exactly how you would expect them to. Fucking terrified. As well, on that night, during the event, the likes of Magomed Ankalaev and Said Nurmagomedov also competed. One critic of this event was Fedor Emelianenko, writing in his what a now deleted Instagram post, quote, "What happened at the tournament in Grozny is unacceptable and moreover cannot be justified. Needless to say that kids under the age of 12 cannot even attend mixed martial arts fights in Russia as spectators, but here we had little ones as young as 8 beating each other up in front of happy adults. I am outraged that the head of Chechnya was watching over it. Didn't the sports minister tell him about the fact that children under the age of 12 cannot participate in MMA under any circumstances?" End quote. This caused a bit of a rift between multiple fighters from the Caucasus region, including Khabib Nurmagomedov, who came out and sided with Kadyrov over the ethnic Slavic Russian Fedor. A few days after the criticism from Fedor Emelianenko, his 16-year-old daughter would get assaulted on her way home from school and hospitalized. Now, Kadyrov did officially speak out against the attack on Fedor's daughter. However, the attack took place on a street near the Moscow's President Hotel, which is considered to be the unofficial headquarters of Kadyrov's men within Moscow.
I don't give a fuck that Kadyrov apologized for it. I don't doubt for a second that he had something to do with it. Typical fucking piece of shit move. Typical piece of shit move. Meowed Boy saying some kid got flatlined. What the fuck? Yeah, that is crazy. I was thinking that. A young ass kid getting knocked out. Come on, man. Come on now. We can't be having that.
Not to mention, Kadyrov would also go on record to state that he believes Fedor has probably realized his mistake for the criticism, kind of a not so subliminal message.
I told you he did it. I told you he did it. Despite the apology, I told you he did it.
Another fighter for which Kadyrov has a somewhat tenuous relationship with, at the very least now, is Khabib Nurmagomedov. Ramzan Kadyrov and Khabib, for the first few years of Khabib's newfound fame, would have a friendly and cordial relationship, both considering each other friends of one another.
Classic example of how fucking spineless and how like much Khabib has sold his soul to other people. More examples. More examples. That one dude who made the video on Khabib, the countless controversies of Khabib, didn't even touch on this. The fact that Khabib used to have a relationship with Kadyrov. He didn't even touch on this or mention it. Just another example of spineless ass Khabib. He ain't who he portrays himself to be, guys. He ain't who he portrays himself to be. I don't know who needs to hear it, but Khabib will sell his soul, bro. I mean, it's already been sold. He don't even own it anymore.
Kadyrov would even go on to buy expensive gifts for
Louis
Khabib.
Saying they already have that Caucasus style striking shit. They be teaching the kids early, bro, so they can get in the UFC and then have world influence. You feel me? Kadyrov loves that he's on these YouTube channels, that he's on American broadcasts. If you guys don't know, that whole Beterbiev versus Bivol fight, Kadyrov was there. They made sure that I think it was Bivol won. Kadyrov had influenced that shit. He got influence over Turkey and shit like that.
And his family a brand new Mercedes for his father Abdulmanap, a gift that he apparently likes to give many people. Once Khabib became much more...
Look at this little fucking street hooker Khabib. I ain't gonna say shit about his dad, but street hooker Khabib at it again. Finding a new daddy every month. Straight you know what. Straight streetwalker. Straight up streetwalker Khabib is. You guys know. You guys know Khabib is streetwalker now.
Famous, it seemed as though he started to distance himself from the likes of Ramzan Kadyrov and was seen and photographed much less with him.
After he got his Mercedes-Benz. Shit, I wonder who Khabib's pimp daddy is now. Who's Khabib's pimp now? Who's pimping out Khabib now? Just curious. Who you guys think is pimping out Khabib?
By the time Khamzat Chimaev...
Because Khabib always need a pimp. Khabib always need a pimp. He's nothing without a pimp.
...comes onto the scene, Ramzan Kadyrov was essentially openly bashing or trying to discredit Khabib, calling him a UFC project, claiming that some of his fights were fixed and that the only reason he is as successful as he is was because he played it safe. Not in terms of his fight style, but what he chose to represent, claiming that Khabib would never represent Russia or his homeland more broadly. These statements took place on one of Kadyrov's Instagram live streams. Khamzat Chimaev in the chat also wrote something along the lines of, "We'll tear him apart too." In 2022, when Russia would launch an attack on Ukraine, due to the heavy conscription in the region of Dagestan, multiple protests that would turn into riots broke out. The Russian government went to Khabib Nurmagomedov for help with this matter, wanting him to use his influence to stop the protests and help gain the public's support for the war. Khabib Nurmagomedov refused to make a statement on the matter and quietly moved to the UAE at this time. During another conflict that would break out shortly thereafter, there were more protests and riots. Eventually, Khabib would take a stance on the war in Ukraine, but not the one that the Russian government would have wanted from him. Within 24 hours, the Russian media had turned on him, insulting him live on broadcast, and many believe it is for these reasons that the raid on his gym, due to being linked with terrorism along with the massive tax bill owed to the Russian government, causing many of Khabib's assets to be seized, took place. Obviously, I don't know if it is the reason why explicitly, or if it was just something that the Russian government was overlooking until Khabib gave them a reason not to. But to say the timing was coincidental, resentment. Like when Khabib Nurmagomedov agreed with the beheading of a school teacher for showing a picture of Muhammad in a class, getting a pass. Now, he became increasingly
This is the one I'm interested in. Khamzat Chimaev.
frustrated with the state of his health and contemplated retirement publicly. It was at this time that Ramzan Kadyrov would reach out and ask Khamzat not to retire, but to return home so they could get him healthy again, as long as he promised to continue fighting. Khamzat Chimaev agreed and returned home. And this is his own story, by the way. So
the Chechen leader, Ramzan?
Ramzan, yeah.
He surprised you with a Mercedes-Benz?
Yeah, actually, I gave him 3 times.
3 Benzes?
Three
Yeah.
Benzes? Yeah.
Did he talk to you when you were trying to retire too?
Yeah, he did.
He just bought you another Benz and said, "I'll buy you a Benz when you retire."
Yeah, when I see the Benz become a healthy man.
By his own volition, he returned to the country that he once fled, seeking refuge from, and only after using the West, as so many do, to realize his dreams, would he then go home to be showered with gifts like expensive cars, houses, even a wife, and has since gone full steam ahead on pushing Kadyrov and his gym, even thanking his title victory to Club Ahmed before returning back to Chechnya to allow Kadyrov to parade around with his championship belt, along with receiving a Rolls Royce as a gift. During the lead up to this fight, during the UFC countdown, they were showing off Khamzat's compound and homes with his cars, and it made me think that the reason he really went back was not because he feared for his safety or the safety of his family, but because of the riches he would receive from Ramzan Kadyrov. Now,
I mean, I think the same thing. That's what I was thinking. No wonder that Khamzat handed off his belt so quickly and easily to Kadyrov. Homie bought him 3 Benzes. Homie bought him 3 fucking Benzes already. Of course he's going to give him that damn belt. He rocking 3 Benzes looking for more gifts. I mean, that shit's clear as day if you ask me. Now I got Islam here.
there are many other fighters who have been...
Saxby says Khamzat is forced, bro. I mean, shit. We won't know for sure unless you got some concrete proof you want to drop in the chat, Saxby. But, I mean, I do think that Khamzat, you know, the gifts have something to do with it. But if you got more concrete proof, drop it in the chat.
Photographed with Ramzan along with other celebrities. Mike Tyson, Islam Makhachev, like we mentioned, Magomed Ankalaev, John Jones, Fabricio Verdum, and many others. These few were the main ones I wanted to cover that, you know, had the most lore surrounding them. Okay, I do find it to be a slightly complicated subject. You see a lot of people defend these fighters by claiming it's no different than a fighter meeting with the United States president. I don't agree with that assessment whatsoever, especially considering that we covered how it was he came into power and the way in which he rules over his people, the way he has journalists killed and tortured, and many other issues. The other defense that I mentioned in the opening was that these fighters can't say no or their safety will be at risk. And while after—
That's right. I forgot about Henry and Usman going over there. Damn, Usman. Gosh dang it, Usman. Saxby saying, bro, if he did not hand it over, he would have been unalived. All right, Saxby, I got you. I got you. You could be right, Saxby. I'm not going to put it past Kadyrov. If your grandma lives there, I'm sure you would take pictures and give him the belt. Yes, Kadyrov, but I think yes, Kadyrov. My bad, Saxby. Definitely didn't mean to do that. But Saxby, I think this goes to a American way of thinking. You know, forgive me for it might be a bad example, but this is, you know, I would equate this to one of the rules of thumb in prison or in jail, right? Don't accept gifts from anybody because it always comes with a favor, right? And I think that, you know, we could say that so-and-so is going to hurt Hamzat if you don't give him the belt. He's going to hurt his grandma. But to be honest with you, Saxby, if you want my genuine response to you, would any of that stuff be happening if he didn't accept the gifts from Kadyrov? You feel me? Hamzat took something from that man that he didn't work for, right? He just had UFC clout. He didn't work for it. He didn't pay for it. He accepted 3 Mercedes-Benzes. Now, if you do that shit in jail, then you owe that guy your life pretty much. So, I mean, I think Kadyrov got the same type of mindset as some type of pod boss or prison warlord type shit. And, yeah. Saxby saying, true, don't accept gift, but I don't think Hamzat has a choice. Fair enough, Saxby. Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess Hamzat's the only one who truly knows, right, where he stands, but it's worth a discussion. Louis saying, I think Hamzat is married into Ramzan's family. I mean, yeah, because the Ronan did mention, like, Hamzat came home to a wife, right? And Kadyrov is a manipulator, bro. He's going to do these things to you to get the upper hand. This is a classic passive-aggressive dude right here. Kadyrov is using Hamzat for PR. Hamzat will do whatever he wants. I think it's got to that point, Saxby. I think it has got to that point. After
learning some of the deaths Kadyrov has been involved in, that argument is not totally meritless. As I mentioned, I would almost offer that explanation for most fighters from the Caucasus region, excluding the only one from Chechnya. Kadyrov has massive influence within Russia. If you are stuck on a mountainside in Dagestan and Kadyrov wants you killed, you might just be fucked, okay? But for someone like Hamzat Chimaev, who fled his country with his family to safety, to use that very country he fled to for his needs, only to return to the country that he fled from, to be showered with gifts and treated as royalty.
That's the one part, Saxby, that we can't overlook, right? Because you're saying if you're from there, you can't say no. Well, Hamzat, low-key kind of like giving scumbag. Hamzat, low-key giving scumbag. The fact that he went back there. You know, Saxby, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. By going back there, also Hamzat refuses to live there, but he went back there. And I think by Hamzat going back there, accepting free gifts and shit like that, he compromised his family. Genuinely speaking. I think it's a little bit scummy, a little bit weak of Hamzat to go back there to get all these gifts and all these things, right? 3 Mercedes-Benzes when he wanted to retire from MMA. Personally. By doing that, I think he directly involved his family in all these matters. And now we got Saxby saying, well, you know, if your grandma's from there, you know, you would protect your grandma too, which I get it. But I would even take it a step further and say, I wouldn't even compromise my family in the first place like that. I think that Hamzat directly compromised his family by going back to Chechnya because he was in his feelings about retirement and all this shit, and Kadyrov told him come back. So Saxby saying, the moment you become famous, Kadyrov knows who your family is. If you don't come back for his family, you're fucked. I mean, I don't know if any of us know for a fact that his grandma still lived there. It's definitely a possibility. Okay, it's definitely a possibility. But when he says he fled, did his grandma come with him and his mom and whoever else they left with? We don't know. So I don't know. It's a discussion. You feel me? I don't got no points on here. I'm just more so just conversating about it. Shane saying, look at Bisping, still my king. Shout out to Bisping. Mike Co saying, good point. Saxby saying, the moment, oh, I already read that one. But I'll read it again. The moment you become famous, Kadyrov knows who your family is. If you don't come back for his family, you're fucked. I got you, because your family could be threatened. Then Saxby saying, I do agree Hamza is stupid for being friends with them. Yeah. Yeah. He does not have understanding of the rules of surviving like you. Shit. Yeah. Common sense ain't so common. And that is a fact. That's a fucking quote from Buck in our interview. But it's very true, you know. A lot of us that have common sense, it ain't for everybody. Not everybody has common sense. And, you know, Hamza, low-key, he might be a good fighter, but it don't mean he got common sense, homie. So that would be my thing. Even if his grandma was threatened, I think going back there, right, made matters worse, too. It made matters worse. Made matters worse.
I don't know that I would offer the same level of charitability, especially considering someone like Khabib, we saw, did start to distance himself and speak out against some of the very things that Kadyrov was championing. Now, there was lots we did not get to cover in this video just in the interest of time and trying to somewhat keep it related to the topic of mixed martial arts. If you want to learn more, I suggest watching a documentary on Kadyrov that I have linked in the description below called Murderers, Harem of Minors, and the Secret of Ramzan Kadyrov's Heirs. It is in Russian, but they include English subtitles that you can read if you so choose.
Okay, so shout out to Ronan. Shout out to Ronan. I appreciate the video, homie. And Zach, I saw Mike Co before he retracted his comment. He said, yeah, I'm still finna read that shit out, homie. He said, follow the money. And yes, money is the root of all evil, Mike Co. Money is the root of all evil. Saxby saying, I can see your point that it made worse by going back. Shout out to Saxby. Habib's team at PR trained since, Habib's team was PR trained since they were kids. Hamza is stupid kid. Hamzat's a stupid kid. God gave Hamzat the body, not the brain. Miad Boy saying, I've got a feeling Hamzat not a good guy. Me too. Me too. That's really what I'm getting from this. Hamzat, like, either stupid or he's not a good guy or both. Or both. But when I just, like, put myself in that situation, like, I'm very good at identifying what's going to put other people in harm's way. You feel me? And that's just bottom line. I don't like to make moves that's definitely going to put people I love in harm's way. Like, it doesn't matter what you got to offer me. But if you really just want me to say what's in my heart right now, it's like, I don't know. Hamzat's over here crying over getting fucking COVID, thinking about retiring from MMA. Like, what a fucking bitch-ass softy. Sorry, and sorry, to anybody who loves Hamzat and shit like that, but I'm just keeping it a buck. Like, homie's crying over getting COVID and retiring from MMA, and that was enough to compromise his family? Like, I don't know. Kind of like a bitch-ass softy, bro. Kind of a bitch-ass softy. Like, bro, what you even, like, this is my point. This is what I'm trying to say. What the fuck you even crying about getting COVID for in the first place? Like, what the fuck you even crying about, bro? Wanting to retire over COVID? Like, what the fuck you crying about? And then that was enough for you to compromise your family and take 3 fucking Benzes from Kadyrov. Like, shit, bro. Like, because we're talking about, he's doing this in a sense to protect his family. But I would raise the question, does he even care about his family? Right? We got to ask that question too. Does he even care about his fucking family? Doing shit like that in the first place. Both questions are out. Is he doing this to protect his family, or does he really give a fuck about his family doing this in the first place? I think both questions are very valid. Yeah, low key, I feel like he's a scumbag. Straight up. Shout out Miata Boy for saying that. Mike-O, most definitely the root of all evil, unfortunately. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Facts, Mike. Saxby saying, sorry about the English. Kamzat, don't care. No worries, no worries. Kamzat lives for the moment. Yeah. Mike-O, didn't he partake / promote in some crypto ton scam a while back? Yeah, Mike, last year. Last year, Hamzat did that too. Scamming his fans, right? Just like Habib. If we're going to get on Habib's ass for that, we best get on fucking Hamzat's ass for that. So yes, Hamzat no better than Habib. He loves accepting gifts, like HT says. He pumping ups crypto scams. I mean, he in bed with Kadyrov. I mean, shit, how many signs do we need to say Hamzat might be an idiot or a bad guy? Yep, I'm gonna get to Saxby's chat, but, you know, I like the honesty in the chat, boys. I love the honesty in the chat, as a matter of fact. HT saying, Hamzat loves gifts too. It's only a shitty belt to Hamzat anyway. We all know Hamzat have admitted he loves money, as long as he can look after his mom and family. They both using each other. I mean, shit, HT. I don't think there's anything in that I would disagree with. I think you're right in the middle of all that. You feel me? Like, for example, HT, Hamzat loves money, right? And as long as he can look after his mom and family. But at the same time, he compromised his mom and family for the money. If that makes sense to you. It's like good and bad at the same time. Yeah, he accepted money from an evil dictator to take care of his mom and family, right? But in doing so, he directly compromised their lives. If he ever steps away from this man, they're basically dead. It's kind of crazy. Maybe that's why I say, like, maybe he a fucking idiot, bro. Or maybe he doesn't give a fuck about his family. I can't tell. It's probably both. We're going to get to Saxby's chat, because Saxby's saying, the reason why Hamzat said, I don't care about the shitty belt, he knew he had to give away. I got you, Saxby. He knew he had to give that belt away. I got you. I agree. Takes all the gift, put him in place where they took his belt. Yes. And then Saxby saying, I think the truth is in the middle in this one. I think the truth is in the middle. I think the truth is in the middle. I think Hamzat probably does care about his family, but his stupidity has directly compromised them. But what directly compromised them, probably in his mind, he was trying to help them. That's why I think he's a fucking idiot. And then Saxby saying, low-key, I'm happy they took Hamzat's belt, makes him hungry to get a new belt. Shit, yeah. But he always got to return back and give it to them, Saxby. They own him, essentially. They own him. Hamzat could end up dead, Saxby. Hamzat, when his career is over with, if he don't want to keep playing the game, he could end up dead. But that just goes to show, right? Don't be a fucking idiot, bro. Straight up. And, I mean, so Saxby saying it's factual what you're saying, so shout out to Saxby. Miata Boy saying if Hamzat loses his belt, he's never getting another title shot. He won the belt and didn't take any damage and hasn't fought since 185 is dying because... Oh, and hasn't fought since. 185 is dying because of him. Yeah, he ain't getting a title shot, Miata Boy. Shout out to Miata Boy for that comment right there. I love that comment. He probably not getting a title shot because he's been delaying everything. And with that being said, Miata Boy, if he ever loses the belt, it's like, what's Kadyrov's use for him then? What's Kadyrov's use for Hamzat then? He just going to let him live peacefully? Let his career end peacefully, not asking for anything? No, of course he's going to try to compromise Hamzat. This dude evil. This dude low-key passive-aggressive. He be doing things for you to ask for it in return later on. And best believe those 3 Benzes, whatever else he's given him, those are lifetime debts. No matter how many belts Hamzat wins, he's always going to be in debt to homie. Right? And let's say, hypothetically, Hamzat tries to pay him off for everything he's given him, and he's like, here's $5 million. Let's have a clean separation. Homie's going to sniff that out. He's going to be like, Hamzat wants to separate from me? Nah, we're keeping you or we're killing you. So that's kind of my take. That's kind of my take on all that. If he loses that belt, bro, get ready for that ultimatum coming from Kadyrov. And I don't think there's ever a time where Hamzat can pay him back for everything he's given him and get a clean separation. This dude is evil. Okay? You can just tell this dude's evil. But shit, Hamza, are you evil, homie? Are you evil? Look how much you're snuggled up next to this man. It's crazy, bro. Saxby saying, it's true they own him. I believe that might happen. Imagine it if he loses bad. Yeah, Saxby. Yeah, bro. I mean, let's just let this shit age with time, I guess you could say. Right? Let's see how all this stuff plays out. But I've been on record saying it now. I've been on record saying it now. So let's see how it all plays out. Shout out to Ronin MMA for the video. Miata Boy saying they already talking about stripping him. He said he's going to be out of the cage until the middle of 2026. It's just crazy, Miata Boy. It's crazy. And why do you think Dana White was trying to get Islam to return in January? Because he's tired of the inactivity. I mean, shit, I know some people like Movsar, but it's like, look at Movsar too. He's just inactive. And I know he's not under this umbrella of all the Russians and stuff like that, but he kind of is. He kind of is. Space Kid saying, poor Hamza, honestly. Space Kid, I'm just kind of in this middle ground right now where it's like, yeah, it could be poor Hamza, but if Hamza is like ignoring the signs for money, then I don't feel bad for him, bro. I don't feel bad for him. Because like in jail, right? Do you feel bad for a guy who accepts all these gifts from somebody in jail and then he becomes essentially the other guy's slave? Not really. You shouldn't have accepted the gifts, bro. It's very obvious. Don't accept the gifts and you won't be compromised. But, you know, if Hamzat's getting all this put on him against his will, then yeah, I feel bad for him, right? I feel bad for him. Unfortunately, I don't think it's Hamzat's innocent in this, Space Kid. If I were to say, I don't think Hamzat's innocent in this. Saxby saying Hamzat's family was in danger, but he did play his hand worse and made it worse. There we go, Saxby. I think we can agree on that one. Team Habib and are PR trained. They are always calculated. Yeah, yeah. And, you know, Hamza, you know, he a bit of a lone wolf. Shout out, no pun intended, but Hamza a bit of a lone wolf. Okay. So, I mean, that pretty much concludes the stream. Never accepts gifts in jail. You'll be someone's GF. LOL. I mean, shit, that's on a basic term. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, right? We all know. All the Americans know. Go watch an episode of 60 Days In. That's just my favorite show, by the way, guys. 60 Days In. That's my favorite show. They just dropped a new season on Netflix. I've been watching it. 60 Days In, my favorite show, bro. It's my favorite show. It's basically where these people volunteer to do 60 days in jail. And they like uncover secrets within the jail, like how people be sneaking in drugs and weapons and all this stuff. Great show. You learn a lot about the jail system. That's why I was saying pod boss earlier, because in jail there's always a pod boss. There's a guy who runs the whole pod, but that's a whole side note. Miata Boy saying this is the reason they're not signing Russian fighters anymore. They are trying to fade them out. Who wants to watch them knee the thigh and lay it in half guard? Yeah. And fucking like I was saying earlier, and who wants to like, how do you put it? Who wants to get exploited the way that they're exploiting the UFC? I think that Dana White sees the way Kadyrov is exploiting the UFC, trying to manufacture the best talent out of his region to make a world champion, but not just because he wants a world champion, he wants world influence. And Dana sees that probably, and they're over it. They're over it, bro. They're like, oh, we got these evil guys in the sport. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. These guys are evil as fuck, bro. Fuck this shit. The whole Russian fighter thing was such a bad like I mean, they've ruined it for themselves. The Russians have ruined it for themselves. They just, again though, this is what happens, right? They just kind of come in. They have no regard for anyone else. They just come in and try to push their agenda. And like, look how it's working out for them. They're gone now. They never wanted to acknowledge how things are run in the UFC. They came in, they ran it their own way. And Dana hates them for several reasons that we just listed. Genuinely feel that way. If they would have played the game according to the UFC more, right, and felt like they were in debt more to Dana than they are to Kadyrov, maybe Dana wouldn't mind signing them. But you guys feel me on that, right? These guys get to the UFC and they're more in debt to Kadyrov than they are to Dana, the actual president. So I don't think Dana fucks with the Russian fighters as much anymore. I think that experiment is going by the wayside. That's why they're investing in Mexico now. You feel me? Mike saying, I love that show. Yeah, 60 Days In, one of the best shows, bro. It is. And then Saxby saying, true about Russian fighters. Shout out to Saxby. But the person that fucking the UFC right now is Ilya. He not getting a lot of pushback by the MMA community. You know what, Saxby? I'll push back a little bit on that one. I think that Ilya is getting a lot of hate right now. Not from me, right? I'm somebody who's not really saying much about it. I only say things I'm passionate about. I'm not going to waste my breath. Even if other people are getting on Ilya right now, like look at this one. MMA Joey got a video out right now. Speaking of it, Saxby. I don't know if you can read the thumbnail, but it says most entitled champ with a picture of Arman Sarukian saying ducked. And then MMA Joey saying Ilya Topuria won't defend his title, but keeps talking about other fighters. So I think Ilya is getting some pushback now. Not because he's holding up the division, but because he's holding up the division and now he's continuing to talk shit. He's continuing to talk shit. So I think Ilya's starting to get the pushback now, but he wasn't getting the pushback for a minute. I'll give you that much. He was not getting the pushback for a minute. MMA Joey is biased 100,000%, Saxby. So he a bad example. But other people too. I mean, shit, I don't got another good example. The only other good example I got is Ali Abdelaziz was basically saying the same thing MMA Joey's saying, which is like Ilya's talking shit on other fighters. If you're going to talk shit, then stop sitting out, essentially. But other little MMA accounts are poking, at Ilya too right now. So, Ilya, I agree with you, Saxby. The person that's fucking the UFC right now is Ilya. He's not getting a lot of pushback by the MMA community. I actually agree with you, Saxby. I actually agree with you. But, let me say this. I think a narrative, I think there is a chance that the UFC told Ilya to sit out, to build up his super fight with Patty. I think there is a chance for that. In other words, the UFC said, hey, man, I know you're going through a divorce. Why don't you get that shit worked out? We're going to do an interim title fight between Gaethje and Patty. You can return and fight the winner when you're ready, mid to end 2026, right? So those are two narratives. Either Ilya is, to what Saxby said, fucking the UFC, right? And not keeping the division active. That's one narrative. Totally could be true. I think the other true narrative could be the UFC's forcing Ilya to sit out. And both reasons could be explanations as to why Ilya is continuing to talk shit despite claiming that he's sitting out because of his divorce. There we go. Okay, so let's get some thoughts on this then. Miata Boy saying Hamza versus DDP and Islam versus JDM were the most hyped fights of the year, and both the Russians stunk up the fight by fighting like losers, just laying on DDP and JDM. There wasn't one exciting moment in either of those fights. Miata Boy, do you think that could be because, at least for Hamza, do you think Hamza could have fought boring because he was so scared of losing the title because of what could happen? What do you think about that? Like, so maybe these guys, at least Hamza, is fighting boring as fuck because he's scared to lose the belt because of what could happen to him. Like, he's under immense pressure in a different way. You feel me on that? Pressure can come in many forms. And if your life is in danger, if you lose that title, maybe. Let's read some more chats, though. We need the Guru video or Ariel to get the community moving. That's true, Saxby. That's true. I mean, eventually it's going to be me getting the community moving. But for now, Ariel and Guru. I hate to admit it, but yeah, more people listen to those dumbasses. And, Guru funny and shit like that. But like I said earlier, Guru, I used to have more respect for him. Until I start seeing him standing on his own premonitions, I'm on Guru's ass. And it doesn't mean I disagree with everything he says, but there's enough that I disagree with for me to be annoyed with him right now. Okay, Saxby saying never. UFC did not. UFC is having a nightmare with Ilya, and he is not as famous as Conor. Okay, Saxby. So you're kind of saying that the UFC would never tell Ilya to sit out to build up the super fight. Okay. Okay. Miata Boy saying Ilya being inactive like he's been this year, he's still more active than 99.9% of these Russian fighters. Miata Boy not wrong. Miata Boy not wrong at all. Saxby, Ilya and his wife had a prenup and they were recording everything in their house for the last 2 years. This is not a messy divorce as Ilya makes it out to be. Not Saxby, I mean shit. Shit, bro. I kind of agree. Now people are going back on this whole extortion and blackmailing terms, but Ilya put it out like that. Yeah, I think that I'm waiting to comment on the divorce until more concrete information comes out. I'm over the speculation. I did it once already. I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to do it again. I'm waiting for more concrete proof to come out to comment. But you know who's not waiting for more concrete proof? Who be just dropping videos about it? Shit, MMA Guru. And that shit is like, why, bro? Why? You don't know enough to comment more? All this stuff is so wishy-washy. What Saxby's saying about this divorce is not as messy as Ilya's making it out to be. I mean, low-key, Saxby, I agree with that. I agree with that. And to contrast that to make, so, you know, because I don't want people to think I'm just agreeing with everything Saxby says, because we're agreeing on a lot of stuff right now. When Saxby says Ilya's not as famous as McGregor, I get what you're saying, but I do think Ilya is on that star level. He's the closest person in the UFC on McGregor's star level, if that makes sense to you, Saxby. Not saying they're equal, but in other words, I do think Ilya is the biggest star in the UFC right now. Genuinely speaking, I do think Ilya is the biggest star in the UFC. But again, if he's the biggest star in the UFC probably wants him to return and be active. AJD just dropping the no in the chat, a simple no. Great minds think alike. Shit, shout out to Saxby. Great minds do think alike. Saxby saying, yeah, how Hamzat was scared to lose the belt. Islam did that because Khabib wanted the belt. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think fear of losing the belt for whatever reasons they have could be affecting their performances. Just taking the safe way out. Guru became like Ariel, biased as fuck and pushes his agenda. Everything he uses critiques Ariel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not Guru, you know, I got on his ass to start the stream, Saxby. Listen to the beginning of this stream. I called out Guru. Like the first 10 minutes of the stream, I called his ass out. Saxby saying UFC needs big fights for the new deal. They are pissed for Ilya sitting out. Okay, that makes sense to me. That does make sense to me. As far as the UFC wouldn't tell Ilya to sit out to build a super fight, they probably need him. That makes sense to me. Especially for the first card on the Paramount deal. I'm sure they would have liked an Ilya versus Patty, right? Why wouldn't they? Why would they choose to do Patty versus Gaethje and risk Patty losing to Gaethje? Honestly, Saxby, yeah, you're kind of right about that. Islam is a bigger star, even though Guru got most of the community to hate because he is Muslim. Up for debate. Up for debate, Saxby. Up for debate. Honestly, it's hard for me to equate Ilya's star power because he's from Spain and all that shit. I'm just not really tapped into the Spanish culture like that. So I don't know like how big of a star he really is over there. But I think Ilya, let's put it like this. Ilya and Islam, the top 2 stars in the UFC. Ilya and Islam, top 2 stars in the UFC. I don't even think that's a question. Who thinks who's bigger? Shit, we could debate about it. Miata Boy saying there's only 2 fighters right now that have the chance to be triple champs, Alex and Ilya. They will wait for Ilya. Yeah, they're definitely waiting for Ilya. They're definitely waiting for Ilya. Do I now think that they would have liked Ilya to return in January? I do now think that. I do now think that. If Ilya converted to Islam, you will see the criticism. I mean, shit. I hear what you're saying, Saxby. I definitely hear what you're saying. I definitely hear what you're saying. Shout out to everybody watching. Like the stream for me if you haven't liked it yet. Subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel. Live every day. I'm going to give you guys not that many people. Shout out to fucking AJD. My man AJD. AJD loves to be in the fucking streams, and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. AJD always in the streams from beginning to end, and I couldn't be more thankful to AJD and everybody who's in the streams from beginning to end. Like Miata Boy. Shit, Saxby from time to time in here from beginning to end. Unless he's clapping cheeks, you feel me? But Louie, a lot of you guys in here from beginning to end. And I appreciate it. HT, okay, Mike, Space Kid, all you guys. If I forgot to mention you, my apologies. But you know I'm talking to you. If you in here from beginning to end, I'm talking to you right now. Ilya is leaving the UFC now after 1 or 2 fights. Saxby, he could be. He could be. And I made a video about that, Saxby, if you want to check it out. But I did make a video on it. Just look at my videos posted. I posted it like a few days ago. All right, I need to give a stream update. Imagine if Hamzat said that. I got you. So you're saying the community is silent about Ilya leaving, but if Hamzat said he's leaving, people would be hating on him because he's Muslim. I get what you're saying. Let me give you guys an update on the stream schedule for this week. Okay? I'm going to be streaming every day till Friday, even on Christmas Eve, even on Christmas. All right, you boys got me. You boys got me. So shit, if you don't got no family or some shit like that, you got nothing to do on Christmas or Christmas Eve, I'm going to be here for you for a couple hours. Okay? Shit. But I got some plans going on Christmas Eve. I actually don't got nothing going on Christmas. So shit, Christmas, we could do like a whole fucking 10-hour stream if we wanted to. But, I mean, shit, 10 hours is a lot. But we could do a long stream on Christmas Day. Like I said, if you don't got no family or shit like that, shit, we might become boys on Christmas. Yes, W Christmas stream. 100,000%. Christmas Eve too. Every day till Friday. You know, because we've been live every day. For those that don't know, I'm sure you guys all know by now. But we've been live every day. We haven't missed a day since October 7th. Ironically enough, the day that Ilya's allegations with his wife dropped originally. So the streak will be ending on Saturday, potentially. I say potentially because I will be away, but that doesn't mean I can't do a vertical live if I get the time. Okay, I'm going to be staying at a hotel. Actually, if America First in the chat, America First, I'm going to be in your hometown, homie, where I fucking graduated college, Long Beach. Okay, I'm finna be in Long Beach from Friday night till basically Monday morning. Okay, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and I think I'm checking out Monday morning, or I'm checking out Sunday, which would give you guys a stream on Sunday because I'll be home and I'll run the stream up as usual. But I say the streak might end because there's a chance I go live on Saturday. You feel me? So if I'm not live on Saturday or Sunday, you boys know where I am. I'm in Long Beach, staying in a hotel. But I might go live. Okay, I might step away for a little bit, go live for like 30 minutes or some shit like that. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just sit in the lobby, do a vertical live, and answer a few questions just to keep it going for the boys. So look out for that. That's all I'm going to say. Look out for that. And then shout out Miata Boy saying, I don't got any family, so let's go. Well, shit. Shout out to you, Miata Boy, because I don't got no family here either. You feel me? I don't got no family here either. And I was actually going to complain to you guys on Thanksgiving because, honestly, I'd rather be by myself on the holidays anyway. Then go spend it with people that it's awkward for me. You feel me? I get like some fucking anxiousness going over to people's houses unless they're my immediate family. So like, I mean, I'm talking immediate, like my mom, my dad, my brothers, my sisters type shit. Like if you like my aunt and I'm just going over there because I got no family, I'd rather stay home. So yeah, we gonna be home for Christmas Eve as well. We got some streams going. For sure, Friday will be potentially the last stream for the week. But like I said again, there's a chance I could be on Saturday and Sunday, okay? Times will vary, so you'll just have to look out for it. No promises on the times I'm going live. It's going to be whenever I'm free, if I get free. Reading a few chats. Oh, and then Saxby saying, we are your family, Miata Boy. Shit, we all family. We all family in this chat. Miata Boy saying, the first fighter to be a triple champ will be the most accomplished athlete to ever live. I think Alex will be the first triple champ and is paving the way to GOAT status. I mean, yeah, I can't disagree with that. Jacob needs to be with Mama Castro. FN. Shit, my mom's in Hawaii. You feel me? My mom's in Hawaii. But that's why I'm getting my money up, boys. That's why I'm getting my money up. Because my mom lives in Hawaii And, you know, we got to get our money up to be able to see moms more often. That's just a fucking fact. And if I don't get my money up, then, you know, can't see moms as often. That's just a fact. I'm just sharing you guys fucking some of my truth now. But yeah. Can't celebrate with my mom because she's in Hawaii right now. But eventually, you know, we're going to get our money up and we're going to fucking... My mom don't got to work and all that shit. That's the goal. You feel me? So that's what we're working for. And yeah, Pereira could become first triple champ, Miata boy, to be honest with you. I mean, he got the punch of death. Shit. Anybody he lands on, he beating their ass. And going back to a chat I read earlier, way earlier, if John Dong's still in the chat, John Dong was asking if Bo Nickel would take down 2022 Pereira. It don't matter, bro. He might take down 2022 Pereira, but Pereira got the touch of death. Better start swimming, Jacob. Shit, I know, Miata boy. Better start swimming. Get your money up, brother. One day we all will be in Hawaii, boys. See you guys tomorrow. Good night. Shout out to Saxby. Shout out to Space Kid saying W goal. And good night to Saxby. Shout out to Saxby for being in the chat tonight. Shit. Yeah, it is a W goal. We will get our money up, man. Shout out to Space Kid. Shout out to my man Space Kid. We getting it up. And it's thanks to you guys too. So I appreciate you guys. That's why it ain't no fake shit over here. You feel me? I appreciate you guys. Always tuning in. It definitely gets the numbers up. Going back to, I guess, Saxby out of here, but let me read one more chat from Saxby saying, or if Khamzat's wife was accusing him for beating her, LOL, it would be very... Oh, okay. So, yeah, people are saying, or Saxby saying, if Khamzat was accused of beating his wife, people would be on Khamzat's ass, not forgiving him. Like, people are taking Ilya's side right now for the same thing. So Saxby just pointing out the contradictions between the Muslim fighters and the Christian fighters. Shout out to Castro's black dad. He left Jacob in the hood. Shit, that's... Oh, fuck, my neck just cramped like a motherfucker. That's true. That's true. Me like, oh, motherfucker. Okay, it's time I got to get off the stream. Oh, my God, bro. Bro, I just got the sharpest pain in my neck. It's crazy. Oh, dude, this hurts more than anything that's ever hurt before. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I just got like a pinched nerve in my neck. That's insane. That's insane. You guys just experienced that in real time. But yeah, shit, shout out to my fucking dad. Left me in the hood. Shout out to my mom. She left me in the hood too. HT. Who will Pereira beat for the third belt? Well, I mean, I guess it would be the champ. Jacob just got his neck blown out all diddy. Dude, that was insane. It fucking lingered for a minute. It's still kind of lingering. I got to hit the massager after this. Oh my goodness gracious. That was insane. It's good now though. But if I keep on the stream for much longer, it's going to fucking seize up again. Okay. HT saying, who will Pereira beat for the third belt? HT, who do you think Pereira will beat for the third belt? That's a genuine question on my behalf. But, I mean, it obviously got to be a heavyweight champ, right? And we got Tom Aspinall, the current heavyweight champ. There could be a world where, like, Cyril Gane doesn't get that rematch. And they give it to fucking Pereira or some crazy-ass shit. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess a simple answer for you, HT, would be Pereira got to beat either Aspinall or Cyril Gane, because I'm going to still say Cyril Gane and Aspinall going to run it back, and then maybe Pereira can get the winner. But HT, let me know what you think about that. You usually got an opinion. I'd be curious to know what you think about that before I hop off stream. Try to respond quickly because my neck fucking killing me. And whoever hasn't liked the stream, shit, like the stream because of the pain I sit through for you guys. Shit, you guys don't owe me nothing though. Okay, HT saying, I disagree. Pereira can beat Aspinall. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, everybody's entitled to think who's going to beat who. But I'm just more so talking about the opportunity. And I do think Pereira can beat anyone. To keep it a buck with you on my end, HT, I think Pereira can beat anyone because he got that touch of death. If he lands on Aspinall flush, you know, he putting Aspinall down. HT saying Aspinall KOs Pereira first round. Okay, all right. Well, then we got to debate. If that shit gets booked, we got to debate, HT. We're definitely going to be breaking down the X's and O's there. I mean, shit. It's not like I would pick Pereira. I want you to know this right now. It's not like I would pick Pereira to beat Aspinall, but I wouldn't rule Pereira out completely. You feel me? I mean, off first thought, I'd probably pick Aspinall to beat Pereira. But I would think there's a chance for Pereira to beat Aspinall because he got that fucking left hook of death. Oh, Miata Boy saying they're going to do Tom dirty as fuck. I think Alex versus Cyril gone for a vacant title. Damn. Yeah, Miata Boy, that could happen. Honestly, it could happen, homie. That could definitely happen. I see it too. I see it too. Same type of thing, right? And then they're going to go, or maybe interim, right, Miata Boy? And then they're going to be like, when Aspinall's ready to return, he could have that first title shot. But we're going to get the division moving, depending on how much longer Aspinall wants to sit out for. That's very possible. Very, very possible. You know, I think Cyril Gahn might be a worse style matchup for Pereira than Tom Aspinall. Oh, shit. And here comes Miata Boy saying, I think Cyril Gahn would get flatlined, KO'd by Alex. Okay. Off my first thought, I feel like I said, Cyril might be a tougher matchup for Alex than an Aspinall because I think Cyril got better striking in general. But I don't know. It's a good debate. Okay. Oh, Owen saying, shout out to Owen. He'd been in the chat all night too. Oh, these poor Chechens and Dagestanis, they're so mistreated. Someone call the ambulance. All right, Owen. I got you, Owen. Alex has a very good chance beating Gahn. Well, shit. Looks like we are on opposite, or I'm on opposite ends of Miata Boy and HT, but that's fine. That's what it's all about. I would be very intrigued to see that fight happen. Any of those fights. Pereira versus the heavyweight champ. I think we got to see it in 2026. Not if they're going to do Alex for a belt, it's going to be for the real belt. They want that triple champ. No, I mean, I couldn't disagree with you, Miata Boy. I couldn't disagree with you if I wanted to. I think that that's an accurate statement. I would lean towards that school of thinking too, homie. I would. I definitely would. I stand corrected on that one. It's a little bit different from Patty versus Gaethje because Alex chasing history. Why confuse that with interim and all this shit? They're going to make it undisputed. I feel you, Miata Boy, 100%. Louis saying, I think Pereira and Aspinall have a chance to KO each other standing, but if Aspinall gets him down, Pereira's in trouble. Yeah, Louis, that's pretty much what I was saying too. I think Pereira got a chance to beat Aspinall for damn sure. If it goes to the ground, that might be another story. Okay, boys, before my neck seizes up again, you boys all saw it. You boys saw I got fucked for a second. Before my neck seizes up again, I'm going to head out of here. Shit, you guys got a 4-hour and 49-minute stream. Basically good as a 5-hour stream. Okay? So shout out to you guys for sticking with the whole basically 5 hours. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, peace out, everybody. Hopefully we get some good news tomorrow, or we'll just rely on some tier lists. But either way, if there's no good news, we got a good, fun event scheduled for tomorrow. We're going to do some tier lists, okay? Best of, worst of, all these kinds of things. So tap in tomorrow for damn sure. All right, peace out, everybody. Thank you again for tuning in. HT, Miata Boy, Louie, okay, Owen, Space Kid, Saxby, Soda Pop was in here, AJD, Dylan, America First. I'm going to just shout out everybody. Mike, Eli was in here, AD Kid was in here, Shane, okay, everybody. Tyler Betts, can't forget Tyler Betts, man. Can't forget Tyler Betts. All right, shout out to everybody. Otto always coming in with the good vibe. Shout out to Otto. Shout out to Gravy Show. Okay. Eli and Eric. I already did Eli, so Eric.